Well, hello. How is everybody's Hallows Eve doing? And then the theme auto turns on because it's on the other screen. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. I have missed you. I have missed you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you all have been having an absolutely fantastic Wednesday. Thank you for the hunt bots. Ho, so kind. Blah. Guys, I just got here. Thank you for the spin redemption. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. I was trying to be spooky. I was trying to be spooky.
I would just say,
let me be spooky.
Is probably my most favorite thing I've ever had in my existence. I would buy a box just to have a box in my room.
If this was anything other than a box, I would be very cross with you. I'm gonna put this in my other pile. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you very so much for all of your head pats and your love and affection. Thank you very much for... Ow! Alistair, they're being obnoxious! Alistair, they're being rude to me! Blah! I just want to say hello to everybody. Can I get 2 seconds? Can I get 2 seconds? Or Alistair's gonna turn off chat. And you don't want to see Alistair turn off chat. Okay? Okay. 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 Alright. Okay. Alright. Hello. Hi, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a good Wednesday. I hope it was a good Wednesday. Thank you, Fameless, for first. Mr. Bunny for first. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Fameless had RARXD. Fameless, thank you so much for the first RARXD. Mr. Bunny for the first. Akara for the RARXD. LB for a RARXD. And Buick for a RARXD. Welcome. Thank you for my RARXD squad for kicking in early today. Appreciate you guys very much. Hope you all had a good time. Hello, hello. Thank you for the spins. I'm looking through the list. Sorry, I'm catching up. I'm catching up on chat. I got thrown a bunch of jelly beans at. I got spun by Shiraga Ryu. I really hope I'm saying your name right. Please tell me if I am wrong, and I will attempt to fix my brain. That is weird. But thank you. Hi, LB. I have missed you. I've missed you. How have you been? Welcome home. Rude. We're just excited to see you. I'm excited to see you too. Oh. 1,000 to 2,000. First was sold out, but got redeemed later. I was confused. Sometimes it doesn't show up until you click it again, and then it shows up, but not all the time. Not all the time, you know. So, are you guys ready? So I'm good. Getting the schniffles. Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry. I've also been sick. I am currently on the medication to cause me to not have inability to breathe. You know, the whole can't breathe, mucus in chest thing, dying slowly. I'm taking medicine so that doesn't happen. Which is nasty. Medicine is nasty. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the 100 booty boots. I appreciate you, Ryu. That blows you. Yo, that's so kind. Purple gem, purple gem. Butt in corner. That is from when we played WoW back in the day. And my job in that raid, I don't know if any of you play WoW at all. I know most of you are Final Fantasy players, so it's fine. But in the WoW raid, it was my job was to walk into this tiny little room, grab the purple gem off of the pedestal, and go to the corner so I didn't blow up my companions. That was my job. And so, because we kept failing the run, I started making up a song to remember my role, and it was good. It was great. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hi, Moon. Moon, I'm so sorry I missed you today. I didn't take a lunch. I wasn't able to take a lunch today because I was too busy at work, so I missed lunch. Did I eat lunch? No. I have a shake next to me, though. I have a protein shake next to me that I will be able to drink, you know, while we're probably playing this Gothic horror thing, you know? But thou must eat. I have a shake. It's got protein in it. It's fine. Life of a corporate worker, I'm just saying. They needed me. They needed me in something called diversity training, okay? It was important to the company and I had to go. A shake isn't food. It is if it has, like, 20 grams of protein in it. Yes, definitely we'll try again next week, Moon Moon, as long as they don't pull me into another meeting that I can't get out of. It is! It is. I'll get real food after stream. I'll get real food after stream. But yeah, so we're going to play a Gothic horror visual novel kind of thing called Dicentra. It's not terribly long, I don't believe. And I probably should have read more into it, okay? But it had the tags Gothic horror, and I was like, surely that's going to be fine for Wednesday. So, you know, that's what we're doing today, because Kath looks into everything she shows you all extremely well. So you guys want to see the main, game screen? Yeah, let me show you. It looks really cool. Hang on. Look at this. So this is the game screen, but it is like a visual novel, so I'm going to be reading to you a lot today. We're going to be talking a lot today. I hope that's okay. It's okay if you don't want to listen to me talk. You could mute me and probably follow along to the story on screen if you desire. I mean, it's totally up to you. Whatever floats your boat, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Does anybody have any fun plans for, like, Halloween? Anything fun? Anything exciting? You guys, anyone else dressing up? You going trick-or-treating? Are you gonna, hi, Atha. Are you gonna get candy? Are you gonna buy the 50% off candy? Is that the day after, you know, Halloween, you gotta get the 50% off candy, chat? Are you gonna, anybody do that? Is that just me? Is that a me thing? Am I the only one that does the 50% off candy the next day? I feel like maybe that's just a me thing. Dressing up as the most scary thing ever, a productive member of society. Obviously, I'm being shilly. You guys can do whatever you desire. Listen. Ayo. There we go. I got it. Finger guns. There we go. Perfect. But, yeah, you know. Just don't forget, if you like candy, you can, yeah, you must clean out Walmart Day. I'm just gonna go and see if I can find any pixie sticks, because I love pixie sticks. I haven't seen pixie sticks in quite some time. I was kind of hoping they'd be back this year, you know. Hi, Atha. How you doing? How's your day going? Be careful? What do you mean, be careful? Do you think I'm going to walk to Walmart and get mobbed on the way in? You think someone's going to attack me for my pixie stick desire? I don't know how that's gonna work, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're saying be careful as in don't eat that much sugar, then I get that. Hi, Scratic! Hi. Welcome in, welcome in. Another verbal slip when saying that word so much. I forgot! Oh god, no! I buried that memory deep inside my cranium. Why did you bring it back to me, Vainless? Why did you bring it back to me, Vainless? It was buried. It was gone. I was trying to throw it into the void in the back of my brain. It's been a few years since I've seen pixie sticks. Yes. Yeah. I also haven't seen them in quite some time. It makes me sad. because they were my favorite candy. I don't want to say the word anymore because now I'm subconsciously thinking about it and I'm going to mess it up because I'm subconsciously thinking about it. But it was probably going to happen anyway because I am weak to temptation. Because I really like, sugar sticks. I'm going to call them sugar sticks. I really like sugar sticks. They're really delicious. The powdered sugar sticks are yummy. You were so confident saying it now. I can't say it again for the rest of my life. That's how I cope, Atha. That's how I cope. I have an embarrassing situation. I take that embarrassing situation. I put that embarrassing situation in a box. I put that box in another box, and then I throw that box into the void and pray it consumes it faster than I can possibly remember what it was. And that's how I do that.
Boxes are probably my most favorite thing I've ever had in my existence. I would buy a box.
I adore you.
Just to have a box in my room.
Now that wasn't bad, you're fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, nothing happened. I'm gonna put the box in my pile of boxes. Are you guys ready to play this gothic horror visual novel thing? Again, I did not look into it that deeply. I probably should have. If this turns into something super strange and unsay so, we'll play something else. I'm sure gothic horror is probably fine though. Right. Okay. Let me get in my corner. Let's get in this game. This game contains content and themes of death, loss, grief, violence, animal death, imprisonment, flashing imagery, jump scares, intoxication, horrific imagery and descriptions, mental illness, suicide not involving main characters, and loud noises that players may find uncomfortable or disturbing. That is this. I did say gothic horror. That is a lot of stuff that usually does happen in gothic horror content. So, you know, this is, I'm gonna type this out. Wait, can anybody type this out for me in chat so I can pin it? Okay, how about we do something like, game has really bad stuff in it if you don't like that. That's too generic. No one's gonna understand what I'm saying with that. What can we say here, chat, so we can pin it to the top of chat? Horror game has lots of disturbing imagery in it. And possibly flashing lights. Maybe. It's a lot. That is a lot. I did say gothic horror. This is like normal stuff for gothic horror stuff. And it's the day before Halloween. I'm sorry. Okay, that's why I said if it gets too weird, we will switch games. This game has a lot of bad, a lot of, dark themes. I was so confused for like 5 minutes. Why were you confused for 5 minutes? I had my volume at low volume. This game has a lot of dark themes and flashing lights. Be warned. There we go. I'm gonna pin this manually. There we go. I thought I was going insane. I was like, what am I hearing? I'm sorry, Mr. Bunny. I'm sorry. Yes, okay. I think that's okay. Good afternoon, Puzzle Piece Angel. Listen, I'm leaving this up for a prolonged period of time so everybody knows that this game has a lot of dark themes to it. And if that is not your jam, I am telling you now, I love you and I understand if that is not your jam, and you can, oh my gosh, Atha, you're amazing. I'm gonna manually pin that one in anyway. There we go. Perfect. Atha, I'm gonna give you a golden star. Hang on, I gotta give you a golden star. Hang on. Where's Atha? Nope, that's not Atha. That's a Valkyrie's kiss. Wrong green friend. Hang on. There you go. You get a golden star. Perfect. Nothing is scarier than life anyway. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. So that is pinned. That is pinned. Hopefully that will help people see it. but it is a very long one. Thank you, Atha, for helping me get that pinned. Okay. But as I said before, if this is too heavy of content, I'm so sorry. This is what we'll be playing tonight, though. Our channel is rated 18+. So, I love you all, and I totally get if you don't want to be here for this game and all of its dark themes tonight. I get it. I totally understand. This is like a once-a-year thing that I have ever done. So, like, you know I don't do this normally. So I'm just putting it out there, and I'm back tomorrow. It's gonna be a cute little Halloween trick-or-treat otome game thing where I like try to date a werewolf or a vampire or something. Tomorrow's gonna be cute. It's cute. Tonight is Gothic horror, okay? This is once a year kind of thing. I'm sorry. You will be lurking. I totally understand. No stress. No stress. Okay. Moving on. Hugs. Yes, very much hugs. My breath comes out in puffy clouds as I limp through the rain. I don't know what kind of voice I want to give the main character yet. It blurs my vision, forcing me to feel my way through the forest, with wind crushing against me from all sides. I'm going to assume it's raining really, really hard. I've never been much for prayer, but would it be too late to start now? I feel like digging my claws into anything that might make me feel less alone right now. Claws? Claws? Am I a werewolf? No, I totally get it, Puzzle Piece. That's why I put it on there. Love you too. I'll see you tomorrow if you want to pop by. Then again, what God would hear is someone like me out. I fumble over tangles of roots and slip over wet moss. My bones instantly shudder from the cold shock that shoots up my arms as my nails grab onto a nearby rock. The cuts all over my body start to sting again, and a pathetic whine escapes my throat. My grandmother would have a riot if she could see me now. I hear her snide remark already. See what happens when you don't listen to me. As if I wouldn't survive long enough to hear the real deal. I sniffle in frustration and try to shake the feeling away with the rain dripping down my face. She's always right, of course. For a moment I thought I had finally gotten what I wanted so badly, earned all on my own in spite of how it was always placed out of my reach. It was almost worth the consequences that came after. It's never worth the consequences. Don't do that. Ow! Lost in thought, I lose control of my limbs. I'm not used to controlling them all at once, and it's enough to throw me back into the slick earth. Well, now what, are you a puppet? I'm still trying to understand what our main character is. My eyes begin to burn. The ice of the rain and the pain that drags along my body suddenly overwhelm me. The storm above is harsh, and the thick canopy of trees above me does little to shield me from its rage. Instead, the trees passively turn their leaves away. If I had the guts, I'd throw my grandmother's most colorful curses at them. You gosh darn trees and you turning of the leaves. Grumble, grumble. I've got to stop that. I'm so sorry. I'm ruining the dense atmosphere. But I don't. I force myself to take a deep breath. I shakily lift myself from the ground, trying hard to ignore the bite of pain that comes from my arm. For the middle of summer, it pours hard. The rain comes down like shards of ice against my skin, like it falls with the intent to hurt. In the puddle in front of me, I watch it disturb the reflection with ripples. In the brief moments where the reflection almost settles, I see piercing yellow eyes, dark fur, and wilted ears, sleek and clinging to the small, vulnerable form of a wolf pup. I'm so cute! Oh my god! I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Back to dark and mysterious, sorry. The voice of my grandmother hisses in my mind. What have you done, Basil? I need to get back home. I tear away from the puddle and trek on. Oh, yeah. Fyrus! Hi, Fyrus. Fyrus, please read the warning that is currently pinned to chat. We are reading a Gothic horror novel tonight. It contains a lot of dark themes. I am warning you ahead of time, if that is not your jam. I love you. And tomorrow we'll do something cute. Please, something lead me back home. Something, anything. After making my wish, I wonder if it's a wise thing to ask this forest for a favor. Maybe my weariness is starting to play tricks on my mind. Because I swear, something answers. It's so faint that I question if it's even real. A howl cuts through the wind, or perhaps it's the wind that shrinks away from the sound that ambles through. Fighting my way through the storm has left my body exhausted. My mind might be neglecting its responsibility to remember what reason is. All my instincts scream to ignore it, but my heart, a stupidly curious thing, makes me take a step forward. My fuzzy ears pick up the heavy sound of my heart pounding. I try to convince myself it's because of fear. I need to focus on where the howling is coming from. As I get closer to the sound, it begins to resemble crying. The storm also starts to mysteriously retract its claws. Is the forest showing mercy, or has it submitted to something more formidable? Hi, Valk. Valk, please read the pinned comment, as this is a gothic horror novel with many dark themes. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. I've lived in the woods my whole life. I should know better than anyone to never get too comfortable. A red light perforates the dark atmosphere. I swallow harshly. There's a mansion in the middle of the woods. From a distance, it would look abandoned, if not for the hazy red light coming from the rooftop. I squint. Is that a greenhouse? A shadowy figure moves quickly behind its clear walls, startling me. I duck into the tall, neglected grass that grows in the mansion's yard. After a short while, I peek through the blades, but the shadow is gone. Did I imagine it? I release a nervous sigh and observe the grounds for any sign of life or death. It was a bad idea to come here. A terrible one, even. I can't stay here. I retreat back into the shadows of the forest, keeping the mansion in my line of sight. The moment I feel bold enough to turn my back to it, a powerful gale slams into me. I tumble back hard, skidding across the ground and into the tall grass with a cry. It takes me a moment to recover from my swirling vision. Virus, thank you so much for the 140 stream streak. I appreciate you. You do what you want, Valk. I gave you a warning. You can take it as you will. My wounds scream at me, and I wonder how much further I can even go in this state. I grit my teeth and get back on my feet, keeping my weight off my arm as I make for the forest again. Again, I am denied entrance by the mysterious force. Panic starts to sweep through my bones. Hopelessness might actually be a more welcome feeling than the tightness that now constricts around my heart. I stare at the trees as though they'll suddenly start playing nice. But beings as ancient as them do not bend to anyone's will but their own. Almost back to where I was before Twitch broke it? Yeah. Silly Twitch. I adore you, Virus. The wind gives one more shove. It insists I move forward. I bare my adolescence fangs at it to disguise the hurt. I know now that my choices were nothing but illusions. I face the mansion once again. It's clear that something, or someone from inside, is inviting me in. With no other choice, I creep along the worn brick walls of the mansion and try to find a way in. Okay, first choice of our visual novel, chat. First choice of our visual novel. Let's see. We got a window, a cellar door, or I go somewhere else. I did not look up a guide. We're gonna do this by feel. Go to McDonald's for nuggies. That would be go somewhere else. Window. I don't want to go to the cellar door. The cellar door seems bad. Window seems like the safest option, yeah. If we stay outside, we're gonna keep getting hurt. So let's go to the window. I spy a broken window and see a gauzy white curtain thrashing against the glass from the intruding storm. Sadly, it's far too high for me to climb, and there's no way I can jump in this state. So we made a bad choice, Heather. I jump at a nearby clap of thunder. My eyes blink through the rain, and I squint when the searing white light of lightning above reflects on something that sits on the windowsill. I take a step back and see a simple white vase that holds a gathering of withered roses. Perhaps I can take this as proof that the mansion can safely serve as an empty shelter for the night. I turn and look for somewhere else to enter. Okay, window was a bust. Window was a bust. Well, it's either cellar door or go somewhere else. I guess we're going to the cellar door. I find an entrance to a cellar. The wood of the doors look rotten, but it doesn't give when I place 2 paws on it and push my weight onto it. And my ears flick back in disappointment. Though I'm also relieved I didn't go tumbling through the old wood into some unknown depth. Heavy iron handles sit unchained. All I need to do is find a way to open them. I try to squeeze my snout through one of the handles as I bring my face closer to the moldy wood. A faint sound comes from below. I immediately freeze. Icy rain weighs down my fur and intensifies the chill that drapes over me like a thick cloak. I swallow, then lean forward to press one of my droopy ears against the door. I listen closely, and serpentine hisses from the other side of the wood. My breathing stills. My ear remains glued to the door. I try to find sense in the sounds I hear. Then, something slams right against the wood where my ear is pressed against it, and I fling back in shock. The fur against my neck is completely ruffled, and my tail curls between my legs in fright. I stare at the cellar doors with owlish eyes, half expecting a beast to burst out and eat me. Owlish eyes. Anyway. Valk. But nothing happens. Still, my racing heart does not calm as I track through the muddy grass in search of some other entrance. Okay, thanks for giving me all the bad entrances. How about the third option? I take it back, my character's a furry. Oh, you hush your giblets. A faint knocking grabs my attention. I pad to the back of the mansion, and my saving grace comes in the form of a door, left slightly ajar. Aha! I nudge my nose into the tight gap, and relief washes over me when it parts. An ear-piercing screech echoes through the mansion as the door's hinges begin to shift. From the looks of it, they haven't moved in a long time. The feeling of ice floods my veins. I stay frozen in the doorway. If the mansion is occupied, there's no way I didn't just announce my entrance. Fear takes over again. My back paw intuitively steps back as I can attempt to run as far away from this place as I can. The sound of thunder explodes. Thunder? Thunder. Yes, it's thunder now. The sound of thunder explodes behind me, and I feel my body take on a life of its own as I throw myself into the mansion against my will. The door slams on my way in. Oh good, we're stuck inside now. Huzzah! I breathe shallowly. When I come to my senses, I'm in a kitchen. Yay, kitchen! It's dark inside the house. The only source of light comes from the windows above the counters. Everything beyond its reach is a void. I see a kitchen table and crawl towards it, scratching my nails along the musty wood flooring in a rush to get beneath it. I stay near the table as my breathing starts to return to normal. My eyes are wide and my ears are perked up, on the lookout for anything that could be a threat. The only sounds I pick up are the heavy drums of rain from outside, and the occasional creak of the mansion walls breathing in the night air. When I'm confident that there's no sign of life inside the manor, I crawl back into the open and immediately shake off as much rain and mud as I can. I let myself celebrate the minor luxury of finally escaping the maws of the weather. I'm sorry, that word is amusing to me. But I don't let my nerves calm down just yet. Man, I am ruining this graphic novel. I'm so sorry. As soon as my eyes adjust better to the dark, I take the time to study my surroundings more. I notice a hearth that lacks any recent maintenance. Dishes crowd the countertops, and a thick layer of dust forces me to smother a sneeze. Achoo. This place hasn't been occupied in a long time. Surely I can allow myself to breathe just a little bit easier in this space, at least until the storm wanes. I bring in a deep inhale, being careful not to get any dust up my sensitive nose, and tread cautiously. As I sneak further in, I hold my breath at every corner, carefully looking in all directions for danger. The rest of the mansion is as devoid of life as the kitchen. Most of the rooms here have closed doors. The ones I could see in were graciously empty, except for the derelict furnishings within. Barely anything is in decent shape. I couldn't guess how long it's been since a human lived in this manor, but based on the scratched hardwood floors and broken but intricately looking side table nestled in a dark corner, I have the impression that this place was neglected even while it was occupied. My nails tap on the floor as I limp into the hallway, my mind finally settling from all the adrenaline. The ache in my front leg starts to swell, and the heat of my body intensifies the pain. I try to admire the paintings that line the walls from end to end, but it's hard to see them in the dark. Yeah, you're right. Ours kind of blurs. Can't really tell what that is. Through glimpses of light, I could make out some faded landscapes, a few mountains, some castles, and a couple of portraits. One portrait in particular catches my eye. I stop in front of it. I stare at the portrait, foolishly thinking that it's staring right back. The rising heat in my body must be making me see things. As I observe the side profile of a pale woman, I notice that she's eerily the most realistic painting I've seen so far. When she turns her head to look down at my tiny form, every hair on my body goes stiff. As I observe the side profile of a pale woman, I notice that she's... sorry, I didn't hit the enter key. Sorry, I was looking at Valk's message, sorry. When she turns her head to look down at my tiny form, every hair on my body goes stiff. Her lovely features, captured in oil, begin to melt off as she steps from the painting. Smooth ivory skin shrivels to a deathly pallor. The elaborate gown clinging to her sharp shoulders begins to rot as her torso parts open like a blooming rose, revealing decaying bone and organs that run down her skirt like horrific decor. I immediately start running away as fast as I am physically able. As I scramble to get away on my hurt leg, I hear something that might be worse than a ghost. The woody, spicy scent of incense fills the humid air, creating a hazy purple fog. The sound of chains moving in a controlled rhythm rattles me to the marrow in my bones. Footsteps follow shortly after, growing louder alongside the clinking chains. It's coming from the staircase. My breath quickens. I slide to a halt and backtrack away from the sounds. I look behind me and see the glowing apparition of the woman's hunched form stumbling towards me, dragging a trail of gore with a wet squelch. Squelch. Hide. I need to hide. But where? My eyes dart across every inch of the hallway, desperately searching for a small sanctuary. The footsteps are right behind me. The ghost is right in front of me. This hallway now feels like a tomb. All the doors are firmly shut. I press against a wall, my heart skipping a beat when I notice a faint tapping sound coming from behind me. I turn around and witness the outline of a door revealing itself. I waste no time, shoving my muzzle between the crack to wrench it open. As soon as I pry the door open, I hurl myself through and back into the darkness. I walk backwards away from the door, keeping my eyes on it. I'm so focused on the door that I bump into something cold and almost trip over it. I look up and see a dark iron staircase curling up into a high ceiling. A hatch near the top is open, letting the rain from outside drip down onto the cold metal. I hear footsteps once again, this time much louder. I don't dare breathe or move. Oh, hi. There you are. The voice startles me into moving. No way was I about to stick around and find out what fate awaits me. Every fiber of my being is ringing with danger as I climb the stairs, with only adrenaline instructing my limbs. I drag myself up the iron steps until I'm bursting onto the roof and back into the storm. A fog of fright muddles my mind. I see the greenhouse I had spotted earlier and sprint towards it as fast as I can. I search for a small space to crawl into, tripping over a mess of vines along the way. Thunder and lightning roar above me. A bright flash of white blinds me. I can feel my claws scratch against the wet tiles. A door slams shut in the distance, causing a rippling effect in the walls and reaching the rooftop. When the rippling stops, everything goes quiet. The energy of the manor shifts completely. A jolt of lightning from the storm makes my first stand. It charges the air and saturates it with the smell of ozone. Ozone, chat. I shake the rain from my face. The whole world has fallen silent, except for the sound of a chilling drip. Azor. I freeze. I don't know what ozone smells like. That would be an interesting smell. Hang on, I need a drink of water. Surely like the back of a freezer? Yeah, I would assume something like that. My eyes carefully follow the coil of dead roots onto the gray floor of the greenhouse. I follow its trail all the way to the blood dripping onto the dirty tiles and the pale feet beside it. My eyes climb the mysterious figure. I don't think I'll ever forget the sight before me, for as short as I live. Lightning flashes brightly through the tall windows. Looming rose bushes creep along them, white roses speckled across its dark leaves like stars in the night sky. The bright flowers begin to bleed red before my very eyes. As the rose bush's crimson-soaked center, a small girl stands with her back towards me. Blood drips from tiny bite marks all over her hand. A red flower bulb is crushed between her delicate fingers. Oh, hey! Instead of a strong floral scent, the smell of burning paper and wilting lilacs floods my senses. A whine unwillingly crawls up my throat and cuts through the silence. Time resumes once again. The girl turns, her gaze pierces right through me. The bulb drops from her hand. She doesn't say a word. Her attention is mine, whether I want it or not. Black dots begin to appear in the corners of my vision. The last thing I see is her walking towards me. Before everything fades to black. I fainted! Yay, I fainted. I agree, Valk. My fever is brutal throughout the night. I slip in and out of consciousness to flames beneath my skin and an ache I'd rather sleep off than face. That's not good. That's not good. I agree that's not good. I try to make my body go back to sleep, but rough hands force my jaw open, and I feel something shoved down my throat. The intrusion makes me violently resist, but I'm far too weak to fend the intruder away. The dark takes me into its arms once again. boy or a girl? I wake to the tang of rusty metal and humid air. The unfamiliar sensation makes my eyes snap open. Beyond the small cage that holds me, it's damp and dark. I clench my jaw as I examine my surroundings. Soon my eyes fixate on the ghost staring at me from outside my metal prison. Oh hey! Man, they're cute! I like their hair. I think their hair is really cool. Some say like chlorine, some say the smell after lightning strike. Ah, interesting. I yelp and throw my body backwards, hitting the back of the cage. Hair cape, yeah, it's a hair cape. I expect the bite of hard metal on my back, but something smooth bends around my shape instead. It hisses at me in response. I don't think it liked that very much. My claws scrape the cold floor of the cage as I spin. The bars behind me morph into slithering vipers in defensive stances, each one baring their fangs in anger. Careful. Their venom will make the blood in your body solidify in seconds. That wouldn't be a very pleasant way to die. I look at the ghost in horror. I'm breathing too quickly that I'm convinced I'll die from lack of oxygen or so, I think. The vipers settle back into metal bars, and I make myself small. I don't want to risk testing their patience again. The ghost is not a ghost, but a girl. Her hair looks like ink that's been violently knocked over and spilled onto the floor. It melts into the dark surroundings, contrasting her gray, sickly-looking skin. Her expression is blank. I see her hands tightly clutching her white gown. Do you bite? Do you? I reveal my teeth through a snarl and watch as she shows hers with a small smile. The fur along my spine stands up. She starts to move and I flinch. The girl crawls towards the cage and I curl my nails. She reaches for me, a pale hand passing between the bars without resistance. It freezes right in front of my snout. Is she checking to see if I would really bite? Has she no fear, offering her hand so fearlessly in the presence of a beast? I may only be a pup, but the sheer force of my jaws can pierce right through her palm. I'm not gonna bite. I know we have a bite emote, but we're not gonna bite. I feel like biting would be bad. I feel like biting would be bad here. We're not gonna bite, right, chat? We're not biting. Is that the consensus? Or are we biting? I think I vote not biting. I think we're gonna not bite. I pull my face away from her hand and see her startle from my peripheral vision. She pulls her hand back and holds it against her collar. My eyes lock with hers as she stares at me, with her lips pressed together. Chomps! I think she expected me to bite her. It'll be hard for me to protect you if you're too scaredy cat to do as I say. My eyes snap back to the girl. I watch as she stands up and wipes her hands on her dress, not showing a single care for how dirty it's become. If you want to survive, you'll have to listen to my instructions. Okay, doggy? She tilts her head like she expects me to respond. ... Don't try to be brave. You can only survive this place if you're smart. The others had too much fight in them. It made them foolish. My heart pounds in my chest from her words alone. She gives me another haunting smile. When your arm is better, I'll take you for a walk before he gets back. Is this what she sounds like when she's excited? It's unsettling. Oh good. She suddenly moves close to the cage again. I jump and back away, just enough to not risk getting into trouble with the vipers again. The scent of burning parchment and wilting lilacs returns. The girl's hair falls off her shoulders, I expected ink to trickle down and dye her dress black. My name is Dove. ... Horrible to meet you, Dove. Roses. I spend the night nursing the dregs of my fever. When I'd first woken up, I didn't take notice of how much of it had already been smoothed. But now vague memories of violating hands surface in my thoughts. Did the girl, Dove, give me some kind of medicine during the height of my fever? We are sassy puppers. Yeah, we are. Listen, it's par for the course in this channel. Par for the course. My body still feels uncomfortably warm. I rest my head on one arm and glance at the one that had been hurt earlier. A clean bandage is firmly wrapped around it. Not enough to cut off the blood flow, but enough to restrict its movement. Was this also Dove's handiwork? I sigh softly through my nose, then close my eyes. Time passes ambiguously in the cage, with nothing to reference. I don't know if it's been mere hours or days. Yeah, it is. Sass is all we've got. A bowl of water sits in the corner of my cage. I know from the dryness of my throat that I need to hydrate, but I have yet to muster up the courage to approach the bars that slither and rattle every so often. When I'm desperate enough to finally quench my thirst, the bars revealingly keep their metal forms. Feeling better now, I curl into a ball, and my tail cradles my face. I want to go home. Exhaustion catches up to me once again. I fall asleep on crusty metal and wake up on dusty road. The sound of wind chimes alerts me into consciousness. My eyes snap open and my retinas are immediately burned by the color that floods into them. On the floor in front of me is a kaleidoscope of lights created by the morning sun, a stark contrast to the dark, dreary setting I had previously been confined to. Maybe I dreamed it all in a feverish haze. I check on the gauze on my arm, but it's still there. A weight around my neck brings me back into focus. Did you collar me? A collar is secured around my throat, attached to a long, heavy chain that leads to the leg of a large wardrobe in the corner of the room. The bedroom. I take in my latest cage. There are no longer venomous bars to keep me, but the state of confinement has not changed. My eyes move from the rainbows on the floor to the line of the chain restraining me, then to the rest of the room. I look at the windows and find swirling murals and expressive paintings of various creatures and monsters. The sun behind them illuminates the floor with speckles of color, like a stained glass window. Past the frame of the window, the drawings continue in nonsensical scrawl. Less art decorates the walls, but shelves with cracked plant pots and hanging tangles of ivy take their place. Dirty cups and bowls sit forgotten in a dark corner. I briefly note 2 shallow dishes near where I lay. They looked like they would be used by a pet. Judging from the surprised lack of grime from under them, it hasn't been that long since they were last used. Dusty books and crumpled parchments litter the floorboards. Taking up half of the room is a canopied bed. Dark curtains are pulled tightly together, preventing me from seeing inside. The sound of scratching captivates my attention. I drag my gaze past piles of books, and there, sitting on a raggedy blanket, hunched over and scribbling over the print in a book, is Dove. Mwah! Have a good lurk, Kara. Appreciate you. She gnaws on her lips and pinches her brow. I can hear her whispering something to herself. No, no, no. That won't work. I slowly lift myself off the floor, cringing at the sound of clanking chains following my movement. Dove makes no move acknowledging my presence, so I continue approaching her. When I'm closer to her back, I'm able to get a better look at what she's furiously writing. Scribbles of occult symbols make the words on the pages completely illegible. I swallow a lump in my throat. The collar around my neck feels very heavy right now. Dove suddenly tears a page out from the book. The jarring sound makes me jump, and I slam into a power of books. Power? A tower. A tower of books, sending it toppling to the floor. Dread weighs heavily on me. I look back at Dove. She's now staring at me with wide eyes. You're awake! I release a small yelp and stare at her dumbfounded. Mark? She's brighter. Or maybe it's the luminous light filtering through the bedroom window. Something about it paints her in a rose-tinted lens that makes my wariness waver. The feeling instantly vanishes when she gets up and rushes towards me. I run away as fast as my legs allow me, but the air supply is abruptly cut off, and I'm thrown off my feet. A sharp howl is pulled from my throat. I look behind me and see that the chain of my collar is pulled taut. I had reached its limit. I then see Dove standing in the spot I had bolted from. Her gaze creeps along the chain, making its way to my crumpled form. I see blue eyes stare into mine, and I shudder. It feels like she could unravel me through sight alone. She looks at me like she knows. Then she perks up, snapping the tension away. Oh, right. You're probably starving. And the others were also very skitterish when they had empty bellies. Her voice trails off, as though she's become lost in thought. She starts weaving through the mess of book piles to reach the bedroom door. Wait here. I don't have much of a choice. Dove returns with a bread roll. A bread roll? For a dog? Is that safe? Anyway, she sets the bowl down a couple feet in front of me and retreats back to chew on her own food. I tentatively approach it. The bread smells like heaven. Why do you look so sad, Dove? Don't look sad. You're cute. I lick my lips on instinct. It must have been ages since I last ate, because I watch her tear chunks from it and mark every little crumb falling into her white dress with yearning. I look down at the bowl she's left for me. The sight of red, fleshy chunks greets me. Raw meat. She gave me a bowl of raw meat. I can't eat this. I need cooked food. What do you think I am, some kind of wild animal? I don't do raw food. It's gotta be cooked. Like 175 degrees. Get it well done. Sorry. Or, well, maybe I could. But the idea of it was nausea coursing through me. I stare at the fresh blood pooling at the bottom of the bowl. Then I glance over at the bread. Then back at the bowl, feeling conflicted. My stomach growls. I can feel saliva start to drip down the side of my mouth. I can't do it. Are you gonna let it go to waste? Hi, Dove. Dove's voice comes from right above me, and fear flutters in my stomach. Okay then. My eyes snap up. Dove reaches for me and I flinch, scattering away. She kneels in front of the bowl and dips her hand into it, crushing a fistful of squishy red meat between her fingers. I am the wolf! I am supposed to be the wolf, Atha. This is the girl who caught me, I think. I'm not entirely sure. We're unraveling the story. But yeah, my name is Basil. I'm the wolf boy. Or Basil. Yeah. She brings the raw meat to her mouth. She can't eat raw meat, right? Like, I should tell her not to do that, right? You know, let's save. I haven't saved yet. I'm unsure which one is the better option. I don't want her to eat the raw meat, but if I freak out, that may not have the intended effect that I desire. But if I watch her eat, I'm going to let her eat raw meat, which is probably not good, right? I guess I'll watch her eat it, sure. It's your fault if you get sick. Bile rises in my throat as I watch her chew through the raw flesh and swallow it with a sickly gulp. She covers her mouth with the back of her hand and gags. Then she looks at me. She smiles at me, her teeth stained in a glistening red. What a horrible taste. No, really? Okay, maybe I want to see what happens if we choose the other option. Hang on. I rush forward and clamp my teeth on her sleeve, tugging her arm away from her face before she can eat the raw bits of flesh. Okay, that was the intended thing that I wanted anyway. We're gonna go with this one. This is the one I wanted. I wanted her to not eat the raw meat, gosh dang it. The sudden change in momentum throws off her balance. She throws her arm out in front of her to catch herself from falling over. And I'm so sorry, chat. The ads are about to start, so we're gonna take a short 3-minute break with the Twitch ads. I'll be right back. I love you. Hang on. We'll be right back. We'll be right back, chat. Don't panic. We'll be right back. What is this? Yeah. Atha. It's because I'm reading a spooky, scary novel, probably. I'm just trying to get out without dying. I've never left, you silly goob. I was taking a break. I was taking a mental break. By checking social media. Not really, I didn't do that. Welcome back, everybody, from the Adpocalypse. Thank you guys for waiting. Alright. So we had just pulled her hand away from her face so she didn't eat the raw meat like a crazy person. Don't eat raw meat, chat. Eating raw meat is bad, okay? Don't do that. No eating raw meat. Okay, good. Glad we're all on the same page. I'll reread this last line. The sudden changed momentum throws her off balance. She throws her arm out in front of her to catch herself from falling over. She stares at me in bewilderment and blinks. Hang on, I think I just ruined my leaning aspect. Hang on. There we go. The raw meat slips from her hand onto the floor. Blood seeps through the cracks and soaks into the grain of the wood. What is it? Eats imaginary partially grilled steak. Katomi. It's, I mean, as long as you're having a good time. She picks up the bowl and stares into the clump of tender flesh. Has the meat gone bad? She brings the bowl to her face and gives it a sniff. Her nose scrunches. It smells okay still. Dove stands up, scraping the pieces of meat off the floor and throwing them back into the bowl, then starts to leave. Fine, I'll get you something a little more savory. Dove returns with a new bowl of what looks like stew. Cute. I inspect it thoroughly, checking for insects or anything inedible. When I surmise that there's nothing of the sort, I dig in greedily. My eyes begin to sting after the first few bites. The stew is so bland. It makes me yearn for my grandmother's cooking so badly. From the corner of my eye, I can see Dove watching me like a hawk. Like a single blink is enough to make me vanish. If only I could. After I finish eating the stew, a soft thudding captures my attention. I look back to see my tail wagging against the floor. I feel myself shrink with embarrassment. I immediately cease its movement, but not before Dove takes notice. Hey K911, it's all good. You have a good day. Welcome home. Looks like your energy has returned. Her eyes move to my arm. Thanks for the hot baths. Ho, ho, so kind. Does it still hurt? I stare at Dove, then hesitantly put my weight on the wrapped up arm. The sharp pain is mostly gone, but dull ache still remains. If the opportunity for me to run away came, I could probably do it, but not without difficulty. I make a frustrated whine. Dove tilts her head at me, considering my reply. She approaches me again, slowly this time. Oh, hi. I hold my breath as she comes close, her hands hovering near the collar around my neck. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of how quiet it is. There's no drum of rain or crack of thunder to be heard from outside. Hope dares to grow inside my racing heart. Will you hurt me if I take it off? Well, I mean, she's been really nice to me. I feel like we owe her a truthful answer, right? Right. I shake my head slightly. Dove gives me a curious look. Her hand hovers for a short moment, then she nods. Why are you doing the sweat cheek thing? The weight of the collar lifts off my shoulders. Then I bolt. My swift escape shoves Dove aside. I barely see her get thrown to the floor as I make for the open bedroom door. Dove makes a panicked noise behind me. It fades out in my rush to leave her behind. Then I'm back in the hallway, where the horrors began. I need to get back to the kitchen. I sprint to the stairs, then suddenly I'm skidded to a stop, when a wall meets me at the end of the hall instead of the staircase. I stare in confusion. Did I go the wrong way? I look around the hall. I don't remember seeing this many doors. A sinking feeling unravels in my gut. I run down a new hallway, then turn into another, then another. My exploration of the manor was cut short when I had first arrived, so maybe I can't remember everything well enough. But I swear, these are not the same walls I walked through before. When I turn into a hallway number 15 in this new labyrinth, the sound of something being dragged cuts off my thoughts. Uh-oh. I look behind me, fear pulsing in my veins. A ghostly figure slowly walks down the cross-section of another hall. Long hair protrudes from its head, running down to the floor stiffly like straw, hiding most of its long, thin limbs. I watch it disappear around the corner, completely frozen in my spot. Another ghost. I've never seen one this corrupted before. I now feel extremely vulnerable, like a beacon standing in the long and open corridor. Tapping noises next. My heart pounds violently in my chest as I search for the sound. I immediately see another ghost headed straight for me. I yelp and crush myself against a wall as if it'll make me invisible. The ghost staggers towards me with bony knees knocking together. A thin veil curtains its upper body, and something that resembles a bird's beak peeks out at its chest. The closer it gets, the better I'm able to make out the detail of its leathery skin and beady, bloodshot eyes that dapple across its face above the rotting beak. Needle-thin arms bend sharply at the elbow and reach back behind the ghost's head. Its balance on its elbows and pulls itself forward on them. I make myself paper thin and shiver when part of its elbow brushes against one of my paws. I start breathing again when it passes quietly, then back away into an intersection of hallways. Another ghost almost tramples me. Two ghosts follow one another down the path of the bird-like ghost. One is a cluster of what looks like fungi and twisting fabric that melts into bumpy flesh. A stringy network of mycelium trails behind it. The other creates a sound of glass crunching together with every steady step it takes. Its arms stick out like pieces of wood that lightly swing as it walks, and where its face should be is a void, framed by jagged, broken pieces of porcelain skin. I can still make out the raggedy maid uniform that clings to its bloated form. I follow the ghosts in a trance. Like a line of school children, they walk along a well-known path. Normally, when a ghost is corrupted from being trapped in the land of the living, every semblance of their humanity is lost. So where do these ghosts stalk to with so much purpose? They navigate the hallways without hesitation, twisting and turning through a route already well known. Then so painfully easily, I have been led back to the kitchen. I see Dove standing on the kitchen table, delicately twisting an incandescent bulb into the hanging light fixture. Dried black tears stain her cheeks, but her expression betrays no sign of dejection. ... Another bulb is held loosely in her other hand. This one has been burnt out so badly that no light can penetrate its ashy, blackened surface. It took 40 years to develop this type of filament. The ghosts surround her. I watch them reach for her, and I open my jaws to bark out a warning, but I choke on my rising panic. Dove doesn't notice them, and continues to screw in the bulb. I read that these bulbs can stay lit for up to 1,200 hours. Claws brush against her skirt, and yet, after less than a week, their legacy of lighting the dark has been snubbed out forever. With one last turn of her wrist, light envelops the room. Something so wonderful. Dove stares into the bulb's light, and her fingers caress the glass. Only breaks in a place like this. The ghosts have vanished. Dove gives no hint of awareness for the presence that had just left them. My blood thuds in my ears. Could she not see them? I look at the door that I had used to enter the mansion. I hear Dove dust off her hands and toss the old bulb into a box, where it shatters amongst the other pieces of glass. She sighs wearily. How long will this cycle continue for? I barely hear her words. Instead, I stare at the wall where the back door should be. And there is no door. I immediately freak out. I run to the wall, ignoring the ache of my arm. Scratch at old wallpaper, hoping the door was only hidden behind it. My claws tear through wood, but as I continue scratching, the outline of the door does not reveal itself. I back away, staring at the shredded decoration and breathing rapidly. It's not there anymore. I turn my head up and see Dove sitting on the kitchen table, swinging her legs. She stares at the wall I had torn up and gives me a blank expression. I explode. My body ignites with fiery rage as I growl and snarl at her. Bork! Bork, 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 bork! She frowns, and her eyes turn downcast with guilt. I don't know how to get it back. Yaw. Well, that's really sad. Okay. Barking louder, I don't think is the right option. Attacking her is 100% not the right option. Force her to help could be. In these kind of games, perhaps forcing the main character to move could help them, but it depends how you force them to do stuff. So this is a 50-50 chance of being good or bad. Giving up could lock you into a bad ending route because you just don't do anything. So really the only ones that are good enough are one of these two on the bottom. So let's go with... I'll say I give up. We'll see. I whimper and go back to scratch at the door, more in desperation. I'm sorry. Enough. I'm tired of seeing you wallow in your despair. I reply with an indignant huff. I see Dove puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Oh, she's cute. I turn my head away and rest it on my paws. There's no way out. It's better for you just to accept it. I growl. A growl rumbles in my throat. Even the front door is gone, so instead of wasting time, you may as well follow me and keep yourself occupied. ... I wish I could cry. My ears lay flat against my skull. I've landed myself right in the mouth of a carnivorous flower with the sweetness of shelter to lure me in. I should have noticed the sharp teeth at the entrance. I take a peek at Dove. She's like a caged bird in this house. Doesn't she hate it? How can anyone possibly live like this? Her patience reaches its end, and she slides off the kitchen table. I cry out when she hauls me off the ground, and I bare my fangs at her when her face appears right before mine. My glare doesn't faze her. Follow, wolf. There is much to do. ... We return to the labyrinth of hallways. Dove seems to know her way around them well. Now that I'm not frantically running through them, I notice a huge difference in the manor's atmosphere. Less dirt coats the floor, ceiling lights illuminate the hallways. It almost feels peaceful. Dove stops by a closet in the hallway. She grabs onto the handles of the doors, and it opens up to reveal shelves and cupboards of miscellaneous tools and supplies. She climbs a stool to reach the highest shelf, and retrieves a box with small buckets and brushes. I tense up at the side of a stool, beginning to sway back and forth. She climbs back down without issue before leading me into a room I recognize very quickly. She makes her way to the broken side table I'd spotted when I'd first explored the rooms of the mansion, and I take the time to look around. A dining table with only 3 chairs takes up most of the room. Candles spike up from the top like stalagmites. There's so many that I think they would render a fire hazard if they were all to be lit. Hardened wax drips over the edge. I can see the end of a fountain pen as well as scraps of paper, and I'm unable to see a well of ink from my position, but I assume that is what runs down the dusty tablecloth in dark splotches. A glint catches my attention. On the other side of the room, I'm unsettled by the mirrors that cover the wall from floor to ceiling. I swallow a lump that forms in my throat and do not let my eyes linger on them. I lay on the floor and watch her slather strongly scented glue on the broken leg of the table. She roughly connects the broken leg to the rest of the table and fans it with her hand so it dries faster. She tests its sturdiness with a light finger, then scrunches her nose when it wobbles. She twists around and digs in her box, then pulls out a roll of twine with a bright expression on her face. My brows furrowed together. Dove twirls the string around the leg and binds it tightly. When she's done, she sets the table straight again. Books! It still rocks unsteadily, but it stays standing. That seems to be good enough for Dove, because she picks up her box again and gives it a nod. Crash! I leap from my spot on the floor and spin to a loud noise. In the corner of the room, the long-haired ghost from earlier stands bent over a broken vase. I flinch when Dove lets out a startled noise and starts to stride towards it. I bark in alarm. "'Tis dangerous!" She ignores me. "Ziri!" I grab the back of her gown with my teeth to stop her. Dove's demeanor goes from angry to taken aback. She stops and looks down at me. I shock myself with my own actions and quickly drop her skirt. Dove considers me for a moment, then switches her attention back to the ghost and marches over to him. "You klutz!" My jaw drops. I don't need another person to clean up after. The ghost laces its long fingers together and bows its head. When Dove gets closer to it, she stumbles and cries out. The ghost snaps its head back up to her. Dove checks the bottom of her foot and sees a shard embedded in the flesh. Red blooms from the small wound. The ghost makes a groaning sound and steps towards Dove. She hisses when it walks through the mess of glass and drags it with them. It's concerned for her. I observe their interaction, feeling befuddled. Everything I know about corrupted ghosts is being challenged. I pause to think about how the ghost rushed to her side earlier. The ghost tugs on Dove's sleeve like it's asking for forgiveness. She continues to badger it while digging the shard out of her foot. I study them curiously. It wasn't because they wanted to cause her harm. I trail behind Dove when she leaves to treat the small cut, and when she returns to clean up the mess. We leave the ghost, and Dove continues down whatever to-do list she has in her mind. When she paints over the scratches on the kitchen floor, trying to match the old wallpaper, she speaks to me. "Have you met all of them already?" ... She doesn't speak again until we run into another ghost. It waits in the hallway for Dove. She perks up when she sees what it's holding. "Oh, thank you, Babble!" She takes a small bundle of red roses from it, freshly torn from its bush. I follow her to a window and see a tall, thin glass vase with withered roses in it sitting on the sill. Dove takes out the dead roses and replaces them. Then she pauses and looks down at something below. Her face reveals nothing as she tears her gaze away and makes her way down the hall again. Before following her, I stand on my hunches to try to peer out the window. A chill comes down on me when I look down and see a small patch of graves, each marked by a small wooden cross. I break away from the unnerving sight and turn towards the hall where Dove had gone down. She stands at the end of the hall, waiting for me. The bird-like ghost's name is Grell, and the doll-like ghost's name is Odette. Dove introduces them officially when we run into them as we go around the manor doing mundane tasks. It's a sight I can't get used to. I can't understand how a young girl can act so normal around such monstrous beings. Seeing their translucent, leathery skin, or the fluids that drip from their decaying flesh is enough to send me reeling. But she does not flinch or fear. Earlier, when they had surrounded her in the kitchen, she could tell they were there, weaving their arms together to wrap her in a ghostly embrace. And she didn't care in the slightest. I start to think she's more disturbing than the ghosts. To become this corrupted, they would have to stay trapped in this plane for a long time. Why are they still here? Their horrific forms border on pitiful. To be this far gone, it has to be some type of hell. Dove walks alongside them, like they're her family, though. No, that's not quite it. I rearrange my thoughts. Maybe. The image of the graves flashes in my mind. It's because she is theirs. I watch her guide Grell's gangly limbs out of the hallway so they can pass through, like there's nothing but an annoying sibling. A monster. Just like them. Maybe this cage she lives in is of her own making. Dove does these errands like a routine, putting books away in the library and cleaning up candles burned to the end of their wicks. By the time she finishes winding up a large grandfather clock in the hallway, The manor feels like a completely different place. The air is less stifled by dust particles and the rooms are brighter, and it feels like a home now. As we walk back to Dove's room, the sun begins its descent into the blazing orange horizon, and the evening cicadas make their shrill voices heard. Despite the manor feeling more livable, there is a feeling it gives me that I cannot shake. A void that looms like a presence. It's like letters left unfinished, or tea half empty and turning cold. There's this sense of stagnation that this places this manor outside of time's reach, and it leaves a noise that buzzes persistently in the air. Dove stops abruptly, and I almost trip over my paws, trying not to run into her. I take a peek from behind her and immediately let out a yelp. The very first ghost I had met stands at the end of the hallway. Dove doesn't move. I see the ghost stagger down the hall towards us, and I instinctively back away. Then Dove speaks. It's okay. Her tone is not very convincing. The ghost gets closer, and I can see the details of her leaking entrails. I make a whimpering sound and hide behind Dove, keeping myself close to the wall. She's harmless. She doesn't do anything. I throw a quick glance at Dove when her voice falters. But watch. The ghost is right beside us. Its hollow eyes look down at Dove, and she holds its unseeing gaze with cold eyes. I don't breathe, but the acrid smell of rot overwhelms my heightened sense of smell. The tension between Dove and the ghost creates a pressure that thins the air, making my lungs ache for oxygen. Pain seizes my chest, and just when I can no longer hold my breath in, the ghost continues down the hall passively. I exhale loudly. I startle when Dove clenches her fist beside me. Her eyes follow the ghost for a couple seconds longer, then she cuts off her stare and moves on. I quickly chase after her, not wanting to be alone with this particular ghost again. Ever again, if my luck allows it. That is a creepy-looking ghost, not gonna lie. I look back for a split second, and the ghost has disappeared. Dove's shoulders are squared as we return to her room. Since the sun has set in the opposite direction of her window, the scattering of colors from this morning is long gone. Her relationship with the hallway ghost is much different from the others. The way she spoke about her almost seemed resentful. I'm gonna guess that that's probably the mom. I pad to a corner, stalling for a moment when I see the collar from earlier on the floor. I narrow my eyes at it and pick it up with my teeth and throw it at the far wall. I give the collar one last glare, then curl up on the floor. Dove settles cross-legged in the middle of her book towers and reaches for a random text. I let out a big yawn, feeling heavy after the events of the day. I don't know if there's enough time in the world to process everything that's happened to me since I left home, but I close my eyes and feel the tendrils of sleep curl around me. Comfy, sleepy. Do you think people can come back from the dead? She asks it so quietly I almost didn't hear her. I don't think she expects an answer, and I cannot give her one. Dove's roses. I wince at the bites. The roses are extra hungry today. After not feeding them for a while, their petals have bleached to a stark white. I watch as my blood saturates the colorless flowers, then narrow my eyes when I spot a parasitic fungi at the base of the bush. Part of the bush is already starting to wither because of it. I reach down and tear it out harshly. Dirt sprays my gown and I crush the fungi in my fist. I know more will sprout in its place, but seeing such a blight this close to the rose bush makes a bolt of anger rise in me. Just seeing it makes me want to destroy it. I walk to a different section of the greenhouse and throw it right next to the corpse of the fungi's latest victim. My heart clenches at the sight. Its eyes are still open. I press my fingers down on the lids of the dead wolf, but it's too late. The terror on its face is already cemented in time. I died! My fingers curl and my nails stab into my palm, making the bites sting. I return to the rose bush and continue feeding them. Thunder and lightning thrash above me. Will it lure in another pitiful soul tonight? I hear a door slam and I flinch, crushing a bulb in my hand. My ears listen intently, searching for lingering traces of his presence. When I find none, I take a deep breath and finally let myself relax. I tear the bulb from its stem and my hands fall to my sides. The sound of the rain is so clear now, as I close my eyes to let it wash out everything else. I relish in its violence against the roof of the greenhouse, and tremble under the crisp cracks of thunder. To pass the time, now that it's mine again, I whisper something my mother taught me under my breath. Then I hear a whimper come from behind me. Son! Hello, son. Death returns. I look up from my view of worn book spines and see Dove. She sits in a creaky wooden chair with her knees drawn up beneath her chin. She brushes pale fingers across the rough page of a large tome, sitting open on the desk in front of her. The desk looks like it's made of dark wood with deep grooves and jagged swirls that have been carved by something sharp. It sits tucked away in the back of a small library in the mansion. Large bookshelves loom around us like trees in a dark forest. The narrow arched window above the desk and dripping candles are the only things that light up this dark and decrepit space. I didn't know the mansion had such an intimidating space like this until we had wandered in earlier. Today's itinerary did not include any of Dove's particular chores. Instead, she spent the time wandering around the manor with a notebook and a stick of charcoal. I follow her as she roams aimlessly through the halls, weaving in and out of different rooms. As she continues wandering, body and mind seemingly detached, I carefully inspect every inch of the manor, desperate for a sign that proves this house can be cracked open, allowing me to finally return home. At some point, she stops wandering to sit and curl up on the foot of a decorative stone bust. Then I look past her darkly smudged hands. I catch a glimpse of pages, portraying the same bust over and over again. I don't think it's possible for her to draw that quickly in such a short amount of time, and I wonder if she has her subjects memorized by now, considering how familiar she is with it. Dove seems to be drawn to art. Her sketchbook joins her throughout all her tiny efforts to kill time in this house that she cannot leave. I begin to think that the professional paintings lining the hallway walls have some influence on this creative side of her. Perhaps she's inspired by someone close to her, or maybe she's just intensely curious. I do wonder what happened to her family for her to end up in such a bizarre state. My thoughts trace back to my arrival at the mansion. There is someone who has yet to reappear, and I strongly hope that I'm gone long before he makes his appearance again. Dove surprises me when she walks into a new room during our walk. I cautiously follow her in, and the room reveals itself to be a library, full of grit and darkness. Hello, library. I see dust particles floating silently in the small beam of light that filters into the room. It tickles my nose and makes me sneeze, throwing me forward into a roll until I land on my back, with a view of the spiderweb-infested ceiling. Dove pays no attention to my fumble, carries on to the back of the room until she reaches a sack of books. I shake my head to recover, ears flopping against my skull, and follow her the rest of the way in. As I delve further into the room, I quietly observe the floor to ceiling rows of bookshelves. All of them seem to vary in width, and are arranged in a pattern that seems maze-like. Books stand in tall piles and scattered around the floor, like they'd been thrown around carelessly. My ear gives a small twitch at the sound of one hitting the floor, and I turn my gaze to Dove. She silently slips into a chair with a book in hand. I see her focusing intensely on reading after settling into the desk, and I slump to the floor. Today's humidity has followed me like a blanket I can't push off. It's so thick it feels like I keep walking into a wall of heat. Dove doesn't even seem bothered by it, but she's not the one covered in fur. I start panting loud enough to draw Dove's attention away from her book. She glances over and wrinkles her brows at me. What's wrong with you? I tilt my head in confusion. Her eyes rake over me inquisitively, and then they brighten. She hops out of her chair. I start to stand so I can follow her, but she's already speeding out of the room. Stay here. My ears flatten anxiously, but I slide back down to the floor. It's too hot to move anyways, I guess. Dove soon returns, carrying something in her hands, and I go on edge. Please don't have raw meat again. My body tenses when she sets a bowl in front of me, and I immediately relax again. Oh, water. I give Dove a quick side eye. Her attention is already settling back into her book. After drinking a bellyful of water, I plop down on my side, feeling much more refreshed. I blink blearily after a noise disturbs my brief midday nap. Did Dove say something? I flinch and tilt my gaze up after Dove slams the cover of the book shut. She lets out a large sigh and throws her arms straight over the desk, with her head bowed between them. She then turns her head towards me. Have you seen a witch? I'm not a witch. Don't worry. There's no witch here, Dove. Don't worry about it. My ears perk up. Why did she ask that? Dove is clearly not a witch herself, as far as I've been able to tell, at least. I can't imagine what kind of witch would want to spend their life, or their time, meticulously drawing the same thing over and over again. And Dove feels within my reach. No witch can make me feel that way. No, firish my schnoot, how dare! How dare! That's my schnoot. Sorry, I needed a hydrate break. However, the possibility for her to have any relation to a witch is increasingly tangible. Only magic can explain the things this magic is, or this mansion is brimming with. I can't find comfort in a place like this, but avoiding a run-in with a witch has been a blessing, considering the obvious traces of one. If only I could ask Dove for answers. The more I learn about this place, the more questions I have. It's so frustrating not being able to speak. I startle from the sound of a book dropping right in front of me. The book Dove had been leafing through now sits before me, opened to a random section. I can't help but let my gaze flicker down to it. My eyes widen as I take in the contents of the page before me. Strange symbols and cursive writing fill every inch of the old parchment. I stand and draw closer to see better. Curious thing, aren't you? I look up and see Dove facing me in her chair, observing me with her head resting on her palm. I freeze under her stare. My eyes dart to the book again. You know, that has 100% chance. Mortality rate with cats? I'm not a cat, now I'm a wolf, thank you. I tip my nose up at her. Good thing I'm not a cat. Dove narrows her eyes, the corner of her lip twitches. She unravels her curled limbs and stands from her seat. From there, she drags her bare feet across the floor until she reaches the open book, kneeling down and flattening her palms over its pages. Well, I suppose there's more to the cat's story than people think. I can only catch a quick glimpse of the rough circle carved into the hard leather of the cover before Dove grabs it and flips it closed. She then opens it again to the first few pages with undelicate hands. I read the words at the top of the page. Death returns. Dove traces her fingers over the words. Satisfaction brings it back. I feel my tail wagging at the base of my spine as I look back up to Dove. Would you like to learn magic? It's not just something anyone can do. My yellow eyes meet her blue ones. Magic. Nothing has ever haunted me more. And now, like a candle has been lit at the bottom of an abyss, I can finally search for what I've always yearned. I don't know if learning magic is a good thing in this instance. Could be fine. Like, maybe we need to learn magic to fight off the bad guy later, right? Like, maybe that's what we need. Maybe the magic will do that. So, I don't know. It could also lead to a bad ending. You know what? The worst she can say is I have no affinity for it, so why not? Let's learn some magic. The moment I give my answer, something about Dove changes. Like hot embers fanned in the wind, her pale eyes glow in the dim light. I feel my heart thumping in my chest. Her mouth stretches wide. I can see the points of her canines and her gums are black. Dove rarely smiles, even more so with teeth. I hold back a shudder. This time I know for sure that my heart does not race in fear. Dove looks directly into my inhuman eyes. Look at her face! I'm sorry. I got startled when I looked up and her face is just really funny. Sorry. A malevolent grin creeps across her face. In that moment, I knew she could see her fiery eyes reflected in mine. My eyes walk across the first page, my chest blooming with excitement. She's just a little teehee, exactly. A book about magic. I've never been able to read one before. They were all removed before I could get the chance. Everything you could ever want to know about magic is written in this book. It's a witch's Bible, after all. My mouth goes dry. For a moment, I imagine myself elsewhere. I'm back with my grandmother, sitting on the carpet by the fireplace, having my burning questions dismissed once again. Your birth brought you freedom, Basil. One day you will understand that. I can only smother my disappointment with a short reply. No matter how many times I asked for an explanation, she would always deflect or ignore my prodding. So I stopped asking and started searching for my own answers. I see nothing special about myself, but I could be. I slowly look up at Dove, and she stares deeply into my eyes before looking down into the open book. Then she starts reading with that face. And there's much to know before one uses magic, and it all begins with death. Take a deep breath. I take a deep breath, and my ears stand up attentively. From the moment of birth, sentient bodies accumulate toxins, energy, and resources. Upon death, these bodies begin to rot and break down, returning these compounds to the environment. It's hard to believe, but in the state of decomposition, new life is abundant in the absence of an old one. I immediately deflate. What? My silence must have been deafening because Dove snaps her head back up to my reaction. In spite of my ability to truly be expressive with my canine features, I must have created quite the emotional response because Dove turns completely flustered. What? Exclamation point! A deep scarlet burns her cheeks, its heat crawling up to her forehead. She awkwardly looks down and starts fiddling with her fingers. I don't know what's happening. Wait. Her brows quickly pinch together. I start to think that she might actually be embarrassed. My jaw drops slightly in disbelief. You. I watch her swallow a lump in her throat. I realize that was probably difficult to understand. I forget to breathe when Dove looks at me once again. with fingers tightly intertwined and round eyes. "You're really listening." Ah, so she thought the wolf was just looking at her politely. She didn't think he was actually listening to her words. And so when he reacted to not understanding, she became flustered because she thought he couldn't understand her. So at this point is when she realizes the wolf can understand what she's saying. Dove looks at me in complete astonishment. I'm at a complete loss in how to react. ... Dove runs a hand through her messy hair and recollects herself. She returns to the book in front of her, starting from the beginning again. There is a certain type of energy that is created in the process of decay. That energy is magic itself, existing in the plane between life and death. This plane is also known as the ether. No living being can ever see it. It is an inevitable occurrence. Death is guaranteed in the circle of life. It's cruel but necessary. Because when death blooms, new life persists. Dove tilts her head up and flips through the pages of the book. Of course, I'm only summarizing the complexities. It's not as simple in practice because magic is not something that can be contained by any law as we've observed in nature. At least the ones we know. In fact, magic is no different than a species you're probably familiar with. Mushrooms. I cock my head in confusion and look at Dove, expecting her to elaborate on her explanation. She leans over the witch's Bible, balancing on one arm and holding up her pointer finger. Let me explain. No, it's too long, let me sum up. Mushrooms are the only thing in nature that do not follow a logical system. Normally, creatures with bright colors always serve as a warning sign to stay away. Through evolution, both flora and fauna have developed characteristics that allow them to survive long enough to pass down that trait. But with mushrooms, none of that applies. Bright or dull, big or clustered, you can't tell if a mushroom will kill you based on its looks alone. That is true. The only way is to find out is to eat it. I gulp. Dove makes mushrooms sound like old gods. But, back to the topic at hand. Dove flips to a new page, and I pause at the sight of scratchy doodles that make the words on the page illegible. Definitely Dove's handiwork. Magic can be unpredictable and unstable, but these logic areas with little death hold little magic. Likewise, places with an abundance of death hold an abundance of magic. Places like cemeteries. I nod in understanding, and Dove continues. It's the reason ghosts love to linger around there so much. Dove crosses her legs and rests her head in her palm. She hasn't been turning the pages of the book, yet she explains everything in perfect detail. Just how many times has she read this book? I've been told that witches become empowered by corpses buried deep beneath their feet. And with that power comes tragic silence. Dove's expression becomes solemn. But in that silence, there is also an earnest level of respect for those who have passed away. She pauses for a moment and starts turning the pages again. When she finds the page she wants, the corners of her lips perk up. Or a satisfactory feast. My ear twitches. However, there are two exceptions to this. In spaces void of death, magic is completely unusable. Most witches usually avoid them like the plague. When the shimmer of magic runs through your veins as naturally as breathing, being there feels like gravity has amplified tenfold. It may be the closest thing to feeling human for a witch. On the contrary, a space plagued with too much death becomes dangerous for everything in it. Without caution, the magic can overflow and seep through the cracks between planes, corrupting everything it touches. And this is where the witches come in. Dove turns to a new page. The spread before me makes the fur along my spine stand up. I am greeted with an illustration of demons holding what appear to be babies. Are they human, or perhaps they're... Something in my brain clicks. I know this part. The concept of witchlings receiving the devil's blessing at birth. to become full-fledged witches. My grandmother knows how to obtain this blessing, but refused to tell me no matter how much I asked. It's a miracle I even know this much from what little she told me. Dove pauses to stare at the illustration. I nod my nose in her direction, as encouragement to continue. Every witch begins with the devil's blessing. Once they receive the blessing, they are bound to hell. Dove, lost in thought for a moment, combs her fingers through her hair. ... Did you know that witches have 3 commandments? Do we? Because I haven't been following any. Is it to be sassy, to have floor cookies, and to love chat? That's probably what they are, right? I blink. Of course it's 3. 1. Know God before the devils. Okay. Not the same covenant as I'm in. Okay, got it. 2. Thou shalt honor the devil's gift. Okay. And 3. Magic shall never be used without the devil's permission. Dove frowns as she states the last commandment. She didn't mention how witches receive the blessing. I whine in disappointment. Dove seems to completely misunderstand my reaction. Are you scared? Don't worry. Demons won't be making deals with a little puppy like you. I snort in annoyance. The relationship between demons and witches is symbiotic. Because witches can access the ether, they can utilize magic. The more magic they use, the more power is imbued in hell. The demons who reside in hell can extract that power and use it to create the chaos they love so much. I let out an involuntary shiver. I can't help the anxiety that rises from the knowledge of using magic to provide enrichment for beings that love nothing more than trouble. However, witches just exist for demons to live vicariously through them. They have the responsibility of keeping magic levels in balance. That's so boring to talk about, though. The most important thing in this book are these. Dove shows me a page filled with magic circles. Using magic is a little different from fairy tales. You can't just conjure something from nothing with a swish of your hand. Don't worry, Valk, it's not the same covenant. I'm not bound by their rules. Not without a couple of steps, at least. Magic is... it's far more similar to... Dove taps her index finger on her chin. Oh, it's like baking. I feel my brows pinch in confusion. Magic is like baking cakes. Well, you see, baking requires perfect measurements. Dove flips through the witch's Bible until she lands on her desired page. She then lifts the book and presents it to me. Strange symbols greet my eyes. Each one of these symbols represents elements. These are your ingredients. She turns to a new page filled with various illustrations of circles. In order to use magic, you need to gather the right elements and place them within a circle that looks just like this one. Every space within the circle is like a number. This is why magic is like baking. The ingredients and measurements must be exact. A single miscalculation could be the difference between enhancing a rose and killing it. One more thing. For every spell in this book, there is a secret ingredient. Dove slides a page between her middle and ring finger until the paper meets the webbed skin of her hand. Valk. Without even flinching, she pulls her hand across the paper. I immediately cringe away. I could feel the stinging sensation of paper slicing into her sensitive skin firsthand. Dove holds her hand up and pinches the flesh around the paper cut, pushing out the beads of scarlet. She sets the witch Bible flat on the floor again and hovers her hand over the drawings of circles. More blood runs from the cut and forms a crimson droplet that hangs from the tip of her finger. It feels like minutes go by before the droplet finally falls from her hand, staining the paper below. That's not creepy, don't worry about it. The sound of blood dripping onto the page echoes in my ears like a ticking clock. I focus on the way the blood splatters on impact right in the middle of a circle, then runs down the curve of the paper until it fully soaks into the parchment. If you've made your spell correctly, all you need is a little witch blood to make it transform before your very eyes. into art. Dove curls her hand into a fist. Witchlings may not have a demon's blessing, but we are surely not human. We come from fire and brimstone, after all. Magic belongs in our veins. Just because we are not connected to the ether doesn't mean it isn't there, just waiting for our call. Dove leans over the bloody drawings with hunger in her eyes. Her hair falls like a curtain of bramble around the witch's Bible. The sight makes me think of putrid veins that spread from an infection. One day we won't need anyone's blessings to take what is ours. I tense up. Yeah, no, I'd do that too. Yeah, she seems really dangerous now, like she's trying to take over the world, I'm just saying. She notices my stiffness and gives me a small smile. Are you intimidated by magic now? Don't worry. There's no need to go through something as advanced as creating your own spells. That's what the witch's Bible is for. It contains all the spells you could ever need. Dove trails off. It looks like she has more to say, but she hesitates to express her thoughts. I rest my head on my paws as the silence stretches. Dove's expression sours before speaking again. I want more, though. My head lifts. These spells aren't enough for me. She narrows her eyes at the witch Bible and smooths the parchment with her hand before crumpling it into her fist. I blink in surprise. Witches are brave enough to walk the earth as hosts for parasitic demons in hell, and yet... Dove looks down at her open palms, her gaze lingering on her wound, blood now clotted. She starts raising her voice, and I flinch in response. And yet they bind themselves to so many rules. They can use magic. They're the only ones that can use magic. All the possibilities in the palms of their hands. But what's this? Dove throws the book open, showing the words carved on the inside of the back cover. Do not use magic on people. Do not waste magic on minuscule pursuits. Always keep magic levels balanced. Never take too much. Oh, are you getting angry there, BB? You don't need to get mad. No, it's okay. No, really, let's go back to talking about fun hired and stuff, yeah? Her face contorts in frustration with every line she reads. They smother themselves. They make themselves so small. They do not pursue progress. There is only tradition in this, tradition that. It drives me mad. Dove suddenly grabs the witch's Bible and violently throws it. I jump out of the way as it bashes into a wall. A flurry of papers erupts when it slams into the desk beneath it. Dove stands, huffing out short breaths and clenching her fists as the pages flutter down around her like snowfall. The sight haunts me. It's like seeing a glimpse of a dove free from the walls that contain her. Everything you want to know about magic is written in the Bible. But I want more. As I watch the papers flutter to the ground, I notice something written on all of them. Alchemical compositions sketched with impatient scrawl litter every page I see. The symbols and circles look nothing like what I had seen in the witch's Bible. Dove mutters something to herself. I'm not afraid like they are. The temperature around me drops. I almost expect my breath to cloud my face when I exhale. Just what is Dove trying to create? Dove drifts back to the desk, but she doesn't sit back down. She just stands there instead, completely lost in thought. I look around the room, feeling awkward in the silence. Eager to not sit in for a second longer, I stand and get ready to wander off. I turn back and give Dove one last glance before trotting away. I wander around the library, observing the piles of dusty books on the floor and the worn spines that crowd the shelves. This stream reminds me of that ASMR one that happened in the distant past. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to be more dramatic? No rules, only chaos. This is just Cath reads to you. That's all this is. I'm just reading you a bedtime story that just happens to be evil. Don't worry about it. Oh, you vibe with my voice? Oh, thank you. I'm glad. One book in particular captivates my attention. I take nimble steps closer to inspect a strange object hugging a book on the bottom shelf. It resembles a spider with long, bony appendages that stretch around the cover. Something about it fills me with unease. I start to back away when out of nowhere. I'm thrown onto the floor, and air is knocked out of my lungs. I let out a yelp, quickly realizing that was a mistake. Something wraps tightly around me, constricting my movement, making it difficult to breathe. The more I struggle, the tighter the grip becomes. My eyes begin to sting as I catch a glance of the strange book I saw earlier. The cover is now bare. The spider-like object that had wrapped around its spine is now crushing me with its limbs. Footsteps rapidly reach my ears, and I see Dove appearing around the corner of a bookshelf. I can see the look of surprise etched on her face. A strange reaction to seeing me getting crushed to death. Dove, please! Dove, please, I need assistance. Do you mind? I thought he got rid of that. She finally shows panic when I let out a pained bark. Dove rushes over and drops to her knees. I can feel her bony hands trying to dig under the spider's legs, but it digs into my flesh in the process. She pulls her hands back and bites her lip. And then I feel her grabbing me again and hauling me into the air. Just, hold on, I can fix this. Her confidence is betrayed by her wavering voice. Is this for me? It's a miracle I even made it this far, at least. My breathing quickens. Ads! Sorry, chat, we have 3 minutes of ads. I'll be right back. Stand up, stretch, get some water. And back with more water. Sorry for the ad jump scare. It jump scared me too. I was so invested in the story. Welcome back, everyone, from the Adpocalypse. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. All right, let's get back into it. Hang on. Let me go back a page. Something about it's a miracle I made it even this far. Ah, yes. Here we go. My breathing quickens. No. I don't want to die like this. I thrash my body in Dove's arms, fighting back against the constricting creature. I can feel my vision turning fuzzy as Dove bursts into a room I've never been in before. She slips on something that sounds like paper, sending us both tumbling onto the ground. I let out a weak cry, while Dove lands hard on her hands and knees. The spider continues to tighten its grip. Dove wastes no time running over to a shelf to rifle through bottles and drawers for something. When she finally finds what she's looking for, she quickly reads a tag attached to it and hurries back to me. I see her uncork a bottle, and with a swirling purple liquid before pouring its contents onto me. I feel a searing heat drip onto my skin as the spider screeches. I howl in agony when some of the liquid drops onto me, and Dove releases a gasp. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get it on you. Oh, I think she's using acid. I whimper to cope with the pain. The only relief I can feel is the loss of suffocating pressure around me. Dove moves away to retrieve a cloth and clumsily dabs at the stray purple fluids that had gotten onto my fur, making them sting even more. When she leaves my sight again, I look to my side and see the spider-looking object curled into itself and unmoving. Dove stops for a moment, stumbling in the process, and gives it her attention as well. I'm not sure how I expected her to feel over the aggressive little creature that almost killed me, but the face she makes catches me off guard. She looks like she's in mourning. Dove nudges the spider with her foot. I hold my breath in fear that it will spring back to life and make a second attempt to take my life. What a shame. My head perks up. That was my first successful spell. My blood runs cold. What does she mean? You've seen quite a few of my spells by now. Dove looks down at her hands and starts counting fingers. The rose bush, the viper cage, the book spine. The sound of something tapping against glass makes me snap my head around. Up on a shelf, I spot what seems to be the source of the noise. A crimson-cloaked moths thrash around in a jar. Dove also looks up at them. Ah, those are mine as well. Cute, aren't they? I gave them the raw meat you didn't want to eat, so they're probably hungry again. She gives me a small smile and nausea ripples through me. These things are successes to her. She created these horrific creatures. That shouldn't even be possible. Dove can't use magic. Right. Can she? No, surely, no, I doubt it. I feel my mind racing. If she was not the one who created them, then who did? I hear Dove fuss around the room once again, and I take in my surroundings. It appears to be some kind of study or lab. Shelves and cabinets line the walls, filled with jars and bottles. The air is thick with the strong smell of herbs, fresh and stale all at once. It's almost overwhelming. When I look at the very back of the dark room, I let out a yelp. Light pours in from a small window and disturbingly outlines and a range of skulls around a dark frame. It looks like a mirror, but the surface of the glass is dull and doesn't reflect anything very well. The eye sockets of the animal skulls are shrouded in shadow, but they give me the creeping sensation of being observed. A familiar feeling I brush off with a full body shake. It's a witch's shrine. Dove's voice frightens me out of my thoughts. She kneels beside me looking conflicted. In her hands is a small jar. With a twist of her wrist, she unscrews the lid, revealing a pale green paste inside. This will help your burns. I cower away from her touch as she tries to reach for me. I crash into something hard as I hide underneath the nearest table. Dove retracts her hand and presses it into her lap. ... She didn't mean to hurt you, you silly little sausage. Get back over there. I stare at her with wide eyes and crouch close to the ground, sheltered by the shadows. She opens her mouth to say something, but her words get stuck in her throat when her eyes catch on something behind me. She squints briefly before widening her eyes with recognition. She shoots forward. I yelp and scatter away to avoid her. While my body is pressed up against a wall, I look to see if Dove has followed me. I get her in my sight, but her focus isn't on me at all. In fact, the mysterious thing under the table that has her completely distracted. It scrapes against the floor as she drags it out. A box! A box! Ooh, a delicious box! Yes, what's in the box? Do tell me, do tell. It's beautiful. Oh, the box is beautiful, chat. Oh, it's a shiny box. Oh, you must show me the box. You can't do it like this. Rose and thorn motifs decorate the smooth dark wood. God, it looks like an amazing box. Dove regards it open-mouthed, then snaps the chest open so abruptly that it tips back slightly. Whack! Thanks for the yeet. She slowly pulls something out of the box. I take a small step closer to see it more clearly. In her hand is a small, bloody pouch. I read a single word on a label attached to it. Babble. I feel a chill crawl up my spine. What is that? I swallow heavily as I begin to imagine the worst. It couldn't be. I pad up to the box and shrink back when I see the contents that lay in its red velvet lining. Bile rises in my throat at the sight of human remains. My eyes dart between the objects in the box. I clutch a clutch of dark red hair tied together with a ribbon, a small bone, and another bloody pouch, all with paper tags attached to them. I don't need to read the rest of the labels to know what's written on them. Names. The names of all the ghosts that haunt this home. Except for one. Dove still holds Babble's pouch in her hands. A blank expression pains her face, but with closer inspection, I can see a faint tremble in her hands. She quickly tosses the pouch back into the chest and slams it to a close. She slides it back under the table, and stands up and makes her way out of the study. I stand there, frozen, briefly forgetting how to move my feet. Eventually, I trail out behind her. Reluctantly so, because I don't know where else there is to do. When I step out into the hall, Dove is nowhere to be seen. I look around, searching for a sign of where she might have gone. Everywhere I look offers no hint. I whine when I start navigating through the confusing hallways as best I can from memory. Eventually, I find Dove's bedroom. Dove is not here. I find myself feeling relieved and troubled. I walk over to the spot I slept the night before, drop down, and listen to the noises of the house until I fall asleep. Sleepy puppy. It's dark when I wake up again. I look around. I don't see nor hear a sign of Dove. A knot in my stomach forces me to get up. Being unaware of Dove's whereabouts fills me with anxiety. Being near her makes me feel like the horrors are with me instead of against me. I return to the labyrinth of hallways and walk around, keeping all my senses alert. I start to reconsider my decision to walk around the mansion at night again, especially alone. Thanks for the lurky lurk, Dovey. Everything seems to be the time when she likes to walk around. As if I had spoken her into existence, a wet drag comes from behind me. I freeze in my tracks. There's a familiar tapping sound nearby. I see the hidden door leading to the roof next to me. I don't bother looking behind me and head straight for the door. I go straight up the stairs and to the roof. Unlike the last time I was here, a clear night sky spans high above me. Stars dot the dark. For a moment, I forget all of the things I was scared of. Every time I see the night sky, I feel so small under its grandeur. When Dove spoke about magic earlier, I was frightened by how much it revolved around death. Before learning about it, I had always thought magic felt like this. Like it was art that could capture the spark of small joys. Rebelliously steal more time to admire the stars, and breathe in deeply, slowly. For even just a second, I want to remember how to sit still and get lost in everything I'm feeling. I want to gulp down the humid summer air and feel the gentle night breeze brush against my fur and smell the sap from the trees. Listen the crickets ringing in my ears and memorize the placement of every star I can see. Every blissful and uncomfortable sensation, I let it all sink into me. They all remind me that I'm still alive. Are ya? And I hold on to that so tightly, because I'm so afraid of what I'll become if I no longer seek goodness when it's in front of me. The longer I stare at the sky, however, I squint. The stars seem so close. Something pulls me back to reality, and I hear a voice. I turn my head and see a faint light. It's coming from the greenhouse. Foul little things, don't you think, Bobble? ... These ugly things keep consuming everything like a vengeful spirit. I'll never see what's so interesting about something so boring like weeds. Flowers are pretty, but their beauty is so fleeting. I tried to make these ones last longer, but they still end up dying when they're cut from their bush. I enter the greenhouse quietly. Dove stands by the giant rose bushes with a lantern at her feet. Meanwhile, Babble busies himself nearby with a watering can. Is this where she's been all day? Dove hasn't noticed me yet. She takes a peek at Bobble and makes a downcast face before looking back at her roses. Bobble, do you remember when you let me plant seeds to grow tomatoes? Dove prods at a rose bulb and pulls her hand back before it can sink its teeth into her flesh. No matter what I did or how much you helped me, I couldn't even get it to bud. Babble gives no response, quietly sets its watering can down, and starts meticulously weeding the flower beds. ... You still put in so much effort to take care of these silly plants. I just don't understand why. I spent so many hours in here just watching you, yet I can't even name anything. ... If I told you to let everything die, would you finally rest? Would you even know how to do anything else anymore? Dove moves to face Bobble. You should have just left the stupid mushrooms alone. Oh, I think he died from eating mushrooms, probably. Then you wouldn't be stuck in this cursed state. Bobble straightens up and holds out a bunch of flowers in front of Dove. Now that I have a chance to look, I notice that there's actually a variety of flowers in this greenhouse. Roses, daffodils, lilacs. Something that looks like lilacs, but with different shaped petals. It definitely isn't lilac, but its blooms do sprout in an interesting way. Perhaps I could find out what that is later. My grandmother didn't like teaching me about magic, but she was always willing to entertain my botanical curiosities. The ones Babble offers Dove are bleeding hearts, scientifically known as Dicentra spectabilis. That word down there. I probably said it wrong. I've always been fascinated by them because of their unique shape, their arching stems, and their hanging blooms that are shaped just like hearts. My grandmother explained one of the things they symbolized: unconditional love. Their meaning filled me with warmth when I heard it for the first time. I immediately wanted to learn more about it, so I did my own research on it and read through one of her books on the language of flowers. I learned bleeding hearts also represented something else. Heartbreak. Dove stands so still that I think she somehow turned into a statue. On the surface, Dove is calm and collected, but behind her gentle visage lives a merciless beast, harboring in the trenches of her emotions. Dove shoots her hand out to smack the flowers out of Bobble's tendril grip, letting them fall to her feet. Bobble bends down and delicately picks up each stem again. Dove's cheeks grow splotchy with red, and she holds her dress in tight fists. Can't you just be here with me? I hear her voice crack. Dove pinches her eyes closed. Or have you already been gone for a long time? I can't watch this any longer. The dead are never meant to stay longer than they're supposed to, despite some of their efforts in doing so, and despite the efforts of those that are not ready for them to depart. People never realize until they've lost someone forever, but the death will immortalize themselves in your thoughts, and whether you want them to or not. The emptiness they leave behind tends to grow into a mold that you can never ignore. Body, soul, those can be gone, but memories, those cannot be killed. Unless you're cursed. Then yes, they can. I twist around and take off, knowing what needs to be done. I hear Dove make a small noise behind me. My retreat must have tipped her off to my presence. You. No! Don't! Her distressed scream almost makes me stop dead in my tracks. But I carry onward. I race into the study and skid to a halt in front of the box under the table. I hear the thud of footsteps running after me. Using my paws, I claw and shove at the chest until it falls over and the lid pops open, spilling the contents out. I quickly scan through the pieces of paper attached to the remains. When I spot Babble's pouch, I grab it with my mouth and turn to sprint for the door. Dove stands there out of breath, clutching onto the door frame. She glares at me and walks forward. Bad dog, drop it! I clench my jaw tighter and stand my ground. You have to let them be free. I try to plead to her with my eyes. Dove takes a step forward, and I take a step back. She holds her hand out towards me. Hi, Star-Lord, thanks for the rainbow. Give it back. I need it. Well, I can't bite her. Fine, I'll give you the pouch. I stare at Dove's hand, but something behind her catches my eye instantly. Dove twists her head around. We both see Bobble lumbering through the hall, holding an arrangement of flowers. She starts chasing after the ghost, and I'm hot on her heels behind her. The two of us step out into the hallway and trail after Bobble. Bobble takes its time moving around the manor, stops at every empty vase on a table, and places a fresh flower in each one, slipping into rooms and adding pops of color to places devoid of it. Dove and I observe it without saying a word. With every flowery addition, Bobble brings brightness to even the darkest corners. When it finishes its rounds, it returns to the rooftop. Bobble kneels before a cluster of violets and toggles a leaf side to side until it's pulled free from the soil. It then stands up and moves to a bench, wrapping one of its tendrils around a small knife in the process. It makes a small cut on the stem and gently places it in a jar of water. I look up at Dove, who watches with lowered brows and narrowed eyes. I lift a paw and brush it against her skirt. She looks down at me from the corner of her eye. I take a deep breath. I face her and tip my nose up with Bobble's belongings still in my mouth. Dove lowers her hand, and I drop the pouch into it. I then look back up at her. Your friend worked so hard to bring you peace. Don't you want to show it your appreciation? Dove's breath hitches, and her lip trembles. She stands up straight, dragging her feet towards a lantern she had placed near the rose bush. I follow Dove from behind. She slowly kneels before the fluttering flame encased in the glass. She calmly opens the lantern door and silently watches the flame with Bobble's pouch on her hand. I can sense her mind racing behind her eyes, desperately trying to dig her nails into any excuse that will delay her next move. Her throat bobs, and she turns her head to look back at Bobble. It hovers around jars of other propagating plants, none the wiser to what she's about to do. Dove faces the lantern again and squeezes her eyes closed. I'm gonna cry. When she opens them again, her face is collected. She carefully brings the pouch to the fire and holds the edge in it until it catches. The brightness of the red flame reflects in her pale eyes. She places the burning pouch on the tiled floor, and we both watch the silk bag organically burn away, revealing the teeth inside it. They burn slowly, so slowly, that I wonder if they'll even be able to burn. Dove does not turn away to look back at Bobble even once. Then finally, all that's left are ashes and tiny shards. My eyes widen as Dove scoops up the remains in her hands. She shows no sign of pain as the cinders singe her palms. She transfers it all to one hand and then takes a deep and shaky breath before crumbling the remains. Out of nowhere, I hear the faint sound of wind chimes. I look around, wondering where the sound had come from, and find nothing. Perhaps I had just imagined it. Dove pours the ashes onto the floor. I look behind her, and Bobble is gone. The next few days after Bobble's disappearance pass by uneventfully. By the third day, everything changes. I lay near Dove's feet in the library. I still have yet to find something that will help me leave this place. Maybe the only way to escape is to become a ghost myself. But I have a feeling my freedom won't be guaranteed that way either. Dove sits at her desk staring at notes in a daze. Her pencil has been completely still for a while now. Slam! My heart stops. Dove's head snaps up. That sounded exactly like the front door from the day I came here. There's a door. There's a way out. And my arm is fully healed. I bolt up and shudder with anticipation. My tail wags excitedly. I grab Dove's skirt with my teeth, wanting to waste no time getting to the door. She crouches down and grabs my snout in her hand. You have to hide. I pull back and look at her confused. Why would I hide? This might be my only chance to go home. But when I see the panic in Dove's eyes, I start to wonder why the door has returned. My gaze slowly shifts to the entrance of the library. Well, you know, I feel like she's been good to us. I'm gonna hide. I'll hide. That seems like a good idea. The floorboards outside the library creak. Heavy footsteps echo, getting louder and louder. I stare at the door, paralyzed. What are you doing? Move! Dove shoves me with her hands and I spring into action. Where should I hide? The footsteps stop right outside the door. Desk is probably not a good choice. Maybe behind the bookshelf? Sure, let's hide behind the bookshelf. I hurry behind a bookshelf and lower myself to the floor as flat as I can. The door creaks open and someone walks in. I try to control my rapid breathing out of fear that will betray my concealed position. Roll a stealth check. Yes, good, excellent. I peek through the gaps, and what I see haunts me. A tall gentleman enters the library, still in his outerwear, with a cane tucked under his arm. I watch as he approaches Dove. I see her casually step in front of the notes she has scattered on the desk. The man takes off his top hat and holds it against his hip. I feel like my heart jumps out of my chest when I see his eyes. Dove resembles him a lot. They both have pale skin and inky black hair that spikes out like a lion's mane. Is this her papa? That would be creepy. What sets them apart, though, are their eyes. Dove's eyes are blue like glaciers, while his eyes... It's said that animals that are brightly colored because of their toxicity are mostly active at night. That seems fitting for this man, because his eyes are the scarlet of a poisonous frog, a warning outlined by the dark markings that cover the hollow of his eyes. I've seen markings like that before. Every witch has them. When he speaks, I almost yelp in surprise. Where is Hypatia? My nails curl. His voice. It was the one I had heard when I first arrived here. But more importantly, Hypatia? Who's that? Is there still someone I have yet to meet in this house of curiosities? It unsettles me to think so. His hat's got eyeballs on it! Around, I'm sure. My brows draw together. No hello? The man nods and turns to leave just as quickly as he came, but then he stops for a brief moment. He reaches into his coat and produces a small lantern with a glowing green flame. Here is everything that was on your list. He places the lantern on Dove's desk with a light tap. His eyes briefly catch on Dove's notes, and I see her go stiff. You've been busy. It's nothing. Of course it is. The man steps away and makes his way to the door again. You should know better by now. He gives Dove one last glance. Why don't you find something better to do instead of wasting your time? Dove's eyes tweak, but her overall expression remains blank. I stare in disbelief as he leaves without another word. Once he's gone, Dove stands rooted to her spot. Her face is blank, and her eyes are unfocused. My ears twitch and follow the new noises in the house. Footsteps fade to another section of the mansion. I can hear the sound of a door clicking to a close. Dove finally moves again and picks up the handle of the lantern. She looks down at me right as I meekly come out of my hiding spot. Let's go quietly. When we get to the kitchen, Dove places the small lantern on the table. Then she opens the glass and blows out the flame. Smoke begins to fill the room. It clouds the kitchen so quickly that I don't even have time to hold my breath. Have a good lurky, Dova. Thanks for hanging out. I expect a dry burn in my lungs, but instead the smell of... I don't know how to say that word, honestly. Petrichor? Tickles my nose. I'm gonna call it petrichor. Yeah. When the smoke clears, boxes, bags, and crates have appeared out of nowhere all over the table and floor. My eyes widen in awe, and my tail starts wagging excitedly. I start sniffling at boxes and peeking into bags, while Dove starts digging through the crates. I sit and watch as she pulls out shiny, new, incandescent bulbs and sets them down on the kitchen table. She opens up everything before she starts sorting them. Out of one box, she pulls out a new dress and polished shoes. They're both pretty and frilly, but Dove gives them a sour look and shoves them back in their boxes before moving on to the next thing. You had to look it up to be sure. Oh, I said it right. Words are hard. I remember the witch had mentioned getting everything on a list, to which I assume was prepared by Dove. Is the new fashion not to her style, or were they things she didn't ask for? I haven't seen Dove wear anything besides her sleepwear. She probably doesn't see the point in getting dressed, considering all her activities are forcefully indoor-based. In another box, she lights up at the sight of new books. She fans the pages and takes a deep inhale. Her face lights up with glee as she basks in the new book smell. Me too, bro. Hashtag me too. She gathers all of the food and sorts them into separate piles. One pile is for the cold cellar, the other for the pantry. Her big smiles are cute. She pulls something out of a paper bag and her mouth stretches into a big smile. She then looks down at me as I tilt my head in question. I'll treat you to something tasty today. Dove flashes a quick glance at the hallway, then crouches down. Follow me and be light on your paws. Dove starts down the hallway, balancing on the balls of her feet with practiced ease. I feel uneasy about this new need to sneak around the house. I've been here long enough to the point where I'm almost used to the monsters that live here. But now I'm learning that these monsters have something to be wary of. When we enter the greenhouse, Dove stops at the entrance. I look back at her in confusion. Her eyes stare blankly. I can see her pupils move around the room in search of something. Her behavior sets me on edge. I turn around to see if there's someone or something in here in the greenhouse besides us. There's no one. Nothing. She's looking for Babble. No. I glance back at Dove. A line forms between her brows before she continues making her way in. She passes by me and silently heads for the violets. Once they're right in front of her, she bends down, reaching for them. I bark in surprise when she starts ripping them all out. This is probably the last time I'll get to eat this. We should appreciate Babble's hard work, right? My ears go flat. I stare at the uprooted flowers that had obviously been raised with so much care. Everything here is most likely going to rot anyway. Dove doesn't seem very interested in plants. I can't really picture her spending every day here, pulling out weeds, knowing how much water every plant needs, or even knowing what fertilizer is. I think she would much rather draw the same statue 1,000 times. Tippy taps. It feels like such a shame. Once Dove has picked out all the violets, leaving the soil bare, she stands and gets ready to head back. I try to memorize the sight of the vibrant garden as much as I can before I'm forced to catch up to Dove. Dove pauses awkwardly again when we enter the hallway. I freeze up. This time I really think there's something dangerous up ahead. I cautiously peer around Dove's leg. Once again, there is nothing. I snap my head up at Dove. Is she messing with me? Dove continues moving like nothing happened, and I slowly trail behind her. As we continue walking, we pass by a small window, and I notice a familiar glass holding a small bundle of roses, its petals already dried up and flaking. My mouth goes dry. We arrive back in the kitchen. Dove starts gathering ingredients and ripping the violet petals from their stems. Meanwhile, a pail of water heating over a fire in the hearth starts to bubble. When steam starts to rise from the pot, Dove places the petals in a stoneware pot and adds the boiling water. She places a cover over the pot to let the petals steep, then starts to organize and put away all the new supplies. I watch curiously from the floor. I've never eaten flowers before. Dove completes every step with practiced precision, and by the time she's finished cleaning up, the violets are ready to be infused with other ingredients. Dove keeps herself occupied by combining everything. Eventually, she pours the finished product into glass jars. Dove seals 4 jars of violet jelly to be stored away, leaving 1 jar that's only partially filled. I lick my lips and admire the pretty color the violets had made. She grabs a spoon and pops it into the jar, taking it with her as she makes her way to a small package wrapped in twine and paper sitting near the window. We're done here now. She sets the jar of violet jelly down on the window seat and unravels the package she had brought. A new quilt unfolds in her hands, and she spreads it out on the floor near my water bowl. She settles into the window seat, and I wait a moment before I step onto the blanket. I take a second to savor the softness under my paws before laying down comfortably. Dove scoops up some of the violet jelly and holds the spoon in front of my face. Here, I'll give you the first bite. I give the jelly a sniff and then test it with a small lick. It has such a sweet and floral taste. I lick up the rest greedily. Dove takes the spoon back and stares at the jar of purple jelly. As the sky fades to an all-consuming darkness, I gaze at the sheet of stars one last time before I curl into a ball. I can hear the soft crackles coming from the candle that Dove lit earlier. The sound soothes me, and soon enough, my eyelids start to feel heavy. I rest my head on my paws and curl my tail around me. I hear Dove's spoon scrape into the glass jar, then the sound of someone sniffling. I think she loved Bobble. The morning air is cool against my face. My eyes close in appreciation, knowing it won't stick around as the day grows heavy with the midsummer heat. I shift awkwardly in the window seat as I watch the sky grow brighter. The wolf sleeps so soundly on the small blankets I had placed down for him. He would probably puff up if he knew he was sleeping with his belly exposed to me so comfortably. I feel my lips stretch into a small smile and then frown. It was so quiet that I couldn't sleep. When it's quiet, I can hear every little sound in the house. That makes it easy for me to notice that something is missing. There's one less ghost to go bump in the night. My ears are waiting for sounds that aren't there. My eyes are waiting for shapes that aren't there. Why is it that the ghost of a ghost has so much more presence? Something breaks me from my thoughts. I hear a slight cooing sound right next to me. I look down and see a small brown bird sitting on the sill of my open window. My mouth parts. A mourning dove. It softly calls to me and hops on weightless feet. I lean forward and slowly reach my fingers out towards it, wondering if its feathers are as soft as they look. It flies away before I can touch it. I let out a small gasp and the corners of my mouth fall once again. I pull my hand back and lean my head against the wall. I let out a sigh and watch the dove disappear into the sky. The sun has started to rise over the trees, and its light hits the painted colors on my window. Like everything about this place, I have it memorized. The same clouds, the same shades of blue and pink, the same rays of light that pierce through the leaves, the same shadows. A foolish part of me thinking the day will come where I can finally go see a sky I've never seen before. Wood creaks. Only one person makes that sound. His day has begun. I search for a glimpse of the mourning dove again. Instead of wings that fly around freely, all I see is the sky as it begins to bleed red. The brightness of the sun is smothered as the moon devours it and takes its place like a celestial doppelganger. Out of the corner of my eye, the rainbow lights that dappled my room have vanished. I close my eyes and rummage through the depths of my thoughts for somewhere to hide. Will today be a good day or a bad day? I hear the wolf snore and look down at him. I said I would help distract you, but it's been you who's been distracting me. Ja. Da moon. The sun is gone. I open my eyes, blinking in confusion. I've completely forgotten what had woken me up in the first place. I distinctly remember falling asleep to glittering stars and darkness, so I'm surprised to see the moon still so high in the sky. And red. So much red. Scarlet bleeds to every corner of the sky. The light from its atmosphere bounces off the floorboards of Dove's room, casting everything in an ominous glow. I thought we had gone to bed late. I must not have been sleeping long. I stare at the full moon outside, my heart pumping like it knows something my brain doesn't. I must be on edge from lack of sleep. But I don't feel tired. I feel like the moon's face is looking right at me, waiting with a patient grin, like I can't wait to witness my reaction when I figure out the answer to the riddle it has given me. I feel my fur grow stiff. I swallow. It's morning. Why on earth was the... I jump 6 feet into the air when someone bangs on the door to Dove's bedroom. Out of instinct, I rushed under the desk beside Dove's bed. I remember it clearly now. It was that exact banging noise that pulled me from my sleep in the first place. Dove suddenly appears before me and clamps a hand around my muzzle. I start to squeal, but she throws a finger in front of her mouth to silence me. The banging continues. I hear someone rattle the locked doorknob. Dove? Dove, open the door. Dove glances in the direction of the man calling for her. Just a moment, father. Dove's neutral answer is a stark contrast to my trembling form. Her gaze swings back to me, and before I know it, I'm being hauled off my feet. My immediate reaction is to thrash in Dove's arms. Is she about to offer me up to the witch? I try to whimper through the iron grip on my schnoot, but she squeezes tighter. Shh! I freeze in her arms. My eyes are wide and full alert, and my chest expands rapidly from my frantic breathing. Dove offers no form of comfort. Instead, she spares me one last glance before she throws me into darkness. I land on plush blankets with a soft bounce and a slight yelp. I see a small glimpse of Dove staring down at me before she closes the gap between the thick curtains of her canopied bed and extinguishes all of the light. It's like I've suddenly been thrown into a pit. My ears twitch at every subtle noise. The scent of wilting lilacs floods my senses. It's as if Dove sleeps with decaying flowers in her pillowcase every night. Yum, 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 yum. More water! Yeah. My heavy breathing sounds so loud in the darkness. I try to tame it as best I can, in fear that I can be heard beyond the curtains that shroud me. Gotta bounce onto bed, exactly. We gotta go bounce on it. I hear Dove's bare feet drag along the wooden floor, then a click, then a creak, then heavy footsteps enter the room. My bones nearly jump out of my skin from the sound of lightning that breaks through the quiet. Wasn't it clear just a moment ago? I swallow hard. New noises start to appear out of nowhere. Wind howls outside, so loud it's like ghosts humming in unison right outside the window, crying to be let in. Dove's bed curtains begin to ripple, revealing slivers of red light. I can't find Bauble anywhere. ... My entire body tenses when footsteps land right in front of me. The curtains flicker again. Then all I can see is him. You wouldn't happen to know where they are, would you? Dove's father stares down at her from the tip of his nose. His hands are crossed behind his back. Did you check the rooftop garden? Yes. The kitchen? Yes. Under the table, perhaps? Dove? Okay, thanks, Val. Have good rest. Enough of your games. The witch closes his eyes and rubs the bridge of his nose. Find that bloody ghost, or I'll find a replacement. Is that a threat? Yes, Father. When he opens his eyes again, I see his eyes catch onto something I can't see. The tension in the room suddenly rises. Wait. The blanket on the floor. Fear begins to claw its way up to my throat, threatening to spill out in a cry. The witch's eyes drag upwards to Dove, then to the walls. He begins to search around the entire room. I stop breathing. The sound of the storm becomes muffled for a moment, amplifying the sound of every creak and heartbeat inside the house. A noise in the darkness of Dove's bed makes me go completely still. It's like wood knocking together. And by the looks of it, I'm not the only one that's heard it. The witch stares directly into the dark between the curtains. My urgency to stay hidden isn't shared, it seems. Red eyes peer right at me. Every beat of my heart feels like an eternity passing by. Then he looks away. I think it's fair to consider myself the biggest fool of all time, considering where I've landed myself. But I'm not foolish enough to let out a breath of relief just yet. Alright. Just one more thing. The witch reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small black pouch with dots of silver on it. I asked a sister to craft a small gift for you. I see him place the pouch in Dove's tiny hand. Then I hear the clinking of delicate metal. Thank you. The witch nods, then turns and makes his way out, finally disappearing from my view. Now go find Bauble for me. I have much to do. Dove's door slams closed. Whatever hides with me rattles again from the vibrations of the door, and I take that as my cue to launch myself out of the canopy. I tumble out from the dark curtains and slam right into a pile of books, sending me into a dizzy heap on the floor. Once the ache in my body wanes, I shake my head to get my bearings back. Dove's room was already a mess, but now it looks like a hurricane has swept through it. Stacks of books have been shoved around and knocked over. The furniture has been pulled away from the walls and left askew. Loose sheets of paper cover huge sections of the floor, leaving little paths of clear floorboard left to walk on. How on earth did I sleep while she made this mess? I finally look for Dove and find her standing by the window. Rain beats violently against the glass panes. Panes, not planes. The storm outside rages in full force, and the temperature in the manor has dropped significantly since yesterday. Dove holds something up to close to her face that reflects the bright white of the lightening outside. A bracelet. Tiny charms hang from the thin silver chain. A rose, a sun, a moon, and a heart. Dove seems completely enamored by it in a way I've never seen before. Pretty. I stare, captured by the sight of her. Warmth colors pale her cheeks, and a new brightness softens her eyes. My heart tightens. Excuse me. I'd forgotten, but maybe I keep refusing to acknowledge it because I've had to rely on her confidence so much. But Dove is just a child like me. She's unsettling and abrasive, yet when I see her like this, or when I see her get excited over something, I want to look at her up close. Maybe to see whether I'm hallucinating or not. Or maybe because Dove burns like a star. Her face glows a blinding light, and her hair is the dark expanse that cradles it. Before Dove, I only ever known stars far from within my reach. Dove moves away from the window to the desk beside her bed. She sets the black pouch down, then places the bracelet on it like a display. She seems to like it a lot. Does she not want to wear it? Her attention has already moved on from it, however. Now, what to do? Dove twirls around and faces me with her hands on her hips. There's no bauble to find. I perk up and my ears stand up straight. But there are other ghosts to find. Once Dove gives the clear for us to move out of her room, the first thing I notice is how different the house has become once again. Like when I had first arrived, it's cold and threatening. All of Dove's efforts to make the mansion more homely seem to have been undone, as though it were nothing but an illusion spell. Dust cakes the floor, spiders crawl on webs in dark corners, and the windows cast red patches of light that do little to brighten its surroundings. I lead the way on cautious paws, vaguely remembering the way to the study. When we finally get there, I realize there's a problem. The study is now occupied. I peek through a crack in the door, and the witch busies himself with grinding herbs in a mortar. To his side, I see a floating quill pen moving on its own. Jotting down notes, he mutters under his breath, while he twists the pestle. I look under the desk he works at and spot the chest with the ghost remains peering out of the shadows. The day after Bobble left, Dove had returned to the study and put the chest back in its place. I didn't anticipate sharing this space with its owner so soon, so the thought of taking the chest didn't cross my mind. Dove hovers above me and takes a glimpse inside as well. Her expression turns green with shock. Wait, you're not thinking of getting the rest of the ghost's belongings, are you? I nod eagerly. Her eyes grow wide. Was Bobble not enough? I blink. What's wrong now? My brows pinch together. I shake my head and hear Dove's breath hitch. I look back at the chest. We can't just stop at one. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dove take a step back and twist her head to look at her again. Her hands clutch around the skirt of her nightgown. She looks at me, conflicted. Not knowing how else to convince her, I slowly walk towards her. Dove stiffens as I approach. I pause right before her and she looks down at me in anticipation. I blink at her, then brush my body against her legs. Dove gasps above me. I push against her and curl my tail around her ankles. Dove stands as still as a statue as I run my fur around her legs, causing her to stumble slightly from the force she didn't expect me to use. After I finish circling her, I look up at her with bright eyes in hopes that this time I can get her to put her faith in me. ... Dove peers down at me with a blush on her cheeks, before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. She then pushes past me and enters the study. Father, water is dripping from the ceiling of the library. What? Hells, did the books get wet? Hurried footsteps make their way to the door, and I quickly scurry into the shadows to hide. The witch stomps out of the study with Dove hot on his heels. She casts a quick glance at where I skulk, before they both disappear down the hall. I waste no time running into the study. Now it's my turn. I'm breathing hard when I make my way back to Dove's bedroom. The second I shut the door with my back paw, I spit out the ghost's belongings from my mouth and wipe my tongue on the fur of my arm. I look at the pouch, bundle of hair and bone on the floor. Oh gods, I hope that wasn't disrespectful. I twist my head to search around the room. Dove hasn't returned yet. Should I try to look for her? Or should I just burn these in one go? A knot forms in the pit of my stomach at the thought. No, Dove needs to be the one that does it. Feeling resolved, I pick up the artifacts with my teeth again and look around for somewhere to hide them. My hands lay on my quilt on the floor and I pad over to it. I dig my nose under the corner to flip it over, then gently place the objects flat on the ground before I flip the corner back over them. That's inconspicuous enough for now, I suppose. Hopefully by now the witch has returned to his study and will remain there busy with whatever he was doing, so I can go find one of the ghosts. I gravely underestimated how easy it would be to find the other ghosts. Babel, like the hallway ghost, seemed to have some semblance of a pattern, But the rest, well, considering how little I know about them, they are proving to be much more difficult to pin down. I feel like I should have these nonsense hallways memorized by now, but I still find myself getting dizzy from walking through them in circles. I let out a huff of frustration as I quietly survey a hall from around a corner, only to find nothing once more. Stupid ghost. A voice yells from down the hall and my heart all but leaps out of my chest. You must really like the feeling of falling. Do I have to send you flying again for you to learn how to stay out of my way? I don't recognize the voice, but the sound of dragging that follows it is awfully familiar. Grell. I quickly spin around and, well now, who might you be? The air in my lungs feels like it's been punched out of me. Oh, good! A figure stands before me and looks down at me like a cat that enjoys playing with its food before it eats it. And his eyes are wide, and his smug grin is feral. And unfortunately, the ads are gonna start now, so we're gonna take a 3-minute break. So sorry, chat. Stand up and stretch. We'll be right back after the ads. I love you. I'm sorry. Welcome back, everyone, from the Adpocalypse. I hope you had a good time hanging out. Thank you, Star-Lord. We are reading a Gothic horror novel right now for spooky season. So just so you know, we're doing spooky stuff today. Please do read the pinned comment if you have not been here yet this stream. It tells you all of the, you know, content and themes and stuff like that. So just so everybody is aware, it is pinned to the channel. Please read that when you do. Now back to the creepy child that we don't know who's probably gonna murder us. His eyes are wide and his smug grin is feral. Does Dove have a brother? Because this boy looks just like her. The only difference is a smudge of dark markings around his blood-red eyes. It can't be. There's another witch here? You're not like the other pets that she's tried to keep. The boy circles around my petrified form like a predator. Down the hall, I catch sight of Grell disappearing around a corner. I let out an internal cry, seeing the opportunity to catch it slip away from me. The child steps in front of me once again, blocking the way. I'm not a fan of intruders. He glances behind me. But fortunately for you, she is of a different opinion. My ears perk up at the sound of feet slapping on wood. A white gown takes over my vision as Dove skids to a stop in front of me. Her wild hair flutters like delicate feathers with the heavy breaths she makes. What are you doing? I think this boy's a little crazy, I'm just saying. The boy grins and crosses his arms behind his back. Oh, nothing. I was just... The boy's eyes cut to me hiding behind Dove's skirt. His gaze is sharp like a knife. Saying hello? Dove's hands curls into fists. Just hello. The child chuckles. Well, it's far too early to say goodbye, isn't it? It seems we've lured in something quite interesting this time. I swallow. We? And the blood caps seem to be blooming well from the last one, so I have no need for this one. He narrows his eyes at me. Yet. I think he lures in animals to feed them to his plants. No. I can see Dove go rigid. The boy bends at the waist to see me better, but she steps in front of me to block his view. My, so protective of your new pet, aren't you? He leans back again and retreats a step. Very well. He's a special one, I suppose. The glint in his eye makes me feel completely exposed. I don't like him. I don't like him. I can't wait to see how long this one lasts. Dove seems to take that as a sign to hightail it away from this boy, as she sweeps me off the ground and crushes me against her chest. Stay away from him. As Dove carries me away, I keep eye contact with the boy, who maintains a sly smirk and watches the distance grow between us. No need to tell me twice. Just before we round a corner, I see the boy suddenly stumble forward and break into a violent cough. Dove's pace falters for a moment, but she manages to speed up to get us away faster. Dove has not spoken another word to me since we ran away from the boy in the hallway. Logically, that makes sense. I'm not human, after all. But that hasn't really stopped her from doing it anyways. I still have yet to wrap my mind over the encounter with someone new. Someone who is a witch. I think some of Dove's stress is rubbing off on me. The Dove has always been the most composed between us, so to see her acting so antsy has me incredibly on edge. Anything that worries her worries me even more. Dove sits where I now expect her to be most of the time, on the floor. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It shouldn't be surprising that the little side table she had previously repaired has fallen apart once again. Her solution to get it standing again is to slather it with thick globs of glue and wrap even more twine around it. This plan is not working as well as it did the first time. I can see Dove lose her patience with every new wrap around the broken wood with twine. I count every new impatient twirl Dove makes with the twine. 21, 22, 23. Oh, the twine ran out. Dove stares at the empty roll with a stunned expression. I feel anxious looking at her. Did she think it would go on forever? A shadow falls over her face. I brace myself. Dove shoots to her feet with the table in her hands and smashes it to pieces on the floor. I narrowly avoid the splinters of wood flying towards me. Dove stands up, panting and staring at the mess she's created. That stupid old... The broken leg of the side table hangs loosely in her hand, but not for long. Why must I always have to fix everything by myself? Her fingers wrap around it tightly, then without warning, she throws it with all her might at the wall covered in mirrors. I wince, and my ears flatten at the sound of glass shattering and screeching. Dove's hand flies to her ears to smother the screams that come from the broken mirrors. She pinches her eyes together before opening them to throw a smoldering glare at the reflective shards. Quiet. I've never seen Dove lose her temper like this. Somehow I can almost completely ignore whatever on earth had created that screaming, which had quickly died down after Dove's scolding, in favor of watching her pace a circle into the floor. The more time I spend with Dove, the more she gifts me with a side of her I've never seen before. At this point, I could fill a room of portraits displaying all of her complexities. Dove terrifies me so much. But at some point, I fear I felt for her change from the kind that makes me want to run for the hills to the kind that makes me want to stay and see what happens. What do I do? What do I do? Dove gnaws on her thumbnail as she paces back and forth. A deep wrinkle forms between her brows by the time she finally slows to a halt. Dove stops chewing on her nail and looks down at me. My eyes widen when I see the face she wears. I don't want him to take you too. I see tears line Dove's eyes and my heart sinks. She sniffles and wipes her face with the sleeve of her gown. The fear on her face disappears when she brings her arm back down. In its place is a fiery determination. Dove storms out of the room, leaving the dining room looking far more chaotic than when we had first arrived. Something about the sight makes my heart start to race. This whole time, I've been searching for any little crack in the wall that will lead to my freedom. Maybe it's been trying to break open the wrong thing. Dove makes her way to the supply closet in the hallway again. Dog must grow stronger. Yes, Jessie, exactly. She yanks it open with both hands and hunches down to dig for something. Her eyes light up when she finally finds what she's looking for. I hear the sound of glass rattling. I brush against her side and look at what she's found. Dove takes out a jar of what appears to be glass beads and charms. I tilt my head curiously. She retrieves a couple more items from the closet before we make the journey back to her bedroom. The moment we reach Dove's room, she makes her way to the clearest spot to sit on the floor and faces her back to me. I startle when I fear a lump beneath my blankets as I settle onto it. All right, the ghost. I was so close to getting to Grell, but I think navigating the halls will be much more perilous with that strange boy roaming around. I don't know what his relationship with Dove is, but it's clear they're related. And honestly, I can't say I'm itching to learn more about him. The witch and the boy. All I need to know is that I should stay clear whenever they're near. I look to see what Dove is doing. She seems to be completely immersed in whatever she is doing. My eyes roam around the room. I spot a random book that's been thrown open, probably when Dove had decided to redecorate. Pulling myself forward on my paws, I scoot up to it and trail over the words on the open pages. A book on toxic plants? A yawn forces my jaws open. I blink at the drawings on the page. Oh, I think I saw that flower on the rooftop garden. Poisonous flowers? In the rooftop gardens? Done! My head snaps up. I fell asleep. The gentle tap of rain against the window is the first thing I notice as my senses come back to me from the fog of sleep. My head turns to look outside. Surrounded by gray storm clouds, the moon continues to hold watch over the manor, from the exact same spot as earlier. Everything about this place feels like I'm stuck in a nightmare. Maybe I'm actually still at home right now, being carried to bed by my grandmother. This is all just a bad dream? Highly doubtful. No, I know better. In a world like this, it's harder to imagine days when you're not inconvenienced by monsters. A shuffling sound draws my eyes away from the window. I look over at Dove and watch as her back straightens. She stands and makes her way over to me, holding something in her hands. She kneels in front of me, looking nervously at her closed palms before opening them. The shadows from the storm clouds roll around the room like the reflections of waves on the ocean floor. Beams of moonlight break through and bounce off the object that hangs from Dove's fingers. It's a necklace. Messily arranged on a red string with mismatched glass beads that hung a small leaf ornament made of a shiny silver metal. The brightness of it contests the small smile Dove wears as she presents it to me. Oh, she made me a gift! Cute! Red adorns her pale cheeks and forehead, sticking out so darkly she almost looks feverish. She sucks in a deep breath. Another deep breath. I can't do magic yet. She lowers her head, avoiding my gaze. But this will help protect you. I stare at Dove, dumbfounded. My heart beats hard in my chest. Dove's fingers tremble around the necklace she has made for me. For me. But what about her? Who protects you, Dove? I glance behind her, besides the lock on your door. My eyes start to burn as I look back at her. She finally meets my gaze, awaiting my response. Sure, I accept it. She's so cute. I can't not accept the necklace. She's adorable. We'll protect her. The necklace looks so fragile. I wonder what was running through her head as she arranged every bead. Did she agonize over the colors, the shapes? If I've learned anything about Dove, it's that she seems to work hard at whatever she does, even if she's not that good at it. Right. Dove's too precious. We must chomp them for her. I study the necklace, trying to imagine every decision she had made. Actually, now that I look at it, the charm she put on the necklace almost looks like... a basil leaf! Ooh, that's me! Is that simply coincidence? I slowly rise from the floor and step closer to Dove. She watches me anxiously and grips the necklace with white knuckles. I hold her blue eyes in mine, then I lower my head towards her. I hear Dove breathe a sigh of relief. Oh! I close my eyes as she so carefully brings the necklace over my head and places it around my neck. Somehow, the weight of the necklace makes me feel less vulnerable. Dove gives me a small smile and quickly pulls her hands back to her lap. She's so cute! The necklace holds no magic, but if Dove believes this can keep me safe, I want to believe her too. Precious Bean must save forever. Precious Bean must save forever. Okay. A loud noise bolts me awake. A quick glance at the window shows calamitous storm clouds that roar and light up with branches of lightning. Rain drums against the window violently, and wind makes the frame tremble. I can barely tell what time it is anymore. Loud music disrupts my thoughts. The song playing is scratchy and reverberates through the walls. Okay, I'm gonna mute that because I feel like that might be copyright. So I'm sorry. You're gonna have to listen to my voice for this next part. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm surprised they don't tremble from how thunderous it is. My ears press flat, and I reach my paws up to dampen the blaring noise further. Loud thumps and a voice accompany the music. I watch the door and consider double-checking to see if it's locked. Language, Mr. Witch! He says a curse word. I'm not going to repeat. For flip's sake! My blood thunders in my ears. What on earth is going on? Laying so exposed on the floor makes my skin crawl. I know such words, Mr. Witch. The air feels uncomfortably warm and damp. The heat makes everything in my vision shimmer like infernal illusions. I swallow and search for Dove in the dark. Abnormal as she is, I can't imagine anyone being able to sleep in these conditions. When my ears pick up at the sound of tapping, I know my suspicions are correct. I find Dove kneeling at the foot of her bed. The sight of slightly opened curtains behind her catches me off guard. It's heavily shadowed, but I think it looks like something is moving inside of the canopy. Fear pulls my gaze away. I focus on what Dove is doing. The clouds part just enough to let a streak of red into the bedroom. The sight behind Dove makes my heart rate jump. Rotting limbs and branches of hands manifest out of the shadows. Not approaching, just lurking. And for some reason, they're very vocal tonight. Gurgling growls, strained groans, and the sound of grinding glass grow louder and louder, as if competing against the other noises that violate the quiet of the night. My paw taps around my blanket until I find a small lump. They're all gathered here. My eyes flick to Dove and widen when I see what she fiddles with. It's Dove's hand. In Dove's hands is a cross, or at least something crudely shaped to look like one. I'm unnerved by the sight of it. Dove tightly crosses together the splintered wood with wires and string. She ties the wood together so tightly that chunks break off and litter the floor. It looks like one of those crosses in the graveyard outside. The only question is, who is it intended for? ... The sounds of the ghosts have started to muffle the loud music. I notice Dove's stiff expression start to melt into something slightly more serene. My paw moves off of the lump. Now is not a good time. My arms cross and I rest my head on them to watch Dove work. I don't think I will be able to go back to sleep. Oh, okay, alright. The music has stopped. I'm gonna put the ambiance back on. There we go. I'm fairly certain all of that was copyright, so I just muted that. I can't tell how much time has passed. The light of the moon shining into Dove's room has become our daylight as much as our moonlight. Whether it is truly day or night is impossible for me to tell. A couple of candles light up the room. Hold on. Lips too dry. Okay. I suppose all there is left to do is to convince our brains that it's the time to be awake. So much talking needed water. Dove sits at the window, completely focused on watching the trees like she's searching for something. Hydration is important for storytellers, exactly. You're good with me recording this and selling it, right? No. What? Listen, as a voice actor, if that's what you want, you gotta go buy your own, you feel me, bro? She has the window opened, allowing a cool breeze to blow in. And she notices me watching her. She pulls the window closed and stands, ready to start the day. No. But I can't sleep to get away from a nightmare. I have grown even more conscious of each second that passes ever since the witch and the boy have appeared. I feel like it's all counting down to something I cannot possibly predict. To waste time sitting around doing nothing feels like a death sentence. I stand, perked up and ready to go. She looks down at me. He won't get in the way today. My head tilts in confusion, but Dove offers no explanation and simply makes her way out of the room. I slowly trail after her. Yeah, no, I agree. We failed to find any ghosts so far today. I had even looked for the big grandfather clock in the hallway to try to see what time it was, but its hands have stopped moving. I sulk on the kitchen floor while Dove sits nearby, half-heartedly trying to mend the mess I've made of the kitchen wall. Her hands slow and untrained brushstrokes attempting to mimic the designs of the wallpaper in the spaces where my claws had torn through. Ghosties! Hello, where are you? I can see her mood drop with every shaky line, every uncontrolled bristle mark. She pulls her hand back to compare her clumsy floral paintings to the wallpaper, and her patience finally snaps. She throws the paintbrush onto the floor in resignation. Right as it meets the floor, I flinch. Dove doesn't. We both turn our heads towards the hallway. A coil of stress unravels in my gut. Is it the witch? The boy? Or is it a ghost? She did just do that face, yeah. Dove doesn't take the time to weigh the odds like I do. Instead, she shoots up and goes to investigate. And I steady my breathing and chase after her. I almost gag at what we find on the floor of the hallway. Wind howls as it creeps in through a shattered window. The corpse of a crow lays in a mangled and bloody heap before us. The most ominous detail is in its lack of a head. Dove crouches down and gives it a nudge with an unreadable expression. I guess we should clean it up. No, wait. How did this even get here? Is this a regular occurrence around here as well? I don't have time to piece together a logical answer, because we hear another crash just down the hall. We leave the bird as it is and track down the new noise. The same sight greets us once again. Broken window, dead, headless bird. Did we take a wrong turn and come back to the same hallway? I look up at Dove, searching for answers on her face. Her unreadable expression has started to crack, but it only reveals her own bewilderment. It sounds like every window in the house has just exploded, all the way down towards Dove's room. I follow Dove's hurried steps further into the mansion. Every new dead crow we pass instills new panic in me. We don't bother inspecting each one, they're all the same. Dove rushes past each broken window with quick glances and hisses every time she steps on a shard of glass. The last crow we find sits near the door to Dove's room. We're both breathing heavily as we finally take a moment to pause. The dead crow lies unmoving in a splattered pool of blood. The sight makes my body buzz with anxiety, which only feels heightened compared with the lack of sleep. I don't need to look for an explanation anymore. The signs of a bad omen could not be clearer. My legs hold me up unsteadily. Dove tries to catch her breath as she observes the bird, followed by the red sky beyond the now broken window. A frown tugs her mouth down, and I can see sweat drip down the side of her face. We both flinch at the sound of a slight tap coming from inside her room. The fur along my spine bristles. I slowly inch forward, and Dove limps behind me. A ghost in Dove's room catches me by surprise. I hear Dove's breath hitch when she spots it by her window. Its beak taps against the glass. Then the window creaks open. Oh God, Dove didn't lock it earlier. I watch in horror as Grell's limbs start to crawl up the seat of the window. No. Dove bursts forward with her hands outstretched. But she stops just short of touching the ghost. Thank you, Arthur, for your liquid redemption. I appreciate you. Her hands tremble with hesitation. I can barely breathe. Grell twists its head, as is to look at Dove one last time, before it finally throws itself out the window. Dove breaks out of her daze and surges forward again, but she's too late. Her fingers barely even reach the wispy strings that protrude from Grell's long arms as it disappears to the ground below. She stumbles hard onto the window seat, bruising her knees. The sickly sound of crunching bones and splattering flesh reach our ears. Dove gasps sharply. My eyes are wide and I feel bile start to rise from my stomach. I approach the window with my heart threatening to explode out of my chest. Dove lifts herself and peers out the window. Her body goes stiff with dread. I let out a shuddering breath, then join her on the bench. When I look down, my stomach clenches. Grell makes broken wheezes where it lays. Its limbs are twisted. Its carnage paints the grass from where its head has crashed against the hard earth. I stare, frozen with morbid curiosity as its leg twitch in an effort to get up again. Can't die if you're already dead, but you can suffer. Dove stumbles back from the window, no longer able to digest the sight of Grell's state of agony. Her feet tangle in my blanket and she falls backward onto her rear. She whimpers from the ache, then blinks watery eyes at something. My eyes follow her line of sight and, oh, a small bone sits uncovered on the floor. The tag attached to it with Grell's name, written on it, quivers from the wind coming in through the window. I jump down from the window. Dove's face darkens as she starts moving quickly. I press against the wall, trying not to get in the way as she paces around the room, gathering things. She grabs a small vial from a drawer, my empty metal dishes, a lit candle, then finally, Grell's bone. She kneels on the floor, shoving books and loose papers out of her way, before settling down her materials. She throws the bone into the bowl and pours the liquid, which I'm assuming is some kind of oil, until it completely saturates it. I've only noticed now, but I think the bone might be one of the arm bones, and judging by its size and length, it does not belong to an adult. Dove grabs the candle and fixes her eyes on the bone, before finally committing to the next step. Her jaw clenches. This whole time, you've only just wished to return home. How lucky you are to not belong here. Dove tips the candle into the dishes and the bone erupts in flames. Grell groans of pain echo in the silence. The bone does not burn easily. I can see Dove's lack of patience as her fingers curl into her palms. In the fire, I can see the small bone fracture and hear it pop from the heat. The white bone chars into gray, then black. Its texture flakes and sizzles. Dove decides she's waited long enough. Without hesitation, she slams the other metal bowl over the flame and smothers it. Then when she's confident the fire has been put out, she lifts the lid. Smoke billows from the bowl, causing Dove to wave her hands and cough. The smoke escapes out the window. She takes one look at the burned bone before dumping the crumbling remains on the floor. Dove takes a deep breath, then starts to smash the bone with the flat bottom of the bowl. My throat tightens and my ears fall from the sound of Dove crushing the bone. She grips the bowl with both hands, raises her arms, then brings it down again and again, the loud clanging making me cringe back. I hear something that resembles the ring of wind charms, but Dove does not stop. I only watch in terror as Dove continues her beastly display. She only stops when her arms have finally turned numb, and the bowl slips out of her fingers. Wind moves the ashes on the floor in a spiral, and Dove pants heavily. Her eyes are completely dull. Silence fills the air. I hop onto the window seat. I know what I will see when I look down. Nothing. Not a trace of Grell remains. A soft gale brushes against my fur. I look up. The moon had seen it all. It glares down upon us, not in disgust, but in glee. Dove barely speaks the next day, but the witch once again disrupts the night with loud noises from his photograph that I have to mute. There we go. Sorry to mute that. Sorry, I can't risk the copyright. Sometimes it sounds like he's conversing with someone. At first I thought I would hear the voice of the boy from the hallway responding to him, but it's someone completely else. I've started to notice the witch's pattern. Dove must be very familiar with it. Every morning it's like she can read the signs that will tell her what the witch will be doing for the day. I wonder if the signs apply for the boy as well. Okay, good. And now it has stopped. Excellent. On the next quiet day, we search the manor for the other two ghosts. Their remains stay hidden under my blanket. When they refuse to show themselves, we spend the rest of our day in the library, melting from the humidity that not even the ceaseless rain can dampen. Dove focuses at her desk, furiously scratching away on notes and drawings. I didn't notice the difference when Babel had left, but Grell's disappearance feels like it's a widened crack and it started. It's widened a crack, it had started. That's a weirdly written sentence, sorry. And Dove. She's been incredibly on edge since the witch returned. How long has it been since lightness was able to find its way onto her face? A gnawing feeling makes me wonder if I am partially to blame. Dove pulls at her hair and blows out an irritated sigh. Her hands resentfully push away her work, and she stands. I'm tired. I lift myself up, ready to follow her back to her room. Then I hear the sound of a book hitting the floor. I go still and slowly turn my head to see a book has landed right beside me. A pale hand picks it up and I startle, not noticing Dove had walked over. I watch as she lifts the book and shoves it back into place on the shelf. Her eyes flicker to something, before she is once again moving away. My heart starts to beat anxiously. I take a peek in the same direction, and my eyes fix onto the window in the back of the library, and the decayed foot that climbs the shelf behind me in the reflection of the glass. What? Wait, a decayed foot. Gross. This time I hear a familiar drag when we step out into the hallway. It almost brings me comfort. I've learned there are people to be far more afraid of in this house. The bright apparition of the hallway ghost sweeps towards us. Her presence is like confirmation that the day has turned to night, and I cling to that. I let out a yawn and move out of the ghost's way. Dove watches her pass with the eyes of a hawk. Her neck twists as she follows the ghost's movements until it fades into the shadows. Her gaze lingers where it disappears. When she finally turns back, she blinks in surprise. I snap my head around and find Odette standing right in front of Dove. One of the ghost's shadowy hands rises to its cracked face. Its fingers fold in a gesture like it's telling Dove to be quiet. Then its arms shoot out towards Dove. Dove's screams ring down the hallway. My ears go completely limp as I balk at the sight of Dove getting dragged away. Let go! Tendrils of phantom arms wrap around Dove's torso. Smoke rises from the touch between her and the ghost, forcing a loud shriek from Dove. I never expected Odette to ever do something like this to Dove. I thought they would never do anything to hurt Dove, so why is it doing this? Dove's feet kick and try to find purchase on the floor, but they only slip out from under her. Stop it! The ghost continues to drag her down the hallway. I snap out of my shock and chase after Dove and the ghost. Bork! Bork, bork, bork! I growl and bare my teeth at the ghost, but it makes no difference. How do I get it to let go? Panic starts to fill me. I don't think biting the ghost will do anything, because the ghost is glass, if I remember correctly. This one sounds like glass, so biting it won't do anything. Maybe if we pull Dove, that would probably be the better option. Nice. Let's try to pull Dove away. She's very upset. I don't know if you can see that. My teeth latch on to Dove's skirt and I dig my claws into the floorboards to anchor myself. It's no use, though. If only you could push the ghost, yeah, right? Black tears drip down to Dove's chin. Odette, stop! I hear the sound of searing flesh where Odette's hands hold her fiercely. My nails start to lose their grip and I'm being pulled along with them. I trip and Dove's dress is released from my grip. No, no! What do I do? Only one solution comes to mind. Odette's remains. I turn tail and bolt down the hallway. Dove's cries carry down the corridor as if in chase of me. I skid around the corners and make my way to Dove's room at full speed. It seems I've gotten quite good at walking on all fours. I break into a stop. I look around the dark hallway, my breath coming out in shallow puffs. Am I hearing things? My body feels overly warm under my fur. Then I hear it again. I jump off the floor and spin around. My fur stands prickled from fright. Suspended in the air is a crow. Part of one, at least. Unlike the crows from a couple days ago, this one seems to be missing its body. Part of its spine protrudes from where its rotting flesh had been torn from its torso. It floats high in the air, hidden in the shadows of the ceiling, and screeches like a siren. Odette! I wince back from the shrill voice that the head creates. Suddenly, it's not the only one screaming bloody murder. Odette! 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 I sprint away from the screams, but they follow me down the hallway. At every new step I take, more and more floating heads manifest from the shadows and pierce my ears with their cries. My eyes are wide with panic, and my skull rattles. The path before me distorts, twisting into a specially curated hell where all I can do is run without a shred of respite. The fur around my ears starts to feel damp. Warm liquid runs down the side of my face. I see some of it drip onto the floor. Blood. I whimper as I continue to race towards Dove's room. When I finally reach it, I practically tumble into the room. I waste no time tossing the blanket on the floor aside. All that's left is the pouch with Odette's name and a lock of hair. I grab the pouch and take a deep breath, then return to the hallway. I follow the smell of wilting lilacs and burning parchment to find Dove again. The screeches of the crows' heads in the hallway had muffled all other sounds and left my ears ringing. Dove's scent leads me to the kitchen. Right as Odette attempts to take Dove out through the door, that is no longer there. I watch as Odette bumps into the wall where the kitchen door used to be. The one I had used to enter this nightmarish place all those days ago. Dove sobs weakly from the burns. When she sees me, her eyes grow watery again. Help. I immediately drop the pouch from my mouth and rush to Dove. My lips curl back, baring my teeth, and I jump off the ground and latch on to one of Odette's arms. My eyes sting from the pain that surges through me, but I do not let go. This is nothing compared to what you did to Dove. I clamp my jaws even tighter, then Odette starts to howl. And even when the ghost's arms untangle from Dove's body, I do not let go. The ghost thrashes its arm, trying to throw me off. It hurls my body against the wall, but I only hold on tighter. I whimper and growl in stubborn refusal. Aren't you supposed to care for Dove? You hurt her. I dig my teeth in further, now out of anger. Then I hear that sound. Wind chimes. I fall onto the ground hard. My entire body aches. I gag and hack out a small amount of blood onto the floor. With blurry eyes, I look for Odette, but she's completely gone. I search for Dove, and my eyes squint at the sight of fire coming out from the hearth. Beside it, Dove kneels limply against the wall, staring at her hands. Fingernails burn much easier than bones. I shiver. I guess it forgot. It didn't end well the first time it tried to take me away. I'm still trying to catch my breath when Dove rises. As she slowly drags herself out of the kitchen, I stumble after her as well. My whole body is tense as I watch Dove push into the study. I stay in the hallway, crushed against the wall to stay out of sight. Father. I hear a tired groan from someone just waking up. Has the witch been asleep this entire time? What is it? ... Well, those look nasty. Was it that old hag again? ... Shh, foolish thing. Here, put this on the burns. Thank you. I can hear Dove start to shuffle out of the room. Oh yes. Is your doggy still alive? My heart stops. How? He knows about me. Tension fills the air. It's so thick that it sticks to me like honey. I barely breathe. The sound of my heart thunders in my ears. Don't touch him. Dove's voice comes out hard. The witch laughs in response. Come now, darling. I'm sure you won't even remember this one after your mother returns. What? I hear stomping and draw back away from the sound. Dove bursts out of the study, eyes darting around until she finds me crouching in the dark, with my tail between my legs. Oh no! So sad. She bends down and gathers me into her arms, wincing from the burns all over her upper body, then quickly retreats back to her room. It's dead quiet back in Dove's room, save for the soft pitter-patter of rain against the window. Dove sits on the floor with a single candle sitting in a brass holder beside her. When she starts unbuttoning her nightgown, her eyes turn into saucers and I snap my head away from her. I try to distract myself from staring at anything else around the room, but I'm overly conscious of the sound of the rustling clothing and Dove's quiet whimpers. Yo, she has to bandage herself from the wounds. I see pale skin out of the corner of my eyes and bright red marks. I do a double take and suck in a breath at the damage Odette had done to Dove. Phantom burns cross along the expanse of her back, arms, and neck. I see her struggle to apply ointment to the burns on her back and stand up from the floor. But to do what exactly? Help her? My claws curl into the blanket. I bow my head and then curl into a ball facing away from Dove. Every time I hear her sniffle and suck in a watery breath, I have to hold back my own whine. No. The next time I wake up, it's to smoke. Something stale and acrid invades my nose, forcing me out of my slumber. Then the feeling of cold, damp fur forces me awake. Yeah, her dad definitely needs to treat her nicer. My eyes snap open. Gray smoke curls into the room from the hallway. A fire. The offensive odor that fills the room is not from a house fire, however. It stings my eyes and I feel tiny shocks where tendrils trail towards me. I can feel rain hitting me. The blanket I lay on is soaked with water. I turn my attention towards the window, then jump to my feet. Strong gales of wind push into the room, carrying the heavy rainstorm in with it. Rain floods the floorboards and ripples from every drop that cascades in from outside. Dove stands at the wide open window, holding on to the slick frames and breathing out in panicked pants. Her nightgown is drenched, and her pitch-black hair clings to her face and back. Her body trembles and holds unsteady against the strong winds that slam into her. She does not look afraid in the slightest. In fact, she looks out at the thundering sky. Her wide eyes flushed, cold cheeks make her look more alive than ever. She looks down at the ground. I wonder what Grell thought of when he fell. Did he have time to think of anything at all? My heart races. Rain beats against my face and gets in my eyes. I wonder what his real name was. and if someone out there is still looking for him. She looks back up at the gray clouds. Babel kept taking care of the garden and filling the flower vases. It didn't know why it had to. Grell wanted to leave. It didn't know why it had to. Odette wanted to take me away from here. Dove lets out a bitter laugh. It didn't even know why. She goes quiet. A frown appears on her face. Ziri. Her face goes blank. Now you're more free than I'll ever be. Dove turns away from the window and starts to climb down. I watch in horror as her foot slips from the rain-slicked windowsill. Save her? Duh! What are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean? Freeze in fear. What is wrong with you? I howl and grab the back of Dove's dress before she can fall. I throw all my weight back and Dove stumbles backwards into the room. She shrieks when she lands on the floor, right on her burns from the previous day. Violent knocking startles me. Dove? I recoil sharply when the witch breaks down Dove's door and strides into the room. His steps make the floor quake. The second he spots Dove crouching on the floor, he drops down to her level and pulls her into his arms. It's okay. I've got you. You're safe. The smell of smoke comes off of him so strongly I cringe back. The witch strokes Dove's hair and whispers soothing words to his daughter. It would be a warm display, if not for the way Dove's entire body goes still. Her body does not move. I don't even see her breathing. Her eyes are completely hollow. The only move I see her make is her eyes flickering down to something on the floor. Her fingers twitch. Then they start reaching for the candle holder beside them. Dread twists in my gut. I watch with terror as Dove's fingers curl around the brass object. Listen, 4 hours of talking and my lips are starting to be like... Hang on. Delicious water. But before anything can happen, the witch scoops up his daughter and the candle holder slips out of her hand. Hi, Ran. Thank you, Virus, for the liquid redemption. I appreciate you. The witch stands and starts to carry her out. Let's clean those, shall we? After the two of them leave, I pad over to the windows and swing the doors closed to stop any more rain from coming in. I can't lock it myself, so this will have to do. But then I look at the state of the bedroom floor, or the door. The frame of the door and the locking mechanism hang in splinters. It's in her brain. The storm continues to roar outside. I stand alone in the garden, soaked to the bone. All around me is decay. Without Babel's tending to keep everything alive, all the flowers and plants have started to wither. The only thing standing still is the rose bush. But even time is running out for it. Its petals have become stark white. A snap makes my ears twitch. I watch silently as a rosehead falls to the ground. It crumbles like ash when it hits the tiled floor. I turn away, then head back out into the rain. I don't remember how long I've been up here. I return inside the mansion. As I make my way back to Dove's room, I see her in front of the study door. The witch's shadow engulfs her. I stop at a distance, then watch as Dove presents something to her father. The cross. The one I had seen her working on. A new one. Dove nods. I hear the witch sigh. He studies the handmade cross. It's been quieter around here, don't you think? His question seems to catch Dove off guard. I observe the way her mouth parts slightly, but she doesn't say a word. Red eyes gaze down at her. He knows. He knows everything we've been doing. The witch starts to turn away. Very well. Off to bed with you now. Dove steps back, and the door to the study closes. Then she slowly turns and heads down the hall. I start trotting after her to catch up, when something catches my attention. I slow to a stop by the door of the study. My ears twist towards the sound coming from inside the room. It sounds like the clinking of a chain, just like what I had heard the first day I arrived. Dove's moon. So this is from Dove's point of view. Huzzah! Today is outside of his routine. It's supposed to be a quiet day. Why did he have to come in here? Show me what you've been working on. Why do you have such a creepy face today, bro? I swallow and ignore him. I hate it when he's like this. I try not to look at the wolf's skull that emerges over his eyes. He's been using more blood caps than usual. Why bother? It's always in vain. No good. I go stiff in my seat. No, 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 no. None of these are any good. He slams his fist on the desk and I hide my flinch. I shouldn't have entertained any of your silly ideas. Those bloody roses were the last straw. He hands balled up notes and crumples them. I feel my body grow hot. I clench my jaw. Just ignore him. Everything he says when he's like this means nothing. I hear a new voice emerge. It's the stupid boy that we hate. Sorry, hang on. Make all the little spells you want. You'll never be a witch. Never, never, never. My lip starts to wobble. His words keep repeating. I can't breathe. Don't you already have everything? Little beasts shouldn't get greedy. Give up already. My eyes sting. Anger swells inside me. You're such a coward. What was that? I clamp my mouth shut, like father, like daughter. Leave. Hi, Vedans. We're reading horror stories tonight. I just wanted to see your work. You saw. ... Very well. She must be walking around by now anyways. He places a kiss on top of my head and I go numb. You know I love you, right? Yes. Do you though, sir? Finally, he slips out the door. I sit in silence, my body stiff as I try to listen for him through the walls. His footsteps echo down the hall. Then I hear him speak. My love, there you are. My heart clenches. Immediately I tear my focus back to myself and listen to the tap of rain against the window instead. I run my hands over my notes, trying to smooth out the wrinkles. It's a Gothic horror visual novel, Vivi. The ink has smudged in several places. I look up at the ceiling and take deep breaths. When Mother was around, she would tell me that I would become the strongest witch in the family. She wanted me to become everything she couldn't be. But Father, he wants me to be nothing. I stand, giving up on today's studying. It feels like it's gotten late. The wolf barely had any energy today. I don't think he's been sleeping well, and the humidity the last couple days definitely hasn't helped. He spent the whole day flopped over on the floor, smelling like a wet dog. I step out into the hallway. I start on the path to my room. The moon casts a pale light through the windows in the hallway. Part of it shines on the paintings that line the walls. I pause for a moment. Beautifully done things. Father loves these paintings so much. I bring my hand up to the canvas and drag my nails across it as hard as I can. Heart! I can't find Dove. I've gotten used to seeing Dove first thing in the morning every day. To not see her immediately after waking up dislodges. Oh, God. Hello. Hi. Welcome in. You are the Cat Bakery. Welcome in, Cat Bakery. Hi. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, my gosh. Okay, I'm probably going to butcher your name. Hang on. Is it Mayo? Did I say that kind of right? Was that semi-right? Please fix me, because I know I probably said it wrong. Welcome in, Neptune Natalie. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. Hang on. There we go. How's the stream? It is good. It's good. You were doing web fishing. Oh, I like web fishing. It's good. It's good. Unfortunately, you raided at a really bad time. Ads are about to start. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We run 3 minutes of ads, so nobody gets pre-roll ads. I'm really, really sorry. Those ads are about to start. I apologize. If you want to stick around after the ads, we can chat about your stream, but those ads are about to start. I'm so sorry. I adore you so much. There's the ad break. Gosh dang it. Pain, Pecco. Oh, you have turbo. Yo, let's go. Okay, cool. Never mind. Then you and I can chat during the ad break. And there they go. So we are currently playing a Gothic horror novel tonight. There is, you know, content of themes. We pinned it all. There's a lot in here. So, you know, like, it's pretty good. Little Cheebs on the bottom left. Yeah, Rachel made that for me. She gave me a little. I got a little pot for my. Cause I'm normally a green witch. Yeah, Rachel's a sweetheart. I was one of her demos. She's like, "Hey, Kath, can I use you?" And I go, "Obviously." There you go. Yeah, we made it an emote on the channel. She is the sweetest of all beans. I adore Ray Ray. How was web fishing? Do please tell me about it. I think we're almost near the end of this web novel. It'll probably be maybe another hour or so, but it is a Gothic horror visual novel, and I've had a really good time. She demoed me for her reactives. Yay! That's exciting. Ray's amazing. I love Ray. To kind of sum up the story so far, I just played web fishing for a bit before it ended. Ah, you started with studying. What were you studying? I would love to know. But my alarm to take my medicine went off, but it's gonna have to wait an hour. Hang on. Yeah, I'll get you in an hour when, there we go. I'm gonna snooze that for an hour. I'll take my medicine next break. It's fine. I was just doing my midterms. You had to study a meaningful meme and write about it. Yo, what meme did you study? I wish to know what meme you did study. I'll have to take a gander at that. Hang on. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. I'm sorry. I followed you. Why was I not following you? Haven't we been talking on Blue Sky? Or at least I think I've been favoriting your stuff on Blue Sky. I don't know. I'm broken. I've been meaning to raid you, though. I see you all the time. I'm just never live when you're live. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's because I usually only go about 3 to 4 hours, and visual novels run a little bit longer. So it'll probably go, you know, a little bit. So, sorry, you said Mayo or May, but most of my friends just call me Mayo. Got it. On it. I will probably call you Mayo if that's chill. Yay! Welcome back, everyone else from the ad break. You love my model? Thank you! This is our Halloween costume that will be going away in 2 days. We are normally a green witch, but this is our costume right now. I am a reaper. This is our scythe. His name is Alistair. He's very loud. You can't hear him, but he yells at me to take souls all the time. And I'm like, Alistair, we've already reached our 1,000 for the year. Listen, Alistair, go back to sleep. He's so needy. He's so needy. He's like, you need 1,000 souls a day. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm working on it. I know. He's such a little brat, though. You really must be happy that you can't see him. Oh my gosh, Verdon, I hate that your emotes are pulsating on the floor. So this is the full outfit. Can those go away? Thank you. It is a badass side. It is. But yeah, so this is our whole outfit for Halloween. But yeah, we are a scythe. I made like a 1-minute video for YouTube. It'll be pretty solid. Let there be bread bugs. Oh my gosh. You're so funny. But I know you just got done with your stream, so if you need to take a break, get some water, whatever you need, please do. I will be vibing here while you take, water, food, bathroom break, whatever you need, Mayo. And I will comfortably read to your community a Gothic horror novel. That's what our plan was for tonight. And for anybody who was late, to sum up, essentially, we're a wolf cub. We're like a I'm assuming we're not a child, but I don't think we're like an adolescence yet, but we have grown into this play. Yes, please go take care of some stuff. Yes. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. You and I have to talk more later. Wolf pupper, yeah. So we're a wolf pupper. We got, locked into this witch's mansion. We befriended the daughter of the witch. And now we're kind of helping her figure out how to do stuff. And that's kind of like our thing. But lately we've been sick. I'm assuming we're sick. Or maybe it's too hot. I'm not entirely sure. But she's coming back to check on us. And she's missing when we wake up and we're worried about it. That's the sum up to right now. Admitting that I need her around doesn't make me feel any better. The emptiness I feel makes me shoot to my feet, my eyes frantically flicking to every corner of the room in search of Dove. Something feels horribly wrong. My gaze, filled with panic, swings to the window. It sits closed and secure. I let out a brief sigh of relief, but the pressure in my chest does not lessen. The door clacks noisily against the frame, drawing my attention to it. It can no longer close properly after the damage the witch had done to it. My night was spent tossing and turning restlessly because of it. It wasn't the noise that troubled me, but the absence of security in what was once the closest thing to safety in this place. I steel myself, then slip out the door. I've searched every square inch of the mansion I can reach. Every cobwebbed corner, every shadow under the tables, but still no trace of Dove. I sprint up and down the hall, not caring about the loud creaking under my steps. I mentally recall the past couple days in my head. Today should be a quiet one, so I can afford to run around recklessly without fear. The longer time goes by without finding Dove, the more panic builds within me. A high-pitched whine escapes my throat. Where are you, Dove? Is she hurt? Why can't I find her anywhere? My trot down the hallway slows to a stop. My ears go limp and my wide eyes begin to burn as they drop to the dusty floor. Is Dove gone? Oh, dear. We hate the boy. The boy's not good. Boy's bad. I go still. Wandering around without your guardian angel, little pup. I twist my neck to look behind me. Ah, perhaps she's hiding after being punished. My blood runs cold. I spin around to fully face the boy, peeling back my lips to reveal the points of my teeth. The boy's eyes widen, causing me to falter for a moment. His mouth stretches into a sinister grin. My body quickly tenses to prevent myself from recoiling at the sight. Aw, how cute. You must like her. I hold my breath as the boy begins to stalk towards me. He holds his hands behind his back, his menacing gaze feeling like toxic spiders crawling all over me. I catch a quick glance of something he holds. It looks like a white dress. That might be a first, I think. Dove's been misbehaving a lot lately. My guess is that it's all your fault. I yelp and scurry away from the boy. He draws back and places a hand on his hip. A yawn pries open his jaws, and I crouch on the ground feeling like a string pulled so taut it's on the verge of snapping. He looks down at me with narrow eyes before throwing something onto me. I flinch in alarm when my vision is suddenly shrouded. Pass this to our dear little dove for me, won't you? I hastily untangle myself free from the fabric. When I look up, the boy's eyes are glued to the white dress. I fixed a tear in it for her, though really, I should just throw this out after the mess Hypatia made of it. My ears stand up. That name again. Hypatia. The boy sighs. Little Dove would throw a tantrum if I were to do that, however. I look down at the simple white nightgown. My head tilts as I observe the crudely sewn patches that cover the gown. It's easy to spot the section that was fixed by a witch. It's flawlessly mended. I look up at the boy again, and he's gone. I drag my paws into the bedroom with Dove's dress between my teeth and drop it to the floor. I still haven't found her. My eyes flicker over to the window again, still closed and secure. I start to whine. Where are you, Dove? I pace around the room, my nails lightly tapping on the floor. I sniff loose sheets of paper and books, but the entire room is filled with the overwhelming scent of old paper and floral decay. I suck in a deep breath and then let out a long howl in distress. Where? Hush. I perk up at the sound of Dove's raspy mumble. Why are you being so noisy? I instantly turn towards the direction of her voice, and I face her bed. My eyes grow to the size of saucers. Has she been in her bed this entire time? I leap for the curtains of the canopy, latching onto them with my teeth, and yank them open. Dove hisses from the light that disturbs the darkness she lies in. I stand up on my haunches, desperate to make sure she's really there. My whole body chills. My claws curl into the rumpled bedsheets at the foot of the bed. Dove squints at me in confusion. Hanging from the ceiling of the canopy, clusters of dolls swing. Okay, well, that's not creepy or anything. Alright, that's fine. And I stare. I can see the white bone of their little heads twitch and bobble as they look down upon me. Their beady black eyes are devoid of any soul, yet I feel a weight pressing down on me from their gaze. Their dresses are elaborate, but the exposed parts of their bodies are roughly whittled and splintered, tied together with twine that bleeds red. Chunks of hardened skin and scrapes of stiff fur cling to the bones that make up the dolls. Animal bones. I swallow and breathe shallowly. These had to have been made by the witch. Between the dolls, I spot dried flowers tangled in the strings that suspend them. I suppose the smell of dead lilacs is more favorable than the smell of rotting flesh. Dove pushes herself up on her elbows, and I stiffen when I hear her wince. She shifts more into the light, her sleeves pulling back in the process. Crawling from the tips of her fingers all the way to her shoulders are shallow cuts that crisscross all the expanse of her skin. Punished. That's what the boy said. Dove's face scrunches in anger. Go away. Her voice comes out in a malicious hiss, yet I can see the way her shoulders shake, desperately trying to contain how she really feels. My brows pitch, and I feel a prick of irritation sweep over me. I hate seeing her do this, seeing her try to bottle up how she truly feels. Why can't she just let it all out? Would it really be that disastrous if she did? She opened the gates of her heart just a little. Would it feel like the world is ending? I look up at the dolls and stare into their observant eyes. They loom over Dove like wardens stationed in front of a beast's cage. I dig my claws into the sheets. Well, you know, I feel like not leaving Dove alone is probably the best option here, so I'm not gonna leave you alone. She obviously wants you to be next to her, so. Dove plops back down and sucks in a sharp breath. She tugs her blanket up to her ears, and I take that as a sign that I should leave her alone. But I don't. Dove lets out a small gasp as I jump onto the bed. She snaps her head up to look at me. Her round eyes focus on me as I settle down right beside her. Look, she's cute! She was so ready that I was gonna run away. I don't want to be a scaredy cat anymore. My heart thuds as I rest my head on the pillow beside Dove's. She glares at me. I told you to go away. She tries to sound cold, but the tremble in her bottom lip and the curve of her pinched brows, contradict her mask. I move closer until my warmth is shared with Dove. Her expression finally falls apart. Aww, poor little bean. I hold her glossy blue eyes in mine. Dove scared Cath. She's so cute. No, she's just adorable. I want to hold her and give her cuddles and give her spoonfuls of yummy candy. That's all I'm saying. If my hands were human, I would catch the tears in her eyes before they could fall. I can see her thoughts racing as though she's searching for her misplaced bravery. Where did you go, Dove? What do the farthest corners of your mind look like? If it's too dark in there, I can join you. Maybe stumbling through the shadows will be easier if there are two of us instead of just one. Dove brings one of her hands out from under the covers. I close my eyes, and Dove's hand carefully finds the fur along my neck. I stay completely still, giving her time to grow her confidence. Her feathery touch grows more firm and exploratory. Her palm runs down my back. When she feels more sure of my trust in her, she curls into my side. I feel her warm puffs of breath as she buries her face into the side of my neck. Her fingers grip my fur almost painfully, but I do nothing to stop her. Her small frame quivers as the quiet stream of tears begin to flow down her cheeks. They hurt. ... Aw, poor sweet little bean. Hi, V. Thanks for the hugs. After crying, Dove falls asleep, still clutching onto me. The dolls above stare directly at us as I lay with her. I narrow my eyes as I watch them hang lifelessly. If they dare to disturb Dove's sleep, I'll tear them down and reduce them to splinters. They remain silent, however. My ears begin to pick up a sound. Sounds like the buzzing of flies. Odette was Ziri's mother. I watch as Dove lights the final candle on the table. The flames flicker and devour each other until they form a single entity. I stare at the gray smoke that rises to the ceiling without worry. Before he died, he would make me treats behind his mother's back and show me his sketchbooks. They were too good for a place like this. That's why they didn't last long. ... Alive, at least. With a flick of her wrist, Dove kills the flame of her last matchstick. The flames grow bigger and bigger. She takes a step back to admire her work. Every candle on the dining room table has been lit. This was Dove's idea, to lure out the last ghost on our list. The flames roar and grow taller by the second. She crouches down to pick something up from the floor, before promptly getting back up. The object sits on the palm of her hand. She looks down at it, closes her hand, and takes a step towards the flames. I tense at how close she moves to the fire. Hot air billows the pointed strands of her hair, and licks of flame come close enough to singe the ends. Dove stares at the fire, mesmerized by the wisps of red, orange, and white. She lifts her hand like she means to caress one of the infernal curls. That's all it takes for it to appear. Ziri manifests out of the shadows behind Dove. Her hands freeze in place when she hears its cry. ... Quick as always. I cringe at the coldness that drips from her words. Dove pulls her hand back, then fiddles with the object in her hands. I never asked for your protection. I don't need it. I never did. ... Her mouth curls downwards, she whispers so quietly. My ears twitch, trying to catch her next words. I just wanted you to be my friend. She closes her hands together, and a crease forms between her brows. Her eyes close. I'm sorry you had to meet me. Her eyes open again. I can see her straining to not turn and look at the ghost one last time. Her lip starts to wobble, and I can see her swallow a lump in her throat. Hi, Anova! Hey, Anova, this is not a kid-friendly stream. I'm just giving you a heads up right now. Not a kid-friendly stream. So, just wanted to put that out there. Love you! There's a pinned message with all of the, warnings. Love you! Her lip starts to wobble, and I see her swallow a lump in her throat. There's so many things on this one, yeah. Your mother is waiting for you, Ziri. Dove brings the clutch of hair in her hands up to the flames. I know, right, Atha? It's crazy. Ziri screams when it sees Dove approaching the fire. It raises its long, thin arms just as the bundle of hairs catch onto the flame. Out of all the others, these remains burn the easiest. Spindly fingers brush her back, sending Dove into a violent flinch. She takes in a sharp breath and unconsciously recoils away from the ghost's touch before the flaming bundle in her hand is thrown into the heart of the fire. Ziri lets out a screech when it sees Dove move too close to the fire, then. I jump when Dove cries out. I watch as she stumbles back, clutching her hand in the process. Redness begins to form on the tips of her fingers. I yelp and rush to her side. The candle flames begin to burn out of control. Smoke fills the room, and I can hear Dove choke on a cough. My heart thunders. Oh gods, how are we going to put this out? Dove drops to her knees and covers her mouth and nose. The smoke grows thicker, making the room hard to see. I let out a whimper and grab Dove's sleeve. We have to get out of here. Dove fumbles forward, blinks away the tears from the smoke. Soon after, I feel my own eyes burn. I try to stay low on the ground, but it's already become too hard to breathe. I wheeze for oxygen and try to drag Dove with me as I search for the way out of the room. Dove's body grows heavy. I can hear her rasp for air. Black dots start to creep into the corner of my vision. I can feel the strength in my body begin to deplete. Then I hear a series of snaps. Within seconds, the windows of the dining room burst open, and all the smoke in the room is magically pushed out with a strong gust of wind. I squeeze my watery eyes shut and slide onto the floor from the strength of the gale. My nails leave scratch marks where they claw into the floorboards. When it stops blowing, I blink rapidly to return moisture to my eyes. Dove coughs and gags beside me on her hands and knees. I slowly try to lift myself off the floor, but I go rigid at the sound of footsteps entering the dining room. The witch's eyes rake over the room, from the melted candles to the scorched marks on the ceiling. Eventually, they land on me and Dove as we attempt to recover from the smoke on the floor. He crosses his arms, and I see blood dripping down his arm from an activated magic circle. What a mess. Dove slowly stands up with her dress balled in her hands. Clean this up. This room needs to look just as your mother left it when she comes back. I tilt my head and look at Dove. Her brows twitch as her expression turns into disbelief. I can see her knuckles turn white. Her mouth opens and closes like she has something to say, but no words come out. The witch turns on his heel and starts to make his exit. On his way out, he takes a dark handkerchief out of his pocket and cleans the blood off his arm. She'll finally be returning to us soon. Right before the witch steps through the threshold, he looks over his shoulder. Not at Dove, but at me. I'm so taken aback by the intensity of his stare that the fur along my spine puffs up. I only remember to breathe once again after he breaks off his stare. Take good care of your little friend, Dove. He swiftly turns on his heel and leaves the room. Neither of us move an inch until his footsteps disappear down the hall. I barely dodge the books that Dove blindly tosses behind her as she ravages the bookshelves. It's not possible. She chews on her thumbnail and sifts through a book before it joins the rest on the floor. Why? Why does it feel like he's telling the truth this time? I hear her let out an exasperated huff. She moves on from the bookshelves to her desk to ruffle through the sheets of notes and journals. Nothing. Paper crunches between her fingers as she leans over the desk. I can see her shoulders trembling before sheets of paper are sent flying off the desk. He's lying. I cross my paws and lay my head on them. Dove drops down beside me and wraps her arms around her knees. I feel confused. What is it that has Dove so panicked? Is it because of what the witch had told her? He said her mother would be returning soon. Was that not a good thing? I wonder where she'd been this whole time. The corners of my mouth tug down and my ears flatten. Dove still had both of her parents, but she doesn't seem happy about it. If I had mine, maybe I would have made the choices that led me here to this moment. Maybe I would be less foolish. I turn my head away from Dove and make a small whine. Dove definitely isn't that close to her father, but maybe her relationship with her mother is better. As long as they're still around, it's not too late for them to grow better bonds like it is for me. Bitterness spreads through me. What's wrong? My fur twitches at the feeling of light fingers brushing against them. They retreat quickly. Wolf? Dove's face pops up in front of me. What's wrong? I huff and turn my head away from her again. Dove scoffs and I ignore her. Then I feel hands dig under my arms and pick me up off the floor. I narrow my eyes at Dove when she holds me up face to face. She's making the poof sound. Look, chat, she's doing the thing. That's cute. Why are you so moody? I look away and try to worm my way out of her grasp. Her grip only tightens and the feeling unfurls a coil of discomfort that causes me to act out before I even think about it. I throw weight forward and smash my head right into Dove's forehead. Ow! Dove screams and throws her head back, letting me go so she can massage the redness forming on the center of her forehead. I fall onto the floor and curl into a ball away from her, cradling my own head with my paws as I let out a small whimper. For a moment, the two of us lie curled up on the floor, writhing in twin agony. Ow! She shoots a glare at me. What is your problem? My eyes shut, ignoring her. I hear her sigh, then it goes quiet. Some time passes before I hear Dove start to shuffle around. Pages are leafed through and books are tossed recklessly until Dove whispers, all that fill the room. My eyes close and I get lost in my own thoughts. Do you like fireworks? My eyes pop open and my ears perk up. I look at Dove and tilt my head. She kneels next to me, clutching a book in her lap nervously. She glances at me, then looks down on her lap. I can make them for you. I feel my tail begin to sway, and Dove's face lightens up. Oh, I like fireworks, apparently, chat. I've never seen fireworks before. The study is thankfully empty when we enter it. Dove crosses the floor, moving from shelf to shelf to gather materials. She places small vials of powders on the floor in front of me. Using certain types of metals is what determines the color of the firework. I follow her hand as she points to individual vials. Copper for blue, sodium for yellow, barium for green, strontium for red. She places her hand on her lap and observes the metals with a melancholic look. I've never actually made a firework on my own before. Father used to make them by hand when Mother was around, every year, on my birthday. My ears flop down at the frown Dove wears. She gathers the rest of the supplies and quickly starts to make small satchels with fuses trailing out of them. She casts furtive glances in my direction as she assembles them. When she's done, she wipes a smudge of explosive powder off her cheek. The floor is a mess of materials, but Dove pays it no mind and stands. There's just one thing we need. My head pops up and my tail begins to wag again. Dove notices my excitement and brightens in what almost seems like relief. She holds up a finger. We just need a tube to launch the fireworks out of. Yay, we have a pyromaniac, let's go. Dove starts to search the study, pulling open drawers and yanking cabinet doors wide. Her cheeks puff out every time her search doesn't bear fruit. I poke my head out from under her arm to get a peek into the cabinet. She digs into boxes and pulls out bottles until she reaches the back of the cabinet, strains her arm to feel out the farthest corners, as though she's looking for what she's looking for is cloaked by a spell. Her efforts turn up nothing and she retracts her arm with a disappointed huff. Where does he keep them? She chews on her thumbnail in thought and does another lap around the room, double-checking every place she's looked. I wander around the room on my own. Perhaps my lower perspective will see something Dove doesn't. To my luck, I spot what looks like paper tube at the bottom of a shelf, tucked away between worn books and jars. I make an excited yip and trot over to it. I waste no time and gently grab the tube with my mouth. Then I notice the pale feet behind the shelf. A cry rips out of my throat. I drop the tube and startle back from the shelf with my tail between my legs. I hear the slap of Dove's feet make their way over to me. She looks at me in confusion. What's got you all worked up? I stare at the feet behind the shelf, holding my breath to see if they'll suddenly start moving. My whole body racked in fear. That doesn't look like another ghost. Dove follows my line of sight, and I see her go still when she sees what's behind the shelf. It can't be. Her eyes are wide in disbelief. I jump when Dove suddenly shoots off to the side of the shelf. Help me move it. My jaw unhinges. Help her? As much as I would rather not, I make my way over and push against the shelf with my whole body. Books topple onto the floor and glass bottles rattle together as we slowly move the narrow shelf inch by inch, until the dark curtain behind it is exposed to us. My heart pounds and my muscles ache. We both take a moment to process what we found. Who we've found. I can see Dove's hands fidgeting in the corner of my vision. I swallow hard. Then I move forward towards the still curtains. There's no smell of decay. Instead, there seems to be a light hint of something floral. It's surprisingly pleasant. I brace myself and drag open the curtains with my teeth. Dove chokes on a gasp behind me, and the floor creaks. I give her a quick glance and see that she's taken a step back. It's hard to understand the expression she wears. She seems to go through a string of them. Her face becomes painted with disbelief. For a wink of time, a spark of yearning lights up in her eyes. Then her expression splits into anguish. I turn back to the person behind the curtain. The woman. Her skin is pure ivory, untouched by rigor mortis, but suspended just a breath away from its ruinous claws. Death's presence feels so close, like it paces back and forth, waiting to claim what's rightfully theirs. The gown she wears is a shiny white silk, buttoned all the way up to her chin, with red stitching that zigzags up her skirt in chaotic fashion. Something about the way the crimson threads loop up and down the skirt feels spiteful, patient. My brows pinch together. I've seen stitching like that before. Her light hair chopped sharply, framing her jaw. The panel behind her head looks like an explosion of color-painted strokes. Bold tendrils of gore. Mycelium spread along the wood. Fungi of different shapes and sizes bloom around her head like a horrific halo. She stands with her eyes closed in the hidden closet like a marionette. Her arms hang neatly at her sides. When I look for strings that hold her up, I disturbingly find none. It's almost curious to see if she has a wind-up key behind her that would bring her to life. She's clearly dead, but she's preserved so well that I fall under the illusion that a nudge of her shoulder is all it would take to make her eyes flutter open. Unlike the others, her entire body has been kept. And unlike the others, there's no tag with her name on it. But it doesn't matter. I already know. Hypatia. How long has she been tucked away here? Hidden, like a rare gem in a jewelry box. I now understand why her remains were not found amongst the others. The tether that binds her here could only be this strong if her whole body was kept. She's been here this entire time. My ears twitch at the sound of Dove's voice. I start blinking rapidly when Dove strides over to the side of the shelf again and starts pushing it back into place. She's covering her up again. Maybe she doesn't want the witch to know what we've discovered. I tilt my head. But are we just going to do nothing about her? My head thrums with conflicted feelings. Once the shelf is settled back in its original position, she picks up the paper tube that I had dropped and starts making her way over to the pile of satchels on the floor. Let's go. I give the shelf one last glance, then trail after Dove. We both stare at the rain that falls through the hatch to the roof. Each drop of water clangs against the iron stairs. My ears fall flat on my head. Can we still light fireworks in the rain? The face Dove makes as she guards the fireworks gives me my answer. I softly whimper. Dove gives me a sympathetic look, then looks up to the open hatch in contemplation. She chews on her lip, deep in thought. Her face lights up shortly after. We just need to make sure the fuse doesn't get wet. Okay. How do we do that when it's raining? My brows raise when Dove starts to bound down the stairs, and I quickly chase after her. This is a terrible idea. We have to stuff the shell in nice and tight or it will misfire. We're going to get ourselves killed. It hasn't even been that long since we set the dining room on fire. My tail swishes anxiously as I watch Dove aim the paper tube towards her open bedroom window. Oh, this is a terrible idea. I agree with you, puppy. She arranges the tube just shy of where the rain hits her floor. Hi, Rhubarb. I'm doing well. We're reading a Gothic horror novel tonight, so please read the pinned comment for any of the content and themes that are currently in the story. I love you. I hope you're doing well. When she's satisfied with the aim, she looks at me with an excited grin. Are you ready? I shake my head furiously. No. This is crazier than lighting up a table's worth of candles all at once. Baby. My loud thoughts come out as nothing more than a whine. Hee hee. Hee hee, she's laughing at me. We're firing fireworks indoors. Oh, it's a great idea. It was good. Nothing bad could possibly come from this. Don't worry so much. She holds a lit candle up to the fuse, and my fur stands up on end. I swallow as the fuse begins to burn. Just sit back and watch. I count each second that passes as the fuse burns away, until it disappears into the tube. Dove tightens her arms around the tube and braces herself. I suck in a breath, and then... light explodes in bursts of color against a bleeding canvas. The room lights up in flashes, and the sound from the explosions rattles my bones. The sight takes all the breath from my lungs. My heart thunders against my ribs, and I start to feel weightless. It's overwhelming, intense, frightening, and exhilarating. It's amazing. I race to the window and stand with my front paws on the window seat to get a closer look at the fireworks. The rain pelts against my fur and gets in my eyes, but I barely pay it any mind. Is this how Dove felt? In that moment where she stood facing the tempestuous storm head-on, my tail swings madly with excitement. Emotions of awe and wonder rush through me. I try to memorize the moment. The sound of the wind being drowned out by the fireworks. How the rain makes my nose feel frozen. The way the light looks when the fireworks explode. And Dove. I crane my head to look back at her after the fireworks are done. She stands, staring at the sky, lost deep in thought. I feel uneasy over the conflict reflected on her face. Dove grips her dress, and I notice the messy patchwork of stitches that holds the thin fabric together. She inhales deeply. I let out a yip as she suddenly bolts out of the room. I rush into the study just as Dove finishes shoving the tall bookshelf to the side again. She breathes heavily as she yanks open the curtains that hide the body behind them. My eyes bug out of my head when I see what she does next. Dove grabs handfuls of the corpse bodice and rips it open. Buttons fly and pop. Dove's jaws clenched tightly as she takes in the colorless flesh beneath the clothes. A freezing chill crawls beneath my skin as I observe the neat, thick stitches trailing up the corpse's torso all the way to her throat. Dove takes a deep breath in before digging her fingers into the seam between the sewn-up skin. The taut threads begin to snap as she roughly tears them open. My most recent meal threatens to escape when Dove reveals the organs beneath the corpse's flesh. Dead organs never look so bright, especially with color like hers. I would question if this woman were truly dead, if it wasn't for the stillness of her insides. Perhaps she isn't even a real corpse, merely a disturbing replica of one. Not a perfect one, however, considering the 3 random ribs she seems to be missing. Dang it. I startle when Dove curses abruptly. She takes a step away from the corpse and begins to pace in a small circle. All this effort to keep her here. She throws the woman a look of pure scorn. Why do you get all his time? Her lip wobbles when I'm still here. My heart sinks when I see Dove's clenched fist tremble. I look at the corpse in confusion. Just who is she to Dove? Dove's face hardens. She looks down at me. Help me find her ribs. I blink at her demand. You wanted to put all the ghosts to rest, didn't you? Dove takes a step towards me and I take a step back. You wanted to end their suffering, right? Isn't it unfair for them to be stuck here? My ears pin back. We must get rid of her. She straightens and glares at the corpse. ... Dove tears her gaze from the corpse and begins to leave. I hear her murmur something to herself before she comes back. Dove moves through the mansion like a hurricane. She empties drawers on the floor and throws books off shelves. I keep my distance and quietly do my own searching. This feels much different than when we released the other ghosts. A sinking feeling chews away at me. Suddenly, I feel regret for what I've started. I wonder if this is the right thing to do. It's like Dove's vision has narrowed to the point where she can't see anything but this impulsive need to be rid of the hallway ghost. I look down at the dusty floor. Get rid of ... When this ghost is gone, I wonder if Dove will like what its absence looked like. Where are they? Dove sweeps everything off the top of a dresser with a curse. In an instant, everything clatters onto the floor. Dove whips around and bangs her fists on the dining room table. Candles fall and tremble from the small quake she creates. She releases a frustrated sigh, and then freezes. My ears strain. I try to strain my neck to see what has captured Dove's attention, but I can't see the top of the dining room table. Dove climbs on top of the table. My heart begins to thump with anticipation. She crawls to the middle of the table, shoving melted candles out of her way. The wood groans under her weight like she had disturbed its sleep. Her hand slowly reaches out to pick up a single candle before climbing back down onto the floor. Waiting to see what she found fills me with anxiety. I make my way over to her and she lowers down to kneel on the floor. Something sticks out of the melted candle she cradles in her hands. I recognize the texture of it. A bone. Dove digs her nails into the wax, trying to claw her way to the bone, then presses the candle into the floor with all her weight, pushing down on it until the hard wax crumbles. The rib is finally freed, but she does not look as victorious as I thought she would. A line forms between her brows. I had a feeling. My head flops to the side as I look at Dove. Her gaze meets mine. It's like they're filling up the space for her until she gets back. I feel my heart pause for a moment. My wide eyes drop down to the rib. Oh. Dove rises and I copy the movement without thinking. I don't understand. Can you explain it to a dumb green witch? Because I don't understand what's happening. I feel numb. I don't know where to look next. I nod, but my mind feels miles away from my body. A faint buzzing makes my ears twitch. I twist my head towards it. Buzzing flies whip around the candles on the dining room table. You spent a lot of time in here, but not to study like Father and I. Dove speaks to herself as she walks past a shelf of books, slowly running a hand along their spines. You gotta call it a night? It's okay. Have good night, Anova. Rest well. We'll see you later. Well, maybe she isn't quite speaking to herself, but she is most definitely not speaking to me. I see Dove open and close her mouth. It seems as though her mind is overflowing with words to say, but she sees no point in speaking when the person her words are for isn't around. Her sharp eyes look through the shelves. I follow behind her until we end up in a dark corner. Section by section, the candlelight illuminates each book spine. A large mirror on the wall briefly shakes Dove, but she continues her search nonetheless. In the dim light, I make out what looks like a pile of blankets and pillows on the floor below the mirror, as well as an old oil lantern covered in sticky cobwebs. The sound of a fallen book brings us both to a stiff halt. I crane my neck up as my feet move back from the shelf where the book had come from. Another book suddenly tumbles off the shelf, and I barely dodge it. I can only watch as the shelves begin to bend from the weight of something climbing up and down along the books. Creaking wood screeches in my ear as more books fumble down. Dove and I both track the movement in dead silence. Our senses are heightened as the bookshelves. In an instant, we bring our eyes to a particular book. I squint, trying to make out more details of the book. The book sits oddly, squeezed between two others at the very top shelf. Despite being so high, the spine appears extremely worn, like it's been plucked to be read over and over again. The library ceiling is incredibly tall. The top of the bookshelf is practically in the heavens. My body tenses anticipation, hoping the mysterious library resident does us a favor and knocks it down to the floor. But it remains tightly lodged. I make a small noise to get Dove's attention and point my nose at it. She seems to have already noticed it. The corners of her mouth are weighted down as she sets the candle on the floor, moving towards the shelf with unhurried steps. My chest pounds as I watch the shelves, searching for movement. Nothing. I share a nervous glance with Dove before she sucks in a deep breath and starts climbing the shelf. There's a ladder right there! Use the ladder! What are you doing? Sorry. My nerves are lit with fear, keeping my eyes open in vigilance. I start to relax a little once Dove reaches the halfway point. Her shoulders tremble from exertion, and her breaths come out in shaky puffs. She stops to take a quick rest before swinging her gaze down with scrunched brows. Just halfway up the shelf must be high enough for the floor beneath to feel as steady as sand. She retracts her eyes quickly from the sight, ready to keep going. She lifts her hand to move further up, but not before the sound of wood groaning begins to echo, not far from where she clings to it with all her might. I go cold. Dove gasps, and her hand slips. I yip in alarm and dig my nails into the floor as Dove struggles to find a steady grip again, her feet dangling loosely in the air. My tail swishes in distress and my mind races. It halts to a single thought. The blankets! I race towards the bundle of blankets I had seen earlier, gathering a mouthful of quilts before looking up at the shelf again. The mirror on the wall directly faces the shelf Dove is clinging to. She finally secures her footing again, but not soon enough. Immediately, a headless creature reaches the shelf she had just dangled over. A shudder crawls up my spine as I finally see the thing in full. Its arms are long in proportion, resembling the limbs of a gangly spider, its skin saturated in decayed darkness, with a sickly sheen. A coiled stump sits in place on its neck, as though the creature's head had been twisted off. I watch as it weightlessly crawls along the shelves, towards Dove. I release a string of panicked barks, causing Dove to twist her neck down, right towards the mirror. Dove goes completely white, then shoots up the shelf in a rush. I drop the quilt from my mouth and then circle the floor frantically. My eyes dart between Dove climbing in a rush to her reflection and the monster still hot on her heels. I see her arms shake and hear her nails rake across the wood. The old shelves creak and curve under Dove's feet. I feel myself lurch to the side when the entire bookshelf starts to lean forward. As the books continue to fall forward, I start to worry that the bookshelf will give in to gravity before Dove does. As she continues to climb, she faces the challenge of ducking her head to avoid falling texts, throwing a few out of her way for better purchase. At this point, if she were to fall, broken legs might be the least of her problems. The closer she gets to the top shelf, the faster the creature continues to pursue her, oily hands narrowly missing her feet, permeating every book with a glossy slime. I wince at the mere thought of literary pages coated in cold, ghostly fluids, muddling the ink and smearing every word into non-existence. The creature grows frustrated in its chase and begins to slam its fist into shelves, shattering them into crunchy, wet splinters. It violently rocks its entire body, making the bookshelf rumble unsteadily. Dove lets out a squeal and almost loses her grip. She's forced to throw her arms onto the shelf just before reaching the very top. You're so close. The creature leaps off of falling shelves and bounds right for Dove. I hear her make a strained noise. She stretches her arm up in desperation, reaching for the strange book. The entire bookshelf shakes violently again. I watch the mirror's reflection with my breathing held in suspension. Dove's trembling fingers stretch for the book's spine, while a slimy hand closes around her ankle. Her fingers brush against the book before the creature yanks Dove back, and she slips away. I howl in surprise and prepare to throw myself under her. I see Dove dangling upside down in the air, with a befuddled expression on her face. My jaw drops. Dove swings in the creature's grip as it languidly reaches up and tugs at the book Dove previously tried to grab. The book slides out with the pull of a murky finger and slams onto the floor right in front of me. Dove wears a dazed expression as she's carried down the shelf before being unceremoniously dropped into a heap. How anticlimactic! Slowly, she picks herself up off the ground and quickly puts herself together. We turn to the mirror to see the creature disappear to some other part of the library. Blinking, she dusts off her dress, then makes a repulsed expression as she carefully picks up the fallen book, touching only the parts not coated in shiny fluid without another word. Headless ghost friend, yeah. The old pages conform around something shoved in the middle of the book. Dove opens it. There lies another rib, tucked between the words like a bookmark. For a moment, I watched Dove's eyes flicker back and forth, reading the words on the pages. I still don't know if I believe in soulmates, but if they existed, I think the universe would send signs. Signs like the ones they already sent to us. Dove's mouth forms a hard line before she takes the rib out and snaps the book closed. A romance novel. I blink. That's it? She shelves the book once more without another word. One more. I begin to follow Dove out, but I soon stop dead in my tracks. There it is again. The sound of buzzing. But this time, its presence is much more looming. I snap my head back and flies crawl over the books. Far more than there was in the dining room. My heart starts to beat hard in my chest. I feel like I'm tracing the footsteps of someone I've never met before. I walk in and out of rooms, searching for the last rib. Dove bites on her thumbnail as she searches through dressers and drawers, all of which have a lingering presence attached to them. It relieves and unnerves me that we have not seen the boy or the witch today, despite all the commotion we've been causing, but I try to count it as a small blessing instead of an omen. I pad slowly through the hall as Dove stomps through it. We pass the doors of rooms that have already been ravaged, all except for one, but Dove passes by it completely. Curiously, I pause in front of it. Is she not going to search this one? Dove turns back when she no longer hears the click of my nails behind her. Her eyes catch onto the door I've stopped in front of. That's nothing but a bathroom. Bathroom? I give Dove a small woof. It's nothing special. Dove's brows furrow. But she went through quite a fuss to have it made, just for the drain in her pretty tub to stop working. Dove sweeps past me and bursts through the door. The sound of dripping water echoes in the small room. Dove's feet make a wet slapping sound on the red tiles. When she steps further into the bathroom, the red sticks to her feet, revealing the pristine white tiles beneath. I hesitate to follow Dove in, because I finally spot the source of the ruby red liquid that stains the floor. If you don't see it, there's a bloody tub over here. Okay. The tang of metal fills the air, and blood drips over the edge of a porcelain tub that sits under a tall window. I take a deep breath in and carefully step past the doorway. The ground is slick, and the air is moist. I concentrate on every step so I don't fall flat on my face. Chat, the ads are about to start, so we're going to pause here really quick. Take 3 minutes, stand up, stretch. Man, I really don't know if we're any closer to the end, but we're going to finish it tonight. I don't care if it's midnight. All right, 3 minutes of ads, chat. 3 minutes of ads. We'll be right back, okay? We'll be right back, chat. Stand up, stretch, get some water. I'll get some water.
Cath confirmed. Very tolerable. Cath confirmed. Very tolerable.
Hello, chat. Give me just 1 second. Hang on.
Brown bricks.
I see you. Okay, sorry. I forgot to take, usually because you guys know I've been sick, right? So I have, like, the scheduler thing for my medicine. So I went and took my medicine, and I forgot I had to eat something with my medicine, so I quickly threw together a quick turkey and cheese, like, half sandwich. You know, you take a single piece of bread, and you cheese, and then turkey, and you fold it. And so I have now consumed that, and I took my medicine. So give me just 1 second. Hi, Edelweiss. You hadn't heard that one before? You're so funny, Star-Lord. And you don't have to stay up. There will be a VOD if you want to finish this later. Yeah, the turk cheese taco. It had to get it, man. That's what I can afford on my quick 3-minute breaks.
Cath confirmed. Very tolerable.
Very tolerable. Very tolerable. I'm at least mildly tolerable. Okay. We're in a bloody bathroom. Got it. Okay, noted. Hi, Ryan. I'm back from vacation. Yo, let's go. It wouldn't let you in, so I've been working on making a new cord. Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. I'm sorry that you're not able to get into the cord, though. I hope you can get it back soon. That's always stressful. Okay. Yeah. Dove stands before the tub when I finally reach her side. I carefully lift my front paws up to the edge of the tub and peer inside. Apparently AutoMod didn't like what you were saying. I got you. Dove stands before the tub, and I look up to the edge. Okay, got it. Sorry, I got distracted. I can see my face clearly in the still surface of the crimson pool that fills the tub to the brim. It just became like this one day, and Dove's face is strained. It looks like she would rather choke on her words than say them out loud. And I didn't want to know what would happen if I tried to put my hand in it. Dove inhales deeply in preparation, then pulls up the sleeve of her dress to her shoulder. I throw a nervous glance at the cuts across her skin that are still freshly scabbed over. Pray nothing in there likes the taste of flesh. Dove lets out a small gasp when she dips only her fingers into the blood. She rips her hand away instinctively and breathes shallowly. It's warm. A shiver crawls up my spine. The stickiness under my paws begins to make me uncomfortable. Dove presses her eyes shut for a second, then dips her arm back in. I can see goosebumps rise on Dove's arm before it sinks into the red. She goes slow until she reaches the bottom of the tub. Have a good night, Atha. Thanks for hanging out. You sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite or the evil ghost come to eat your soul. See you later. Her arm shifts as she searches for the drain. The sleeve of her dress slips off her shoulder and falls into the blood. Red bleeds into the white fabric. I hear Dove's breath hitch when she finds something. My whole body is wound up tight, and the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. Bye-bye. The sound of the dripping faucet haunts me. Immediately, something at the end of the tub makes my eyes snap to it. I let out a cry. Dove jumps and looks at me before she whips her neck around to the small sound of bubbling. We both watch in horror as something beneath the surface of the blood begins to breathe into life. The bubbles begin to crawl towards Dove, pulling a shriek from my throat. Dove grits her teeth, and plunges her arm deeper into the pool of scarlet. Sweat runs down her pale skin as she concentrates intensely on unlodging whatever was blocking the drain. I whimper as I watch the bubbling move closer and closer. Dove releases a shaky breath, but she still doesn't pull her arm out. The bubbles are just a breath away from brushing against Dove's arm. She lets out a sharp hiss and grits her teeth. Get out! I latch my teeth onto the back of Dove's dress and rip her away from the tub. I throw us onto the slippery tiles. Blood splashes all over us. It takes me a moment to catch my breath. When my senses slowly return to me, I hear the sound of gurgling. I look to my side. Dove lies next to me, curled in a ball. Her eyes are squeezed shut, her chest rising and falling heavily. Cradled in her red-covered hands is a rib bone. The buzzing noise that arises this time does not surprise me, but the merciless incessance of it does cause me to pin my ears to my head with a whimper. When we were once again standing before Hypatia's body, we're covered in much more blood than when we started. Her body was also starting to act more like a corpse. Flies crawl over the woman's blotchy skin. The sour smell of rot now invades my nose, making it wrinkle in discomfort. Bringing the missing rib feels like it's broken some kind of spell on the body, like it's been sitting in time's blind spot. And now we're placing it back in its harsh light once again. Perhaps this is why Dove now hesitates. She clutches the rib bones with a white-knuckled grip. I'm slightly worried they'll snap into pieces any moment now. Her face is glazed over with a blank mask, but the weariness in her eyes betray her. Earlier she had been in such a rush to send this person away, but now she seems to be stalled by her own thoughts. When she finally breaks out of her head, she stomps over to a drawer and rummages through it. She produces a needle, a roll of thread, and one more thing off the shelf. A bottle that glows a faint orange. She makes her way over to the body. She makes quick work of placing the ribs back where they belong, before plucking out the old broken stitches that held Hypatia's torso together. Her hands had been so rough in the tearing the stitching open, but now her trembling fingers work delicately. After disposing of them, she begins to mend the flesh together. Her stitching is clumsy, a trait she shares with her mother, I suppose. When she's finished, she takes a step back. Ghost is so different from the others. It feels like whatever happened next will be the point of no return. The final stop of this train is approaching, and the only way off this ride is to jump before it crashes. Dove holds up the glowing bottle she had grabbed earlier. Liquid fire, she says. Oh, good! Yeah, I love liquid fire. Let's go. It can melt through anything. We don't have to risk burning the house down again. My chest tightens. This is it. Dove places a hand on the corpse's arm, then tears her from the alcove. The corpse crumbles to a heap on the floor. I won't be making the mistake of thinking this body could simply wake up and continue living anymore. It decays rapidly before my very eyes, like it's overly eager to correct itself to the rightful stage of necrosis. Hypatia's pale skin darkens in patches to a death green. Viney lines start to marble across her cheeks, and an oily sheen begins to develop, along with a foul smell that has me breathing shallowly. I flinch from the sound of Dove popping the cork out from the bottle. Panic surges through me. I don't feel ready at all, but I keep finding out that there are not many changes that wait for you to be before they become your new reality. The corpse's flesh begins to dissolve from the pouring liquid. It sizzles and hisses as it easily eats through flesh, all the way through to the bone. She covers the body thoroughly with the honey-like substance until the last drop falls from the bottle's mouth. I lift my gaze from the corpse. It lands on the hallway ghost standing in the room with us. I've never seen it enter a room before, but now it turns its neck, looking around the room as if in search of something. Dove drops the bottle in her hand when she sees her, and it cracks on the floor. She rips her gaze away and looks down at the disintegrating corpse. You'll finally be gone now. I can see Dove's eyes turn glossy. You'll be gone. Her head snaps back to the ghost. The ghost looks down at its fading hands. Its lifeless gaze finds Dove and turns to her with its arms spread, ready to pull her into a loving embrace. Whatever emotions Dove had been bottling up instantly shatters like glass. My mind feels foggy as I watch Dove break into a sob. I move before she does. Dove chokes on a gasp when I stop her from running to the ghost. What are you doing? Let go! I tighten the grip of my jaws around her skirt even more. I whimper my own cry towards her. I understand. I've done something like this before. When the world was so big and I was so small, everything terrified me. When I was overwhelmed with emotions I didn't understand a thing, I would always run into the arms of my mother, too. Let go. I feel like letting her run to her mother is bad. Right? If she runs to her mother, then she'll never be able to let go. Nah. I'm gonna hold her back. I know what will happen the second the ghost's phantom's arms wrap around her living body. I don't think my heart will be able to take it if I hear Dove scream in pain again. Soul or body, she can never reach for either again without getting burned. I wish Dove wasn't constantly reminded of what it feels like to be in pain. It's like everyone that loves Dove cannot show it if it's not in the form of a stinging lash. Is this how it has to be? Dove drops to her knees and cries. I don't care if she hates me for stopping her. Perhaps she truly prefers to say goodbye as her flesh sears, but I won't let her. What was it like when she first lost her? Is this her first or second farewell? Dove must have had so much to say, but time races against her. I think if Hypatia's life were an hourglass, it would be down to a single grain of sand. One tiny moment is all that has been spared for Dove, say a lifetime's worth of words. The ghost fades more and more. I wait for the sound that will signal the end, the sound of that final grain falling. Dove sniffles and presses her head into the cool floorboards. In another life, can you still be my mother? It's gonna get me right in the feels there, chat. My breath hitches. Next time. She wipes the thick tears that drip down her chin. It would be nice if we could be human. Then maybe I could be enough for you. ... And you could be enough as well. Dove lifts her head. Something that looks like a crack, a smile cracks through the ghost's features. The ghost's face softens in a way that looks proud of Dove. And confusingly, Dove reacts like she's been slapped across the face. Don't look at me like that. Like this is what you wanted. She clenches her fists. I never asked for this. Dove's scream makes my chest tighten painfully, but for some reason I find my brows pinching together in puzzlement. She never asked for this. What does she mean by that? Then it comes. The last grain finally falls, and falls so heavily it rings so loudly in my skull that my ears go flat. I don't need to look. I just slide up to Dove's side. I can tell the way she wraps her arms around me so tightly, and how loudly she sobs into my fur, that the ghost of her mother is gone. For good this time. That is such good writing, holy crap! The door to Dove's bedroom flies open and slams against the wall. I feel Dove go as still as a statue under my head. I lift my head up from her lap. The hand that had been petting the fur along my spine now holds it in a numbing grip. I feel his magic before I see him. Oh good, we've pissed off the father! Yay, I'm so excited to see what's going to happen. The grotesque dolls above us rattle. The drapes around Dove's bed tremble. Soon after, his footsteps enter into the room. My breathing pauses. Dove's father must have finally seen what we did. A burst of magic knocks me over. I hear Dove gasp and feel her arms cage around me. Air slams into us like a train and sends the canopy curtains into a wild billow. The cold air makes my eyes sting, and I squeeze them shut. Static makes my fur stand. It feels like the wind is blended with shocking strings of electricity. When the gale finally dies down, I can feel Dove's heart slamming against her ribs as she shields my body with her own. Her breath comes out in distressed gasps. I dare to open my eyes again, and darkness surrounds us. My own heart hammers away as I gaze out into the space beyond the posts of the bed frame. The curtains have been magically dissolved, leaving us completely exposed to the void. Every shallow breath I make sounds enhanced by the nothingness. Everywhere I look is swallowed by darkness, save for a single light that drapes over Dove's bed. I look up trying to find its source. It seems to come from nowhere. I take a peek over the edge of the bed. I can see my own appearance reflected in the obsidian surface that covers the ground. Ripples break the calmness of the glassy liquid caused by something that walks towards us. Arms yank me back from the edge of the bed. Dove scarcely breathes. She holds me close and twists her body in an attempt to hide me from the one who approaches. It's the witch. I brace myself for his wrath. His footsteps create a wet slap as he draws closer. The sound of the footsteps is much lighter than I expected them to be. My whole body seizes with terror. What have you done. Hi, boy. You're terrible. I hate you a lot. You are the bad guy. Here we go. Okay. Dove flinches from the wave of energy that radiates off of him. A feeling of nausea paints my innards as the boy steps out of the shadows instead of the witch. Dove's breath catches, and her arms shake around me. They hold on to me like a lifeline. The light from above creates harsh shadows over the boy's enraged features. You insolent child. Do you understand what you've done? The boy bares his teeth in a sneer. He circles around the bed with his hands behind his back, like a viper taking its time to stalk its prey before it strikes. My ears flatten from the threat in his venomous stare. I turn my head, trying to keep him in my line of sight, but his body flickers through the shadows like a specter. One moment he appears normal. The next moment, the pristine white skull of a wolf decorates the upper part of his face. He really is a witch as well. The boy raises his hands to his head and curls into himself. I was so close. We could have had everything. Dove leans forward and tightens her arms around me. We don't need her. The boy snaps in her direction. Wrong. I need her. The boy begins to pace back and forth, water sloshing at his feet. Okay, alright. Theory, really quick, then we'll get back to him. I'm gonna scooch down so you can see his face. I think maybe the boy is the dad. I'm just saying, you know. I crane my neck to look into the ground again. The black liquid now gurgles and splashes against the frame of the bed as it slowly climbs higher and higher. This is no good at all. So what? We'll be fine. I can hear Dove starting to sniffle above me. The child whips around and grabs the two posts at the foot of the bed. I hear them crack under his grip. I will not be fine. Dove's breathing turns ragged. To think you would betray her so. Dove hiccups and hides her face in my neck. You know of the expectations she had for you. I suppose she would be so proud of what you've done. I hear Dove gasp. She would really love what you've become. So wicked, all on your own. The boy's face twists into a wry smile. I can hear the wooden posts under the boy's hands start to splinter. Soon after, something begins to slither up from the dark waters. Tendrils of oily black vines coil up the frame of the bed and slowly crawl towards us. Thorns, resembling long and sharp needles, spike out from them. The boy's face suddenly falls into despair, and his gaze drops. If she hadn't become so greedy, I wouldn't have had to do what I did. I watch his expression turn sour before his head snaps back up to glare at Dove with glassy eyes. She is all I have. The post breaks in half. Dove throws herself over me as the broken wood is swallowed by the rising ebony lake around us, creating a deafening splash. Dove's cold body trembles, and I fear anger swell in me like dark waves. Does Dove truly mean nothing to him? I start to growl. The boy glares viciously at Dove. Now you've made things considerably more difficult. Do you know how much more we will have to pay to bring Hypatia back? This is not fine at all, Dove. I hear Dove break into a sob, and then I snap. I tear out of her arms and lash out at the boy with a snarl. The boy stumbles back slightly in surprise, but manages to respond with a dark scowl. You. Dove's breath hitches behind me when the boy starts to lift his arms. I think I've tolerated you disturbing my home for long enough. I stand my ground and my throat rumbles. I bend my knees to prepare my attack as bloody patterns begin to manifest on the back of his hands. Then, in a single blink, we are back in Dove's room, but the curtains of her canopy are back in place. The boy spins around. I hear glass crunch under his feet. His enraged expression melts into confusion as he faces the window. And then, a sound thunders throughout the entire mansion. I freeze as the chime of the grandfather clock pierces the air. The heavy metal clang makes the air around us tremble and painfully reverberates inside my skull. My body submits to the overwhelming sound, and my tail goes between my legs. The boy's hands fly up to cover his ears. The hell? The boy groans out in agony. Black veins begin to spread from the dark markings around the boy's eyes. I can see blood start dripping from his nose. He staggers back and brings a hand up to wipe at the blood. His eyes widen in shock when he sees it coating his fingers. I can't see the window beyond the curtains of the canopy, but for a fraction of a second, I swear, I see the red light that spills into the room, flickers with a mysterious shadow. Language! Yep. Curses! Poop! The boy cups the bottom of his nose, then makes long strides towards the door in a hasty exit. He pauses at the threshold of the broken door, then places his hand on the frame. Red blooms in the back of his hand as a magic circle forms and overrides the incomplete spell etched onto his skin. You will stay here and out of my way. Dove lets out a panicked gasp. No. Dove bounds off the bed and throws herself at the door, just as it vanishes with the boy on the other side. Dove slams against the blank wall that now stands where her door used to be. I hop off the bed and try to avoid the paint-covered glass all over the floor. A breeze brushes against my fur. It's coming from the window, and I take a peek outside. There is no longer anything separating us from the outside elements. The glass panes of the window have been completely shattered, and now Dove's paintings lie in scattered pieces across the floor. Somewhere else in the house, the grandfather clock continues its booming toll. Time flows so much faster when you can hear its presence. When it was quiet, I felt like I had permission to think it had been frozen. Put on hold so that when it once again resumes, everything that had happened in its absence wouldn't count as real. The disturbing clanging finally stops, but the sound of ticking continues mercilessly. I look over and Dove runs her hands over the smooth wall where the door used to be. Her hands drop. Without making a sound, she stands and turns to face the mess of the glass on the floor. Streaks of dried black tears and red splotches paint her cheeks. Her eyes scan the glass and the window wearily. It's like she just become completely numb to everything. I whimper. Dove leans down and picks up a shard of glass, clenches her fist around it. The glass slices into her palm, sending Dove into a state of shock. I tilt my head in her concern. Did she think it wouldn't cut her? Her head twists on her neck as she searches around the room for something, but all she finds is silence. My brows press together as I observe her strange actions. Then something clicks in my mind. I remember seeing her doing something like this before. After Bobble had left, Dove looked for her, just like she does now. Dove's eyes drop to the ground as she releases the shard, her arms falling at her sides. Oh, I'm alone now. My eyes slowly blow wide open. She drops onto the floor in a heap, and her eyes turn into a dull blue as she retreats into the darkest corners of her mind. It's the last safe place she has, all because of me. Each ghost was a decoration that hid the bars of this bird cage Dove calls home. Despite the fact that they had been rotting away long before I'd arrived, one by one I ripped them down, forcing her to see the space for the cold, empty prison cell it truly is. It's because of the ghosts themselves that she was able to find comfort despite being in a place so depraved of that. Without them, what does she have? I look around the room and analyze every little detail. The books, the plants, the drawings, and the monsters. Everything Dove has done since I met reveals everything I need to know about her. Dove has never tried to get out. She'd already settled into the discomfort. I feel my fur bristle. Dove had lived with the monsters like she was one of them. She must think she truly is one, after being treated like one for so long. She's been convinced that she is something that belongs to the night, hidden away, locked away. Something undeserving of love and care. No, something that can only be loved by things that are as terrible as she. Dove's father had locked her cage from the outside, and she had locked it from the inside. The ghosts were her distractions. That's all Dove has ever done, distract herself so nothing needs to change. If she's distracted, she won't focus on the things she truly yearns for. She won't think of how she wishes things were better. For Dove, the path of improvement starts with a steep decline. She now stands at the top of the hill, looking down, completely scared out of her wits. There are two options at this point for her. She can either stay at the top, where the air is cold and thin, or she can walk forward into the unknown. It's an extreme choice to make, but if I stay by her side, she will have the courage to make the right one. There's no love for her here, and Dove must think there is none for her outside these walls either. But there's me! But it's me! I love you. Yeah, there's me. I give you kisses and love. There we go. I will love Dove. So much that I will overflow with it. I'll have enough love to last us lifetimes. I will be the first to love Dove when she is free, and I won't be the last. But how do I convince her of that? Love is just a word. It can be empty, heavy, easy to say, or impossible to say. It means nothing when there is no foundation under it to bear its weight. Love. Sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes it's too simple. Sometimes it's too complicated. To say you love or loved can mean so many different things to whoever hears it. So how can I define what my love means for Dove? How can I prove to her that this feeling I have is hers to have, to take, to use, to consume, to devour? If I were to cut out my heart and serve it to her on a platter to feast on, I still don't think that would be enough. Okay, I think you've been around ghosts too long, Mr. Wolf Dog thing. You need to roll it back a little bit. Roll it back. Don't put your heart on a platter, buddy. I take a deep breath to calm the frantic beating in my chest. Maybe nothing will be different on the outside. After all, there's no such thing as a normal childhood for children like us. When other kids were playing in the creek to catch crayfish, I could only watch from a distance. The last time I tried to play with them, they ran away. They knew who I was, what I was. Their parents would have told them, warned them to stay away. Not plainly, no, that would be ineffective. What is more powerful than the curiosity of a child? Not many things, I think. I'm sorry, I think it's almost done, Fyrus. Wouldn't I know that best? They needed to be creative, to keep their children away from beasts like us. To them, we are folklore, songs, scary stories to be told at bedtime. Our nails are iron, our teeth are sharp, our eyes can curse, our voices can steal, our blood can burn. Are you a hellhound? And I suppose after everything I've been through, they're right to be terrified. We truly are nightmares brought to life. We are nightmares that pierce the veil of safety so we can walk outside in the daytime amongst them. We don't even look that different though, at least not at first. Maybe. If no one looks too closely, Dove could pass off as one of them, so she could be accepted into their care. My heart clenches at the thought. No, that would be impossible. Witches themselves try so hard to smother the magic in their own children, and the result only makes them yearn for it more. The witchling is born starved, not for food or for affection, but for ether. That's why we can never be mistaken for human. We wear our hunger for magic on our sleeves. Anyone would be able to instantly tell that we are not the same. After everything that's happened, to try and contain Dove even outside the wall of this mansion would be too cruel. If Dove cannot be loved for who she is, what would all this effort be for? I look to my side. Near me, Dove wraps her arms around her knees and hides her face. You have to leave this place. Not without you. My eyes sweep over the scattered shards of glass and the paintings that have been separated into parts like puzzle pieces. I start to push large pieces together until the paintings align, not really considering the reason for my actions. Dove's eyes widen and she tries to push me away from the glass. Stop it, you'll get hurt. Don't bother yourself, they're just stupid drawings. I wince when a shard cuts into my fleshy pad of my paw, but I do not stop. You made them. How can they be stupid? My bleeding paw leaves little red marks on the floor as I continue rearranging the broken glass. As the paintings are slowly reformed, I take note of what they are. The long limbs of Ziri, the flowing train of mycelium from Babel, the many hands of Odette, and the sharp elbows of Grell. Dove had even painted the trailing gore of her mother's ghost. Their images become laid out before me, cradled by swirling brushstrokes. Dove uncurls her arms and leans forward on her palms. Her fingers reach out tentatively, brush against the glass. My paws sting with cuts and leave smudges of red on the floor. As Dove admires the fractured paintings, an idea forms in my head. As I burst into action, I wonder how I had never thought to do this before. I press my bloody paw onto the floor and work hastily. I get even more chunks of glass embedded into my paws, but I'm too numb to the pain at this point. I bark to get Dove's attention. She turns her head slowly when I watch shock begin to take over her features. Dove's lips move, not speaking, simply mouthing the word I'd written on the floor. Her eyes grow watery. You. I hop and press little red paw prints against her dress. then hop back down and tuck my chin into my chest to point at myself. And me. I move behind the word I'd written, and my tail swings side to side. Friends. Written in blood and all, which has to mean something, right? It doesn't matter if the word disappears. The blood will cling to every tiny grain in the wood, and to the very essence of this house, even after it's long gone. This word is my gift to Dove. For the fireworks, for the safety, for letting me meet her. It can't be taken back. You are my friend, Dove, and I am yours. Until the world is nothing but memory, dust floating through time. Dove's lip begins to wobble. We're friends? My tail wags. I nod my head slowly and hold her eyes in mine fiercely. Dove sniffles and wipes at her eyes. Then, she asks me a question that catches me completely off guard. What's your name? My eyes grow wide. A wave of emotion goes through me. My whole body suddenly feels like it's been strung tight. My name. My head bows and I stare at the floor. I swallow a gulp, then drag my bloody paw across the boards. And when I'm done, Dove's eyes consider what I've written. She stares at my name with wonder, before flickering her gaze to me. Basil? I feel my breath get knocked out of my lungs. I blink rapidly to fight off the wave of sadness. I didn't know I would miss hearing my own name so much. It feels like a piece of my true self has been returned to me. I miss it so much. The sound of my grandmother calling my name. Whether with affection or discipline, I miss it all. Dove lets out a small hiccup, and the well inside of her begins to overflow. Tears fall down her cheeks. The sun shines into the obsidian streaks like starlight. She surges forward and throws her arms around my neck. I desperately wish I could also shed my own tears, but my feelings are trapped inside of this body. I can do no more than softly whimper out my sorrows. Ow! Dove sobs into my fur and wipes at the snot that leaks from her nose. Basil. My heart jumps at the way she says my name. My eyes close and I nuzzle my head against her, breathing in the way she smells like old books and withered lilacs to hide the smell of decay that clings to everything in this house. Dove cries her heart out. I begin to wonder if she'll cry herself to death. I think she has enough tears hoarded away to cry endlessly. Eventually, though, her wails start to wane into quiet sniffles. I jump when my ears pick up the sound of something clinking. Dove's fingers clutch the leaf charm on my necklace. It suits you even more than I imagined. I look up at Dove and she smiles softly before turning her head towards the broken glass. Dove pulls away from me and looks to her side. It's not done yet. My gaze swings to the empty section above the paintings of the monsters. The other parts were easy to fit together because I could recognize the creatures, but some sections were difficult to piece together. Dove moves to kneel before the unfinished section, with her back to the window. She leans over the pieces and starts to place the missing parts together. Her hands move confidently to stitch the fragments together. I suppose it makes sense that she's far more familiar with her paintings. When she's done, she leans back. The completed painting finally sits before me. I tilt my head in bewilderment as I take it in. I've never seen this creature before. The longer I gaze upon it, the more unsettled I start to feel. The painting is a shadowed humanoid. It's devoid of details or anything that can help me identify it. The most unique thing about it is the spread of bat-like wings and the long, clawed fingers that stretch out, as if beckoning you to come closer. Are they real, or just a figment of Dove's imagination? A strong breeze chills me. Dove twists her neck to look behind her. Her hair flies around her like leaves in the wind. I notice her gaze catch on to something and delicately pad over to the window. A single rose stands on the seat in front of the window. There is nothing to hold it up. Something enchants it to stand perfectly straight, as if it's a piece of glass. The petals are white as snow, like the ones in the rooftop garden. My instincts are screaming at me to stay away from it, but Dove moves like clockwork before I can stop her. When it comes to roses, people typically avoid its thorns. There usually isn't a need to stay clear of the soft petals, but it would caution that these ones stay admired from a distance. Dove brings the tip of her finger to the cluster of tiny teeth that line each petal. The petals waste no time snapping shut around the offered flesh. Dove wrenches her hand back with a gasp, and a small ring of teeth mark wraps around her finger. We both watch as her blood starts to soak through each petal until the road bleeds in a vibrant red. Where did it come from? My muscles are tense. A noise makes me jump. My eyes snap to the outside of the window. It almost sounded like the flap of wings. My gaze darts to the trees, to the sky in search, but nothing stands out. Was it my imagination? I look to Dove. Her eyes are completely fixed on the rose, with an expression I cannot read. We remained trapped in Dove's room for days. At first we were desperate to find a way out, to be trapped in this box with nothing but books and our wits. I was afraid we would go mad, but eventually we just started waiting. Well, Dove decided waiting would be the best course of action. I howled about it until I was too tired to continue howling. She had a plan and I didn't like it one bit. As we wasted away, warm meals and fresh water would appear in the room, but Dove would only touch the water. Worry takes a bite out of me every time I see how much more tired and frail she becomes. We could still hear the ticking from the grandfather clock, and I counted every second painstakingly to track how much time had passed. On the 259,200th, the door reappears, and the witch walks through it. Dove looks up from her place amongst her book towers. The witch steps into the room and places a hand on his hip. He looks down at Dove and gives her a smile. Up you get, darling. It's time to get ready for dinner. Dove looks like she's dressed for a funeral. After finally being freed from the confines of Dove's room, I watched as she was dragged into the kitchen, placed into a steaming copper tub to be scrubbed clean. The witch makes no comment when he catches a glimpse of thin cuts up and down her arms before she shoves them into the water. Then, like she's nothing more than a doll, she's buttoned up all in a black dress. It's far more fancy than anything I'd ever seen her wear before. To be wrapped up so formally, I fear for what the occasion must be. All the candles that had covered the dining room table have been cleared away, and the linen has been replaced with a fresh one, and all 3 chairs had been uncovered. On top of the table now sits platters and plates of exquisite food, fruits polished to a mirror-like shine, free of any blemishes, steaming meats with thick sauces, mixed vegetables. The food is so enticing, it's suspicious, but part of me still hopes that Dove will hide away a plate for me after this no dogs allowed event is over. I can feel saliva start to pool in my mouth from the temptation of the smell alone. But after not eating for days, I can't imagine how Dove is faring as she sits opposite to her father. Candles flicker and crackle around the room, while a storm rages against the window outside. I sit in the hallway, peering into the room through a gap in the doorway. Music plays faintly on the side, filling the awkward silence. Dove hasn't said a word. She sits neatly with her hands on top of one another, on her lap, while her eyes try to set the empty chair next to her father ablaze. The witch takes a long sip of the rich, dark red liquid, in his wine glass and sets it down with a tap. He looks just as weary as Dove does, his skin dulled to a lifeless gray, and the marks around his eyes have sunken even deeper and darker. His eyes flick around the room almost anxiously. A candle pops loudly behind him, and I see his shoulders jump. His neck twists to quickly look behind him, and my head tilts slightly. Surely that didn't actually frighten him. I can feel my nerves start to fray from his strange behavior. He blinks and composes himself once more before turning his gaze to Dove and clearing his throat. I'm sorry you've been locked away for so long. I feel my lip curl over my teeth. Is he sorry about her bedroom door or the mansion doors? I see Dove's eyes blink at me from the corner of my eye before she acknowledges the witch's apology. To which she doesn't. Dove's eyes fall to the covered plate in front of her. She reaches for her fork and holds it up ready to finally eat. The witch holds up a hand. Not yet. Dove's bottom lip juts out in disappointment. She drops the fork with a clang and slumps in her seat. The witch swirls his wine. Don't forget grace, my dear. We can't eat until the devils have blessed our meal. Dove crosses her arms over her rumbling stomach. Tell me, what have you been reading lately? I lay my head on my paws and huff quietly. What hasn't she been reading? Dove turns her head to stare at the rain that taps against the window. Nothing you would find interesting. Indulge me, I'm curious. Dove takes a deep breath. Was going through a collection of work by one writer. His name was Lowe or something along those lines. The witch leans his head on his palm and takes a sip of wine. Ah, yes, I'm familiar with him. He sets the wine glass down. Not quite my cup of tea, I'll admit, but I do find some of his works quite captivating. One of them being, I was never really insane. The witch looks at Dove expectantly. She blinks and looks down at her lap with the slightest hint of redness in her cheeks. Except upon occasions when my heart was touched. Dove's fingers tangle together on her lap, and I see the witch give her a small smile. Ah, you are definitely a fan of his works already, I see. More red stains Dove's cheeks, and she sinks lower in her chair. The witch opens his mouth to continue the conversation when he suddenly shoots up from his chair. Dove startles, just as I do, when his chair falls to the floor with a cloud of clatter. My heart pounds, and my ears stand on high alert. What on earth? I rise up from the floor and bend my elbows ready to burst into the room if need be. I peek out from the edge of the tablecloth and see the witch stagger back a step, with his skull mask now over his eyes. His eyes are glued to the windows. I switch my gaze over to them and see nothing. This family seems to be good at seeing things that are not in plain view. I'm convinced this house is haunted by far more than just ghosts, especially considering the fact that we personally sent most of them to the departing. In less than a blink, the witch's mask is dissolved, and he resets his chair back to the way it was. I catch a glimpse of his forearm and see a smudge of red. He used magic. But for what? The answer comes in the sound of light knocking. Hidden in the shadows of the dining room are hints of movement and flashes of strings. I swallow. Dove sits stiffly in her chair and doesn't acknowledge the new, unwelcomed audience. The witch returns to his seat, picks up his glass, and finishes his wine to the dregs. He sets the empty glass on the table and starts to rub his temples. I apologize. I seem to be seeing things lately. Dove says nothing and avoids looking at him. Her father sighs wearily and then grabs a bottle of wine to refill his glass. Let's go on a trip. Just you and me and Hypatia. Dove's head snaps up to look at her father. He finishes pouring the wine and sets it down with a tap that makes Dove flinch hard. It's been a long time since you've left this place, hasn't it? The witch's mouth forms a thin line. We'll go somewhere nice then. The three of us. Everything has been prepared to bring her back. He holds the bowl of his wine glass and considers the deeply colored contents. I just need. The witch's brows furrow together. He seems to be hesitating on what to say. One last thing. Dove looks at her father like he's grown 6 heads. Shock, then fury crosses her features until her eyes burn, bright with betrayal. Her eyes prick with tears, but she does not let them fall. Dove's eyes drop to the covered plate in front of her. The witch rises from his seat swiftly and begins to make his way over to Dove's end of the table. In the air, I smell the notes of something sour. I watch Dove nervously. I wanted to celebrate. Dove is as white as the linen on the dining table by the time he stands beside her. He places his hand on top of Dove's plate cover. Tonight. Dove's mouth falls open like a marionette. We will finally be whole again. A single black tear slides down her cheek. I made your favorite. He starts to lift the cover off. Violet What? I jump when the witch suddenly flies back and drops the lid with a mind-rattling clang. My ears fall, and a veil is torn away. A curdled smell invades my senses and makes me reel back from my place at the dining room entrance. When I look, I see that all the food on the table has decayed, with patches of mold dusting near every surface. Flies zip around the food and maggots wiggle, fall onto the table in clumps. I force down the need to retch, especially when I lay eyes on Dove's favorite food. I think it might be a little undercooked, considering it's still wriggling and writhing on her plate. Ew. Dove wears a blank expression as she stares down at the leeches. The leeches? What do you mean leeches? Why are you feeding her leeches? I can't even begin to fathom what passes through her head as she picks up her fork and knife and starts cutting up her meal. The witch stumbles away in disgust and backs up against the window. Dove takes her time slicing a leech into pieces. Blood leaks out. Oh, God, the ads! I'm so sorry. Hi, ads. We have to take a break. I'm so sorry. Hang on. Virus, if you need to go to bed, there will be a VOD. You can finish it tomorrow. Kath accidentally does a 7-hour stream. Whoops. It's okay, Virus. Go sleep. Go have good rest. Thank you for hanging out. I am terribly invested. You're welcome, Virus. Have a good rest. Ow. Why would you throw a cat at me? I'm not sure. I was simply saying meowdy. Surely we're almost near the end, right? Ads interrupting the leech meal, I know. Yeah, welcome back from the adpocalypse, everyone. Welcome back. We're back to our leech meal. Nobody panic. Yay, leech meal. That's what we're doing. I pray I'm not getting sick. I've been sick, sweet lovely Edelweiss. Her face is frighteningly calm as she picks up a gory chunk gracefully with her fork. I can see the witch watch in horror as she begins to raise it to her mouth. I can't tell what he's anticipating more as he makes no move to stop her, because he observes her like a live experiment. Knowing what I know of Dove, there are two possibilities for what she might do. One, she sets her fork back down after nothing more than a disturbing bluff. And two, she eats the raw leech. If he was hoping the former might come true, well, then he doesn't know what kind of daughter he raised. Dove chews slowly, carefully. Eating leeches can be risky. If they're still whole and alive when you eat them, there's a highly likely chance that they will latch their teeth onto your internal organs. And if you are unable to remove them, they will drink your blood until they're swollen and blocking your airways. After Dove swallows, the witch makes a sign of the cross, the devil's version, which is just the inverse of the holier version. His hands tremble as he does it. Now his expression mirrors Dove's state of shock from earlier. It's true. You are one of theirs. Lightning illuminates the sky behind the witch. What are you talking about, you crazy fool? Hang on, I got bigger again after the sketch down. There we go. For a fraction of a second, I swear I see the silhouette of something amongst the clouds, but there's no time to dwell on it. The witch wears a solemn expression as he stares down at Dove. It has to be you. Dove's head turns until her eyes land on me. My heart beats erratically. Her mouth forms the words, go. It's now, I gulp, or never. I turn down the hallway and hear a whooshing sound, as every candle and light in the house is extinguished. I hear Dove gasp and the entire mansion groan. Then one by one in the dark, red eyes blink into existence until the hallway is speckled with them. First, I freeze when I hear the voice of the boy come from right behind me. I will deal with you. I immediately break into a run. Please don't get hurt, Dove. I break into the study and heave as I catch my breath. My feet sprint over to the shelves and knock over books and bottles. I dig through jars of ambiguous preserved objects, searching high and low for secrets. Dove said that there is a key to how the witch comes and goes out of the mansion. It would be here and nowhere else. She'd never tried to look for it all these years because she did not have the reason to leave. Until now. The mansion consumes so much magic to do everything it does, which limits how much is available for him to use. He wouldn't waste energy when he's been using so much of it to research how to revive my mother first, and keep me in prison second. Dove looks away for a moment. Even then, with all the magic he devours, there is scarcely any left. Dove's eyes glaze over and she stares blankly at the air that surrounds us. There is barely anything else. He uses the blood caps. I don't know a thing about my father, but I know my father. My heart tugs as I remember the plan Dove had devised. I'll finally have the privilege of having his attention all to myself, while you find the thing that will open the doors manners. The manners doors, sorry. I leap onto a stool and claw my way onto the table that stands in the middle of the room. My eyes rake through small bowls of crushed herbs, stacks of journals, and hastily written notes, but nothing resembles what could be the key that unlocks these walls. It has to be here somewhere. I use the height of the table to my advantage and drag my gaze through every corner of the room. Maybe there's a button? A map? I sift through my own memories. It feels like the clue is already within me, but it refuses to surface. The rattle of chains disrupts my line of thinking. Then something in my mind clicks. My ears twist on my head following the sound. Then my eyes land on it. Sitting on the witch shrine shines a silver thurible. Ooh. Strings of delicate chains drape off the edges, and purple smoke curls out of the incense holder. My nose soaks up a woody, spicy scent, and suddenly I'm pulled back to the very first day. I remember the smell, and the sound of chains moving in a controlled motion. The key. I have no doubt about it. This has to be it. I jump off the study table and bolt for the witch shrine. I'm just inches away from snapping my teeth around the hanging chains when the eyes of every skull in the shrine come to life. I skid to a halt as a red glow materializes in the once lifeless shadows of the skull's eye sockets. Suddenly it feels like I have the weight of 1,000 eyes upon me. Their voices strike me like lightning, all screaming out for the same thing. Alexius. The floorboards underneath me tremble from the fury that comes through the shrine. My heart completely stops, drops into the acid of my stomach. Then another scream has me spinning. Basil! My ears pick up the sound of footsteps coming closer to the study. A set of light ones, and a set of heady ones. I panic. My eyes jump between the thurible and the door. I mean, going to Dove is always going to be the right choice, right? Yes. I find Dove wandering the halls, frantically searching for me. When she sees me, she sucks in a sharp breath and starts to rush over to me. I thought he got you. I couldn't distract him for long enough, I'm sorry. I wanted to find you before he did. Her eyes crawl over me. Did you find anything? My tail wags and I start to nod eagerly. Then I remember that I had left the thurible behind in the study with the witch. My ears flop and Dove chews on her lip. You know where it is. I look up at her and nod, a feeling shameful that I wasn't able to retrieve the thurible fast enough. She gives me a soft smile. Then we'll go get it together. Dove's words stroke a fire within me. She stands tall and puts on a brave face as we start to head back together. I lead the way on hurried feet. Dove's footsteps start to follow me. Then I hear them stop. I pause and look back in confusion. Dove looks down at the ropes of black string that wrap around her, then gives me one last look of terror before the strings rip her away from me and down the darkness of the hallway. No. Her screams pound in my ears as the house swallows her. In the chilling silence that follows, I hear chains. Looking for this, doggy? I turn my head and capture just a glimpse of the boy before he melts into the darkness. I twist my neck trying to follow the phantasmal movements that stalk me in the gloom. I can hear the chains of the thurible swinging and smell the smoke that escapes it, but all around me is nothingness. The sound of the chains move back and forth like a pendulum. Time to play a little game. I twirl around and come face to face with the boy, crouching down to my level. He gives me an ear-to-ear grin. I think we picked the wrong choice. Basil. My heart almost explodes in my chest. He reaches towards me and I hold my breath. His hand wraps around my snout and gives it a rough pull. His vermilion eyes deepen until they're almost black, and he glares down at me. Tag, you're it. I glance down at the thimble in his hand and break for it. My attempt to reclaim the incense holder meets nothing but air. The boy melts into the shadows once again, and his voice bounces off the walls from every direction, rendering it impossible to pinpoint its source. Catch me, and maybe you can have your prize. The sound of clinking chains starts to vanish down the hall. I inhale deeply, then exhale, then start to chase it. I swear, past, present, and future, there will never be a single version of these hallways that does not covet my hatred. I pant as I reach a dead end in the hallway. The labyrinth had almost started to become familiar to me, but now it's as if everything had been reset back to nonsense. I retrace my steps back to a set of diverging halls. I pick up the sound of chains coming from the left, but from the right there's another sound. My chest tightens. I don't have time for this. I don't know. Chains are coming from the left, but there's another sound to the right. If it's Dove, we want to go to Dove, right? So I guess maybe I'll go to the right. Here, let me save. Let's go to the right. I tiptoe down the hallway, and the sound that I've come to investigate grows clearer. I recognize what awaits me from the sound alone. The dull clink of fluttering velvet wings against glass makes my ears stand up straight. In the dark, the bioluminescent red wings of doves' maws clash within the jar that traps them. It sits mysteriously right in the middle of the floor, like a lantern floating in the middle of the sea. I dare to think it had been placed here just for me to find, because I'm finding that there is little coincidence to the strangeness that occurs here. My head spins as I search for whoever or whatever could have left the moths here, and all I find is eerie emptiness. I stare down at the jar in contemplation, then wrap my jaws around the glass and carefully pick it up. Perhaps this is a sign of divine intervention, but a terrible feeling tells me something more wicked is brewing here. My pace quickens as I continue to search for the boy. I'm panting heavily when I finally come to a stop again. After a series of running through doors, finding dead ends, and leaping through perilous gaps in the floor, I find myself face to face with the hidden door, the one I've slipped through a handful of times by now. It's held wide open for me, beckoning me to enter. I sneak into the greenhouse on drenched paws from the rain and keep my body low to the ground. When I had first walked into the greenhouse, it was bursting with color and life. The rose bush was a shard of the night sky that had fallen down to earth. Now there is not a star that remains amongst the withered vines and veins and leaves. My heart mourns its lost. It was as grand as it was monstrous in the desire for blood, but it still found it no less lovely. When it stood still, in all of its grandness, I found Dove at the base of the rose bush. But now, at its most lifeless, I find the witch. He holds something in his hand, and he brings it to his mouth. Blood caps. It almost looks like crystallized gore. Its glow does not dull, even in a dehydrated state. Streaks of light pierce through the witch's fingers, as if he were holding a piece of the sun. The dried mushroom crunches loudly between his teeth, and when he swallows, the boon of the blood caps brings him to his knees. His body seizes, and his legs lock up, dropping him to the tiled floor. A wet cough claws up his throat, and his body shakes in a way that looks painful. He gasps for air. A glowing cloak of red light pulses over his body briefly. When the violent effect of the blood cap finally starts to settle, the witch wipes his mouth and moves until he's kneeling in front of a small bundle of withered flowers. I watch as he digs into the pocket of his trousers and produces out a small notebook. He snaps it open with the flick of his wrist. A chunk of chalk is wedged between the pages, and immediately he draws out a magic circle on the floor before the dead Flora. A gust of wind blows into the greenhouse and swirls through the space, sweeping the scent of wood and spice into my nose. I slowly move around, watching the witch's back intensely, until the thurible comes into view. The moth jar cradled between my teeth seems to burst with vigor the closer I get to the witch. The silver censer sits at the witch's side. I can feel my blood rushing through my veins, and I move in. The air shimmers with magic when the witch activates the magic circle he's drawn. I catch a glimpse of a hooded purple flowers blooming back to life, and then a twig snaps under my paw. The witch's head snaps in my direction. Oh good, I've been spotted! Up close I can see his bloodshot scarlet eyes, behind his skull mask, and the sheen of sweat over his pale skin. He glances down to the thurible at my feet. Then I throw down the jar of carnivorous moths on the floor with every scrap of my might. The witch yells out as a cloud of red wings explodes right in his face. The sound of high-pitched chirping vibrates through the air and makes my ears go flat on my head. There are far more maws than what was contained, but I take it as a magical blessing. I dive for the thurible through the chaos. As soon as I have the chains of the thurible between my teeth, the squeaking of the moths vanish. I throw my head up, then shrink back in terror. The boy stands before me, jaw clenched in a sneer. Every moth that had attacked the witch had been incinerated, and now falls to the floor in ashes. The boy holds his fist up. The magic circle on the back of his hand oozes blood, dripping down past his wrist. His image wavers as the witch rises to his full height behind him. He raises both his arms and spreads them like wings. Red magic circles blossom over his exposed skin, simultaneously with the witch's. The floor beneath me lurches and trembles, making me stumble on shaky legs. I hear two voices merge into one. You will not be leaving this place alive. Or dead. Ha! I clench my jaw around the chains of the thurible. The boy's sick, twisted grin merges with the witch's rageful expression, like parting smoke as he takes a step towards me, brimming with magic. The entire mansion rumbles as I dodge creeping vines and rushing away from the witch and out of the greenhouse on slippery tiles. When I'm back inside, I throw myself through the hidden door and roll on the floor. Rain soaks my fur and my vision spirals. My senses take a moment to return to me, and when they do, a noise pounds against my skull. The grandfather clock lets out a blaring toll that rings down the halls. I release a shaky breath and squint at how bright everything is now. It's like I've stepped into a completely different house. Oh, good. The walls bleed a red so bright it strains my eyes. Crimson runs down the windowless panels, making the space feel like it's closing in on me with every toll of the clock. In addition, my whole body tenses as I look up at the ceiling. Suddenly, I miss having shadows to blend into. Maybe then I wouldn't feel so exposed to the bone-white faces of the dolls that hang in the tangles of string. I instinctively try to lower myself to the floorboards. The blood that pumps from them is sticky and warm. Blood wood and bone rattle above me in reaction to the sound of the Thurbal's chains clinking. The chains will attract their attention. My mind starts to spiral. I feel every chime of the clock's bell like a lash. Maybe I can match each swing of the bell. I straighten my neck and hold my head a little higher. Every time I hear the witch use the Thurbal, it sounded like it was swung in a controlled rhythm. Iron clangs from the top of the spiral staircase. I have to find Dove now. I slowly move forward, then start swinging the Thurbal. Click the symbol before the timer runs out. What symbol? What? Purple smoke swirls around me, and like a parted curtain, the halls I had walked through that very first night reveal themselves. I steadily move forward and continue my search for Dove, and desperately try not to think about the wood that creaks behind me. Above me, the joints of the dolls click with every unnerving twitch. I try to keep my heartbeat steady, my presence non-existent, but a strange noise from above almost makes my paws tangle beneath me. It's all your fault. I pretend I don't hear it. Ah! Okay! We got quick time events in my visual novel. Okay, alright, I'm on it, I'm ready. My jaw aches, but I continue to push onwards. Dove is so close I can feel it, and the footsteps behind me are as well. The dolls above seem to be growing restless. He took us here for you. They look for me, vigilantly. It's a terrible idea, but I hasten the pace of the swinging Thurbal. Hang on. My nerves are wound so tight I feel like the pressure in my chest is on the verge of imploding. But I hear her. My ears pick up Dove's small sobs behind a door. The smoke materializes it before me. My heart leaps with relief. We can finally leave together. A noise halts my steps. I stop so abruptly that I drop the Thurbal. The sound of something tearing turns my blood into ice. It's not paper, nor fabric that is torn. It is something much more terrifying. It is space itself being torn apart, threads broken and parted, allowing something to come through. The door that bars me from reaching Dove explodes in a mess of splinters. I duck onto the floor as debris showers me. Down the hall, every other door follows the same pattern. I force myself to look up through the sawdust that pricks my eyes. Dove cowers on the floor, shielding her head with her arms from the wood that has rained down on her from the explosion. I can see her palms smeared with blood. When I look down to the floor before her, I can faintly make out smudges of crimson under the debris. Dark tears drip down Dove's cheeks as she stares at something with wide eyes. The smell of sulfur pierces the air, then the growls come. My body trembles in horror. I prayed I would never have to hear them again. The sounds that come from inside the room, that are the exact same ones that had started this entire nightmare. I hear the tap of sharp nails on the floorboards, and I jerk back from the door. Bile threatens to crawl up my throat. My ears lay back, and my tail crawls between my legs. No, it can't be. Dove looks so small compared to the shadow that stretches over her. I failed. I have to save her. Dove startles as I leap over the chunks of wood until I reach her. I don't look at the beast. I slide under Dove's torso and push her up off the floor. She gasps and then follows my lead and rises up on her own. My body moves, completely separated from my mind as I drag Dove with me by the sleeve. We barrel down the halls, hindered by enchantments no more, until the wide open frame of the kitchen's back door is right in front of us. The witch's scream echoes through the entire mansion. Dove! The floor beneath us trembles. I see Dove's feet hesitate behind me, right at the threshold. So I get behind her and shove her through the door by throwing all of my weight at her. We tumble outside in a messy heap. Dove scrapes her cheek on the dirt and gets gravel embedded on her palms. After taking a moment to recover, she looks at her scratched hands in awe. I pick up the sound of shoes heavily stomping down the stairs inside, and I get up again. Dove's neck starts to twist back, but I grab her sleeve and pull her forward. My eyes meet her watery ones. Run, Dove, and don't stop. We escapade! Dove. Dove. Basil? Move a little more to the right. I roll my eyes and settle down in the grass beside Dove's reclined length. She whines, and I stifle a smile as I lift my hand to shield her face from the light. She lays in the middle of a grassy hill, surrounded by books and notes that flutter in the breeze. Your cheeks are gonna burn. If you're gonna fall asleep outside while reading, you should use your books to block the sun. What if I like my face feeling warm? Dove flips over on her stomach and pouts at me. But speaking of sleep... I yelp when she reaches out and pinches my cheek. Nell told me you've been spending too many nights working and not resting. I wince at her scoldings and give her a sheepish smile. I just balance things out. You sleep too much. My eyes flick away. Besides, I like to stay up just to make sure no monsters crawl out from under your bed. I throw her a hopeful, convincing grin, and brush my knuckles against her sunburnt cheeks, seeking forgiveness when I see it's not working. Dove is far too perceptive for my own good. She gives me a knowing look, then tips her nose up at me. Enough. Lie with me and enjoy the lovely weather. It feels like such a waste to spend a nice day sleeping through. Whoever said sleeping wasn't productive? Dove shoves her shoulders back and sits up beside me. I'll even make you a pillow to rest your weary head on. I raise a brow curiously, then feel a tickle from something growing beneath my head. My eyes shut, appreciating the plushness. Then they blow wide. I sit up so quickly my head spins. I look down at the ivy that had sprouted from completely nothing and snap my neck towards Dove. I glance at the bleeding magic circle on the back of her hand, then back up at her face. She grins at me warmly. What did you just do? I used magic. You're not a full-fledged witch. Her grin only stretches wider. I figured out the secret. I look at her incredulously. What? Dove shoves me back down and lies next to me, shoulder to shoulder. How? I try to sit up again, but Dove places a heavy hand on my chest. I'll tell you when you wake up. I'm not tired. Don't make me put you into a year-long enchanted sleep. Fine, fine. Now close your eyes and I'll treat you to a hint. I sigh, then do as she says. My eyes flutter shut. A cool breeze brushes the air on my forehead. The heat of the sun makes my cheeks flush, and the sound of cicadas plays like a soothing hum. I feel one of Dove's hands intertwine with my own as she shifts closer to me. A shadow moves over my eyes, and when I peek and eye open, I see Dove's hand hovering over my face to block the brightness. This feeling... I feel her soft breath against my neck. I move my head to lean it against hers. This was all I needed all along. Is it love? Yay! Hey look, you're here in this book. We got the good ending! Oh, good job, chat. Yeah, good ending. Good ending. All right. I'm so sorry to keep everyone awake for so long. That's the sun. Yeah. But you're here as well. That's a star. And, oh, Dusk and Dawn are also here. They're everywhere in these pictures. It's just like their fur. I swept last time. It's your turn. I know, but after, let's go for a night walk. Want to go stargazing again? Every night with you. Yay! We did all the good choices. I wonder if there's a better ending. That's pretty solid. Wow, that is a lot of people who worked on that. My goodness. That was great. Well, there you go, everybody. There you go, chat. We have successfully defeated the Gothic horror novel today. And I didn't get any bad endings. Not a single gosh diddly dang one. We're so good at video games. I surprise myself sometimes. Okay. So we're going to call it here. I'm gonna send you guys over to Michi Mango Mochi. They are currently playing the Outlast Trials. So I'm gonna get you over to them since they are doing horror stuff, because I thought that would be fun. So stick around for just one moment. I'm gonna send you over to them. And if you all need anything else, I will be back tomorrow. Because I'm exhausted. So, you know, if you feel like it, you can say Cathraid with whatever emoticons you desire. And I will see you all again tomorrow. I'm gonna go get some actual food instead of the half sandwich taco that I made earlier. Bye-bye, chat. I love you. Bye-bye.